Chapter 1, Prologue. October 10th is the day of victory over the nine-tailed Kyuubi no Yoko, and the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He sacrificed himself to seal the Kyuubi into one of the two children of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. They had twins. The first was named Naruto, and the second Menma. The fate of the Hinchuriki fell on Naruto. After being sealed, Naruto's hair color changed. Golden hair turned blood red. Minato and Kushina were afraid for Menma. They decided to give Naruto to an orphanage so that he would not harm his brother. They didn't see Naruto as their son. They only saw a demon. 4 years have passed. Naruto Uzumaki. This is the name of the guy who is currently one step away from death. The reason for this was the drunken Junan of Konoha who decided to teach Naruto a lesson. Minutes earlier. "Stop, demon!" one of the Shunan shouted, throwing a kunai at little Naruto's leg. Although the Junan was drunk, his kunai throwing was perfected like a machine gun. Naruto fell screaming in pain. The pain was hellish. My leg burned as if it had been pierced by 1,000 needles. The Junan were slowly approaching, but Naruto didn't understand. He's just a child. He didn't do anything to them. Why does everyone hate him so much? "What am I doing to you?" Before Uzumaki could finish his sentence, he was hit on the head with a fist. "Shut up, demon! My brother died because of you! You will pay for everything!" one of them shouted. With an anticipatory smile on his face, he punched Naruto in the stomach and then in the face. Others soon joined. They mocked him. They kicked him and punched him. It was the beating of a baby. Suddenly, one of the Junan stopped. He made a series of seals and said clearly, "Element of fire, phoenix flowers." The technique hit its mark, causing Naruto to scream. One of the thrown kunai hit his eye, piercing it. Tears mixed with blood flowed down her cheeks. The mind became foggy, trying to dull the pain. My vision swam and I felt terribly nauseous. Naruto wanted to howl, but his voice became hoarse. Severe pain pierced his body again, and Naruto lost consciousness. The Yunnan were afraid. They did not want to be punished for the death of the village's weapons. They looked at each other in panic and disappeared behind the trees. Current time. My throat was dry, preventing me from screaming. His body was shaking with fever and he couldn't feel his leg. The pain was replaced by an unpleasant stabbing sensation, but he didn't pay attention to it. He was happy because everything was finally over. But a seed of regret settled in him. He regretted that the hidden village did not accept him and that he never made friends. Everything began to blur before my eyes again. Naruto pursed his lips in anticipation of death, but seconds passed. 1, 2, 3, nothing happens. The young Uzumaki opened his eyes. He saw a place that resembled a sewer, but fortunately there was no smell. Drops flowed from the pipes, hitting the stone with a ringing sound. Suddenly, Naruto heard a quiet growl coming from deep within the sewer. Time seemed to stand still. There were no barriers. Naruto stood up, curious and a little scared, but he had nothing to lose, so he headed forward. Having gone deeper into the tunnel, he entered a huge hall, where he saw a huge golden cage. It seemed as if darkness itself lived in the cage. That's where the terrifying growling came from. In the middle of the cage was a seal that kept the gate closed. Naruto carefully began to approach closer, when suddenly he saw two eyes. They glowed scarlet in the darkness. Looking into them, you can feel a great thirst for murder. "So this little boy is my jailer?" Kyuubi roared intimidatingly. Naruto was scared and trembled in fear. Kyuubi, noticing this, bared his teeth, narrowing his eyes. "Little one, have you come for my power? Are you sure you can handle it because you're still just a child?" Who are you?" Naruto bleated quietly, calming down a little. "Who am I? I am one of the great Biju, Kyuubi no Yoko. I am the strongest of all the tailed creatures," the fox roared. Naruto sighed. He was going to die anyway, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So he came closer, surprising the fox. "Kyuubi-san, I still don't have much left since I was left for dead by drunken Yunins. Will you be my first and, I assume, last friend?" the child asked hopefully. The fox was taken aback by this proposal. Although he, through pride, treated the boy for all 4 years so as not to die himself, he did not understand why Naruto needed his friendship. The fox was silent, trying to come to his senses and regain his concentration in order to continue the treatment. Naruto took the silence as a refusal. "Sorry for disturbing you, Kyuubi-san. Perhaps the Junin were right. No one would ever be friends with me. I am just the weapon of the village," Naruto said with a blank look. "Stop, kid!" the demon shouted, but the words did not reach the recipient. Naruto had already left his subconscious. Izumi Uchiha. After the mission, I was returning home when I suddenly saw a bloody trail on the road. I decided to create a clone to check what happened. Go to the Hokage yourself and submit a mission report. When I approached the Hokage's residence, my clone dispelled. Stopping, I trembled slightly. What I saw shocked me. Turning sharply, I ran into the gateway. I involuntarily remembered what I saw there. This caused the trembling to intensify. Tears flowed from my eyes. It became creepy and scary. A boy, apparently 4 years old, with torn clothes, sewn up in places with patches. He was terribly injured. Multiple burns and shurikens protruding from the boy's body. But my clone disappeared from the horror that was on the boy's face. A kunai was sticking out of his eye. I ran as fast as I could, accidentally knocking down my best friend, Itachi Uchiha. Quickly apologizing, I ran on, leaving him dumbfounded. Having reached the gateway, I felt a gag reflex. Having created a clone, I sent him to the Hokage to report and notify him of this horror. Having run to the hospital, I started looking for doctors, but everyone, as one, did not want to take the so-called demon. They were wary of him and even afraid of him. I settled on clan doctors. Along the way, I received information from the clone. And again, I was horrified. The Hokage's reaction surprised me, but for the worse. Clone information. Entering the office, I saw Itachi and the 4th Hokage. Walking closer, I placed the report on the Hokage's desk. Today there was an incident with Naruto. He was beaten, and there were many wounds and bruises on his body, and his eye was pierced with a kunai. Towards the end, my voice trembled. Itachi looked at me in surprise. Minato remained unperturbed. Find doctors so they don't let him die, and now you can be free, answered the Hokage. Why do you say this with such calm? This is a child. Now every minute counts, I exclaimed. He's just a weapon, and that's it, so you can be free, he said angrily. Glancing helplessly at Itachi, I was relieved. Izumi Uchiha. Having reached the clan quarter, I immediately ran to the Irionen. It cost me a lot to get the doctors to agree to help, but the outcome was disappointing. This guy will be blind in one eye. But so that it would not hurt him, the eye had to be removed. I realized that I couldn't look at it, so I left the operating room. Meanwhile, Itachi found me. He looked excited and came up to me and started questioning me. I didn't want to remember this terrible incident, so I showed an illusion. When he watched to the end, I asked him to talk to Fugaku-san. I didn't want this poor boy to be kicked out of the clan. Itachi nodded without asking questions. He disappeared. Well, I was left to wait for the end of the operation. Chapter 2. Introduction. Naruto's POV. Opening my eye, I realized that I was in a hospital. The smells are too familiar. After 4 years, you can get used to them. Pain throughout the body was not long in coming. Moaning quietly, I tried to open my eyes. I opened my left eye, but I couldn't feel my right eye. After looking around the room, I tensed up because this is not a Konoha hospital. She was in lighter colors. Turning my head, I saw an 8-year-old girl. She was sleeping on the chair next to me. I decided not to wake her because I realized that she most likely saved me. I began to remember what happened to me. I remember the drunken Junan, the kunai that pierced my leg, the beating, the fire technique, and shuriken in the right eye, the conversation with QB. Stop! Right eye! I raised my hand and tried to touch my eye, but he felt nothing but pain and involuntarily screamed. Ah! This cry woke up the girl. I felt a little ashamed, but before I could apologize, she asked me something. End POV Naruto. Hello, what happened to you? And what's your name? Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Sorry for waking you up. What's your name? And will you be my friend? Naruto asked hopefully. It's okay, my name is Uchiha Izumi. Nice to meet you. Okay, I'll be your friend, but why do you ask? You see, Izumi-chan, you are my first friend. Everyone hates me, calls me a demon, a monster, a murderer, and accuses me of things I didn't do. Maybe they're right, and I'm really just a weapon? After these words, Naruto involuntarily became sad and shed a stingy tear. Izumi, seeing this, wanted to cheer up the red-haired cutie, as Izumi thought to herself. Naruto, be quiet, calm down, everything is fine, you are not a weapon, you are a person just like me. I understand that the topic is unpleasant for you, but can you tell me what happened to you yesterday? Yesterday, I decided to walk around Konoha, celebrating my birthday at Ichiraku Ramen. I decided to go to the library. After sitting in the library, I decided to quickly run home, but on the way I was attacked by several Junin. I tried to run away, but they pierced my leg with a kunai and started beating me. Afterwards, I heard one of them shout, "Katon, phoenix flowers!" And then there was pain in the eye. At that moment, Naruto lost control of his emotions and began to cry even more. Izumi, in order to calm little Naruto, hugged him, and with some concern in her voice began to calm him down. After a few minutes, Naruto calmed down and began to ask about Izumi's life, and Izumi in return carefully asked about Naruto's life. They were so carried away by the conversation that they did not notice another listener. It was Itachi. He complied with Izumi's request and came to tell about it, but after hearing Naruto's story, he could not move, and so time passed until the evening. Itachi decided to give a signal anyway, that he was here, and coughed lightly into his fist. Naruto and Izumi jumped in surprise. Izumi, can I talk to you for a minute? Itachi, why be so scary? Naruto, meet Uchiha Itachi, my best friend. Good evening, Itachi-san. Hello, Naruto, nice to meet you. Mutually, Itachi-san. Itachi, just a minute, I'll be right there. Okay, Itachi said as he came out. A minute after Itachi left, Menma Namikaze and Uchiha Sasuke burst into the room. A couple of minutes earlier, two heirs, Menma and Sasuke, were walking down the street. They have been friends since childhood. Both were very arrogant and believed that everyone was owed to them, since they were the children of the heads. Going to the Uchiha clan, Menma suggested that Sasuke beg training from Itachi. Arriving at the clan, they learned that Itachi had gone to the hospital. On their way there, they brazenly burst into the room. Current time, as soon as the two heirs burst into the chamber, they saw, in their opinion, scum communicating with Izumi. Itachi left the room, but heard the noise and returned. Sasuke and Menma didn't see him. Seeing how Izumi smiled at Naruto, Sasuke was furious, because she had never smiled at him so sincerely, and here was some kind of trash to whom such a gentle and sweet smile was dedicated. This really pissed them off, because Sasuke really liked Izumi, even though you were older than him. Everyone turned to see who burst into the room, but Sasuke yelled, "Hey trash, what are you doing here? Get away from Izumi, you jerk!" "Demon, get out of here. You are a useless non-entity." These words hurt Naruto very much. Izumi, seeing this, began to get angry, not noticing the sad look of the young Uzumaki. Suddenly, Sasuke walked up to Izumi, took his hand, and began to pull him away from Naruto. "Izumi, why are you communicating with this demon? He's nothing, just trash, Sasuke didn't have time to finish, as Itachi and Izumi gave him strong slaps on the back of the head. "Sasuke, you disappoint me. This is not what your father and I taught you." Sasuke, Menma, quickly apologized to Naruto. It was at that moment that she saw the empty, cold gaze of blue eyes. It was very painful for her to see this look. It was painful for Naruto to hear such things about himself, even though he was used to it, but it always hurt. "No way, he's a demon and we won't apologize." After hearing this, Naruto began to forcefully leave and said quietly so that only Izumi could hear him, "Sorry, Izumi, I don't want you to get in trouble because of me. Thank you for a nice day." "Hey, trash, what are you talking about?" Naruto ignored him and quickly left the Uchiha clan. Izumi was trying to follow him because she was worried about him, but Itachi said that something needed to be discussed, but first he would take Sasuke home and that Izumi would be there. On the way home, Itachi began to scold the two sons of the heads. He was very ashamed of Sasuke because he raised him not to be such a person. Afterwards, he remembered one event after which the Hokage and Fugaku forbade Menma from entering the Uchiha clan. "Menma, what have you forgotten about our clan? If you haven't forgotten, you are prohibited from appearing in our clan. I am the son of the Hokage, I can do anything. I have the right to invite any person to my clan, and no one has the right to refuse me as the heir of the Uchiha clan. I'm disappointed in you." Naruto's POV. I slowly walked home, catching contemptuous and hateful glances at myself. I'm glad Izumi became my friend, but I don't want her to get in trouble because of me. When I got home, I made ramen, ate it, and went to bed. I thought about Izumi while I was trying to sleep. She is very sweet. I hope she won't have problems because of me. Commentary on Chapter 2, Getting Acquainted. https://discord.gg/6u3. KCZS is a server on which I and many cool authors sit. Come on in, it'll be fun. Chapter 3, Starting Training. Waking up in the morning, Naruto did water procedures, had breakfast, and went into his thoughts. Naruto, I'm tired of these beatings. Last time I lost my eye, what will happen next? Hands or legs? No, I don't want to be beaten anymore. We must become stronger. But how to do this? No one will teach me, which means I will have to train myself, and I will be able to protect myself. I also can't help but think about Izumi. Why am I thinking about her? Okay, that's later, now training. Naruto put on his shoes and ran to Training Ground 31. It was an abandoned training ground in Konoha. On the way to the training ground, everyone looked at Naruto with contempt. Arriving at the training ground, Naruto began to run around the training ground. After the 5th lap, Naruto's breathing began to falter. After the 10th circle, Uzumaki fell and began to greedily inhale air. After lying down for about 10 minutes, he got up and began to do the standard set of exercises that Izumi told him about at the hospital. After doing 3 sets of 10 push-ups, he moved on to ABs, doing 3 sets of 25 reps. Afterwards, there were squats, 4 sets of 15 times. After training, Naruto lay down under a tree because he was very tired. After lying down for 40 minutes, Naruto decided to go to the library with the hope that he would not be kicked out. And he was very lucky. The librarian was new, and he did not know that Naruto had the Kyuubi in him. So Naruto received a library card without any problems. Having asked for the chakra scroll, he received it and went to his apartment to read. Arriving home, Naruto opened the scroll and began to read. Naruto. So, chakra is a component that is essential for performing most basic techniques. A chakra is created when two other forms of energy, collectively known as endurance, combine. Physical energy is present in every cell of the body of any person and can be increased through numerous training, muscle growth stimulants, and exercises. Spirituality is formed by concentrating consciousness and can increase through training, meditation, and increased experience. As I understand it, to develop the chakra you need to meditate, so let's try. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan, the youngest heir of the clan did not find a single idea on how to woo Izumi. Then he again remembered her smile, which was not sent to him. Sasuke decided that Izumi should not go beyond the threshold of the clan, so that she could not see this scum. He decided to ask his father, as the head of the clan, to prohibit Izumi from leaving the clan's territory. With these thoughts, he approached Fugaku Uchiha. Sasuke, father, can you help me with something? Fugaku. Sasuke, if you're talking about training, then I can't. You understand that I have a lot of work to do. Sasuke. No, this is not training. Can you forbid Izumi from leaving the clan territory for 2 weeks? Fugaku. I can, but why should I do it? Fugaku asked in surprise. Sasuke. She disrespected me as the heir of the clan, and she forced her to apologize to the demon. Fugaku. Okay, but not for 2 weeks. For a week, that's it. I'm busy until Sasuke. Sasuke. Bye, father. That same day, Izumi decided to find Naruto and apologize for Sasuke's behavior. As soon as she left the house, she immediately went to the exit from the clan. On the way, she met Itachi. They decided to go to Naruto together. Approaching the gate, they began to leave, but they were stopped by the voice of a guard. Guard, Izumi, you are not allowed to leave the clan for 1 week. Order from Fugaku-san. Itachi and Izumi looked at the guard in shock, and Itachi asked Izumi to go home, and he would ask her father why she was forbidden to leave the clan. Itachi learned from Fugaku that Sasuke asked not to let her out and made strong arguments with which Itachi did not agree, but he could not do anything. After telling Izumi about this, she became upset and asked Itachi to leave her alone. Izumi stayed at home all week. Sasuke tried to call her for a walk, but she refused all the time. A week passed at this pace. Naruto trained hard and was able to sense chakra from the scroll. In the library, Naruto took the scrolls to control chakra and could already climb half the tree. In physical fitness training, Naruto could easily run 10 laps without shortness of breath, and on the 20th lap, he could no longer continue running. Push-ups, 4 sets of 15 times, press, 5 sets of 25 times, squats 4 sets of 25 times. Izumi left the clan and went to look for Naruto as she wanted a week ago. Unfortunately, Sasuke noticed her and decided to follow her. Izumi didn't know where to look for Naruto, but she remembered about Ichiraku Ramen. She headed there to find out information about Naruto. Having learned nothing useful, she decided to go to her favorite training ground 31. Izumi loved this training ground because no one bothers her to train. Imagine her surprise when she saw Naruto training. Naruto himself began to complicate his training program today. Izumi decided at the end of the training to go out to him and talk. Naruto finished his physical training and began to try to walk on the tree. Thanks to increased training, he was able to reach almost the top. Sasuke ordered, as an heir, to do nothing, and Naruto, having lost concentration, began to fall. Izumi, seeing this, wanted to catch him, but Sasuke stopped her by taking her hand. Naruto fell and lost consciousness. Izumi threw Sasuke's hand away and ran to check on him. Sasuke started to get mad because he is the heir of a great clan and he is trash, but Izumi chose him. Sasuke couldn't stand the silence and shouted, Sasuke, Izumi, why is this demon more important to you than the heir of the clan? How is it better? Izumi didn't answer. Sasuke was infuriated by this, and he began to leave with the words, Sasuke, demon trash, you'll regret this, loser. Naruto woke up closer tonight. Seeing this, Izumi hugged him in joy. Naruto sat in prostration and could not understand anything. There were too many questions in his head. Izumi, hello, how are you? Does anything hurt? Naruto, hello, I'm fine, no, nothing hurts. How are you doing? Izumi, me too. Sorry I disappeared for a week. I was forbidden to leave the clan. Naruto, is it because of me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause you trouble. Izumi, not at all. It's not because of you. You don't need to apologize. I saw your training. Do you want to help? Naruto, of course, Izumi, thank you. After talking a little more, Izumi walked Naruto home and ran home. She liked talking with Naruto, and Naruto was glad that he had a friend, or rather, a girlfriend. With these thoughts, they fell asleep. Itachi, who secretly watched their dialogue, was happy for his friend. Time skip. 3 years have passed since that day. Naruto looked like this. Naruto had blood-red hair, a muscular body for a 7-year-old, and 3 whiskers on each side of his cheeks. Naruto wears a dark short-sleeved t-shirt with the Uzumaki clan patch on the back, dark pants, and an orange hoodie with the Uzumaki clan insignia. Izumi had long brown hair that was tied into a ponytail with bangs that framed her face, and brown eyes. Izumi wore a long-sleeved, high-necked purple shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back and baggy blue pants. Chapter 4. Preparing for the Academy. Over the past 3 years, many events have happened, for example. During this time, Naruto and Izumi became very close friends. Izumi, as promised, began training Naruto. Izumi also received the title of Chunin. Naruto that day gave her a gift in the form of a homemade wooden pendant. Itachi received a mission to spy on Akatsuki, which has been going on for 2 years and 7 months. Menma and Sasuke became even more arrogant. As soon as Itachi left the village, Sasuke began to keep Izumi in the clan in every possible way so that she could not see the demon. Naruto began to worry when Izumi stopped coming to their special 31 training ground. Arriving at the entrance to the clan, he learned that Izumi was forbidden to leave the clan's territory. When Izumi was released, she told Naruto about it so that he wouldn't worry. Itachi also found out about this but could not do anything. Naruto's training was intense. Naruto spent his first year training in physical fitness. Naruto could run 70 laps around the training ground, 5 sets of 80 push-ups, 5 sets of 125 presses, 5 sets of 100 squats. Pull-ups were also added to this complex, 4 sets of 15 times. Izumi spent the second year improving Naruto's chakra control. Naruto could calmly fight on the water without losing concentration. Izumi taught Naruto how to escape from a medium genjutsu by disrupting and releasing chakra. For the third year, Naruto learned elemental techniques. Naruto's elements were Katen, primary, and Futen, minor. Izumi helped with fire, teaching. Katan, fireball. Kato, phoenix flowers. Kato, the bullet. Naruto had problems with Futon, since Izumi did not control the element of wind. On Naruto's 6th birthday, he was beaten very badly at his home. A crowd of civilians and several Junin beat him up and wanted to finish him off. But Izumi managed to arrive in time and again saved Naruto's life. However, during the day, they tried to pull Naruto out from the other world. From this, Izumi awakened the 3rd Tomoine sharingan. After this, Izumi went to Fugaku Uchiha to get permission to move into the Uchiha clan. Fugaku knew Izumi since childhood, because he and Mikoto raised her after the death of her parents during the Kyuubi attack 6 years ago. After an evening of persuasion, he agreed to give permission to move. Sasuke, having learned this, was very angry with his father, because now he and the trash will always see each other. Izumi told Naruto this news and helped him pack his things, and thus Naruto began to live with Izumi. Izumi's house had 2 rooms. Day of admission to the academy. Waking up in the morning, Naruto decided to prepare breakfast for himself and Izumi, because usually it is Izumi who prepares breakfast for Naruto, not counting the times when she is on missions. After preparing eggs, bacon, and tomatoes for Izumi, he went to the shower. After taking some water treatments, he went to wake up Izumi. Knocking on Izumi's room, he entered and saw Izumi soundly sleeping. Naruto felt something pierce his heart and decided to bring her some in bed. Having brought all this, he woke up Izumi, put on scrambled eggs, and left. After breakfast, Naruto knocked on Izumi's door again. Having received permission to enter, he went in and began a dialogue. Naruto: "Good morning, Izumi-chan. Sorry for waking you up so early. I have to go to the academy." Izumi: "Naru, maybe wait a couple of minutes," Izumi said, having missed it. "I'll go with you if you don't mind." Naruto: "Of course I don't mind." And with a smile, "Allah 32 is not the limit," he left the room. 5 minutes later, Izumi came out wearing a light t-shirt and denim shorts. Beauty Naruto thought to himself. On the way, they started a conversation. Naruto: "Izumi, I don't think I need to go to the academy." Izumi: "Where did you get that from?" Naruto: "Because children despise me just as much as adults. It will be easier for me to learn theory with you." Izumi: "Naru, I can't teach you all the time. The Junan exam is coming soon and I will participate. And for this, I need to train a lot." Naruto: "Okay, Izumi-chan, then can I go to training with you after the academy?" Izumi: "Okay, but only if you study the theory well. And also, Naru, don't show off all your abilities, especially elemental techniques." Naruto: "That's right." At this rate, they reached the academy. Arriving at the place, they saw many children. Mostly there were clan children, but there were quite a few children without clans. The 4th Hokage appeared on the stage and began to give a speech about the will of fire. It was very boring. During the speech, Sasuke and Menma glared at Izumi and me, and so they began to declare the class. Class 1A, Uchiha Sasuke, Yamanako Ino, Haruno Sakura, Aburamashino, Akimichi Chuji, Namikaze Menma, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Karen, Uchiha Rei, Shikamaru Nara, Saika Inuzuka, Hatake Miya, Hyuga Mirako, Uchiha Kira, Uchiha Aya, Uchiha Kin, Hyuga Latana, said Chunin, Uzumaki Naruto. He said with some disgust. Teacher, Uminoruka, auditorium number 4. Many parents and their children spoke. What did he forget here? What is the Hokage thinking about? I don't want my child to study in the same building with him. Izumi, noticing the red-haired man's faded gaze, sat down and hugged him to cheer him up. Izumi, Naru, don't listen to them, you're above this. Run to your classroom and remember our agreement. Naruto, thanks Izu-chan, I'll go, see you tonight. Chapter 5. First day of the academy. Chapter 5. Academy. As soon as we entered the classroom, the teacher came out and told us to sit down ourselves. I hastily took the last desk by the window. The audience was large. The desks were 3-seater. There were 3 desks in 3 rows. Menma, Sasuke, and Hinata sat at the first desk, Haruno Sakura and Yamanako Ino occupied the second, and only me sat at the third. On the first desk of the central row sat 3 Uchihas, Uchiha Kira, Uchiha Aya, Uchiha Kin. Behind the second sat Hatake Miya and Uchiha Rei. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji sat behind them. On the third row, Aburameshino sat at the first desk, and Hyuga Mirako and Uzumaki Karen sat at the second desk. Behind the third, members of the Inuzuka clan sat loudly, Inuzuka Kiba and Inuzuka Saika. After 5-10 minutes, the sensei came in and began his speech about the will of fire, which I consider not a speech but a sleeping pill. As soon as he finished his speech, he began to talk about himself. Iruka. My name is Umino Iruka. I love ramen and teaching. My goal is to become an academy director. Okay, now it's your turn. Let's start with you. He pointed to Shino. Shino. My name is Shino. I am from the Aburami clan. I like to breed my own beetles. I want to become the head of the clan. He has long, thick, dark brown hair. He wears a wide gray jacket with a high collar, brown pants, and blue sandals. Iruka. Okay, next. Mirako, Hyuga Mirako, I like to draw and practice. The goal is to become an ANBU captain. Has long dark blue hair, lavender eyes, wears a white top, over it a dark jacket with the Hyuga mark on the back, light shorts. Karen. Uzumaki Karen, I love. The look at Menma and Sasuke. And the ice cream. The goal of becoming a strong Irionin. Karen has crimson eyes, fair skin, and red hair characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Her hairstyle is quite unusual. On the right side, the hair is spiky and short, and on the left, it is long and straight. She wears brown narrow glasses in which a blade is hidden, and her outfit consists of a lavender sweater that exposes the navel, short black shorts, and thigh-high stockings. Saika. Inuzuka Saika. I love my dog. And, look at Sasuke. My goal is to become the head of the clan. Saika has long brown hair, which is braided in pigtails. Red fangs are painted on her cheeks. She is dressed in a dark t-shirt and traditional shinobi pants. Kiba. Inuzuka. Kiba, I love Akamaru and friends. I don't like scum. The goal of becoming Hokage. Kiba has brown hair color, sharp black eyes with a vertical pupil, fangs and sharp nails that he can change in length. Red fangs are painted on his cheeks, which is a hallmark of the Inuzuka clan. Kiba wore gray trousers that reached his calves, a gray jacket with fur and a hood, a headband, blue boots, and mesh tank top. Kira. Uchiha Kira, I love training, friends, and a look at Menma and Sasuke. Goal to become ANBU. Has short raven hair, wears traditional Uchiha clan clothing with an insignia on the back. Aya. Uchiha Aya, I love training, friends, and a look at Menma and Sasuke. The goal is to become an ANBU. Has long hair, wears traditional Uchiha clan clothes with an insignia on the back. Kin. Uchiha Kin. I love training, friends. The goal is to become the chief of police of Konoha. Has short hair with a side part to the right side, dressed in traditional clothes of the Uchiha clan with an emblem on the chest. Miya. Hatake Miya. I love ice cream and dango, and look at Menma and Sasuke. The goal is to become more legendary than Uncle Kakashi. Has short, sharp hair, wears a gray t-shirt, blue pants. Rei. Uchiha Rei. I love dango and training. I don't like everyone except Menma, Sasuke, and Hinata. I want to be useful to the clan. Has short hair, wears traditional clothes of the Uchiha clan with an emblem on the shoulder. Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru. And I'm lazy. I dream of being a cloud. Wearing a mesh t-shirt and a short open vest of gray color with green piping. On each sleeve there is a symbol of the Nara clan. Black cropped pants are on his legs. A bag for kunai is attached to his right hip. Choji, akimichi. Chuji, crunch crunch. I like to eat, crunch crunch. His hair is quite long and unruly, sticking out in different directions. Chuji wears Asuma's earrings. Chuji has the signs of his Akimichi clan on his cheeks. He wears a green jacket and t-shirt with the clan emblem, and a cap with the symbol of the village also distinctive. His special feature was his scarf. Menma. Namikaze. Menma, I love my parents. I hate the demon. The goal is to become Hokage, Menma said arrogantly. His blonde hair is longer and more shaggy looking, and has two locks that frame either side of his face, similar to his father. He wears an outfit consisting of a smart black and orange suit and black ankle-length sandals. Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. I love my parents' brother and Izumi. I hate trash weaklings and low-grade idiots, Sasuke said no less arrogantly. The goal is to become the head of the clan. Sasuke is a light-skinned ninja who has black eyes and hair just below his chin. His hair is spiky behind Sasuke's clothes, consisted of the traditional clothes of the Uchiha clan, a blue shirt with short sleeves and long collar, Uchiha clan symbol on the back, Hinata. Hyuga Hinata, I love Menma, brother and friends. I hate scum who don't know where they belong, Hyuga said with enthusiasm. Hinata has dark blue hair and pale skin, just like all members of the Hyuga clan. She has Byakugan eyes the color of lavender. She wears a cream-colored fur jacket with a hood with a fire symbol on the back, right and left sleeve, dark blue pants and shinobi sandals. Ino, Yamanako Ino. I love family, taking care of flowers, friends, and Sasuke-kun. The goal is to become a worthy wife and head of the Yamanako clan, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail with long bangs. She has green, blue in the anime eyes. Ino wears a purple top and a skirt of the same color. On her waist and legs, bandages are tightened. Sakura. Haruno Sakura. I love ice cream, walking, parents, friends, and Sasuke-kun. The goal is to become stronger than Tsunade Senju. Sakura has soft pink hair, large green eyes, and fair skin. Sakura wears a red dress with thigh-high slits on the sides, three-quarter and no sleeves, variation, green shorts. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. I like to train and walk with Izumi, especially emphasizing the last word and looking at the evil Uchiha. I don't like arrogant individuals. At this moment, Sasuke could not stand it and shouted, Sasuke, the demon is in. He ignored the Uchiha and continued. Naruto. The goal is to bring down the arrogant ones on the first desk from heaven. Menma. Scum, keep quiet. Hinata. How dare you, the wild one, talk like that about the three great heirs? Naruto. So what? Are you complaining to your dads? This is the only way Sasuke knows how to solve his problems. Unlike you, Minato-sama, Hiyashi-sama and Fugaku-sama are great people, and you are just spoiled children. Iruka. So, silence in the audience. Menma and Sasuke. Come after class if you're not afraid. We'll find out everything there. Sasuke. Amaze my property, and today you will pay for the fact that she smiles only at you. Naruto. Why wait? Iruka-sensei, can we spar against these turkeys? Iruka didn't want to start a sparring match, but after thinking about it, he decided that it would be better for him to control their fight than for them to control it themselves. Iruka. Okay, let's go to the yard. There won't be any classes today anyway. Chapter 6, Sparring. Walking out into the courtyard of Naruto Academy, Menma and Sasuke stood opposite each other. Naruto understood that he couldn't beat them too much, as this could harm Izumi. And the Hokage won't be particularly pleased. But he understood that if they provoked him, he might not be able to restrain himself. The students stood nearby to see how it all ended. The girls who liked Menma and Sasuke began to insult the young Uzumaki. Iruka gave the command to get ready and began to explain the rules of sparring. Iruka, if I see that one of you cannot continue the fight, then I will stop him. You can't kill. Get ready. Menma, ready to get a demon, Menma said pathetically. Sasuke, I'll beat you and then Izumi will be mine. Naruto, we'll see. Iruka, let's start. Naruto. Sasuke, Itachi was right. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, shut up, you little... With such screams, Sasuke ran towards Naruto. Sasuke raised his right hand to strike, but Naruto dodged and immediately counterattacked with a knee to the gut. Naruto's blow reached the target, and Sasuke bent over, just as Naruto wanted to finish off the Uchiha with an uppercut. Menma tried to pierce Naruto's shoulder with a kunai, thereby leaving no choice but to move away from the Uchiha. Sasuke ran back to his friend, and they began to make seals. Sasuke, Kaiten, phoenix flowers. Menma, futon, air bullets. Naruto had no trouble dodging the techniques while remembering the air bullets seals. With a sharp jerk, Naruto hit Menma in the stomach, thereby forcing Sasuke to help his comrade. Naruto didn't waste any time, jumping back and making the seals. Naruto, katon, fire bullets. 9 very small fireballs flew out of Naruto's mouth at high speed. Menma and Sasuke barely dodged, but one bullet hit Sasuke's palm. Naruto hoped so, since Sasuke's katan with Menma's futon combination could be a big problem. However, now Sasuke could not make seals or fight with his hand at all. Naruto moved behind Menma and punched him in the solar plexus. Menma lost consciousness, and Sasuke alone could not do anything against the Uzumaki. Naruto began making seals. Naruto, katan, phoenix flowers. The shurikens hit Sasuke's arms and legs. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Sasuke couldn't continue the fight. Iruka took the floor. Iruka. Winner Uzumaki Naruto. That's all for today. I'm waiting for you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in room 4. Having picked up Menma and Sasuke, Iruka ran to the hospital. Naruto was extremely pleased. The entire Air fan club started shouting something towards Naruto, but Naruto didn't even hear them. Naruto, I'm home! Izumi came out shouting. Izumi. Hello, Naru. How was the first day? Naruto. Quite fun. At first there was a boring speech from our teacher. Then we started getting to know the class. After Sasuke and Menma began to insult me, I endured it. But when Sasuke began to insult you, I could not restrain myself. Izumi. And what happened next? I hope it's nothing serious? Naruto. I don't think it's particularly serious these arrogant turkeys offered to meet after classes to fight. I understood that if they came together, then I could not restrain myself and seriously harm them, so I suggested an alternative. Sparring under the supervision of the sensei. Izumi. What did he say about me that he was able to get you out? Naruto. That you belong only to him. That you are his property since he is the prince of the Uchiha clan and you belong to this clan. He is not an heir, but a mentally unstable person. Izumi. Hush, Naru. Thank you for standing up. I hope you don't have problems because of this. Naruto. Don't worry. Even if there are problems, I will solve them. Izumi just smiled warmly at this and called Naruto to dinner. Konoha Hospital. Evening. 2 people entered the patient's room, one blonde with a crew cut, the second brunette, the head of the Konoha police. Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. They were scared when they found out that their child was in the hospital. Fugaku began the dialogue. Fugaku. Sasuke, what happened? Who treated you like that? Sasuke. It was a damn demon. Damn non-entity. Minato. Tell me more. Menma. When we introduced ourselves in class, he said that we were arrogant turkeys who had no right to call ourselves heirs. Menma decided to lie so that father would punish him. Minato. What? How dare he? Fugaku. Minato. I'll talk to him myself. Minato. Okay, I trust you. Minato took Menma and left, and Fugaku and Sasuke slowly walked to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke. Father, we must punish this demon. Fugaku. First, I will talk to him and look through his memory. If you did not lie, then he will be punished to the fullest extent. However, if his words turn out to be true, then, Fugaku looked at Sasuke with a burning sharingan, you will be seriously punished. Sasuke sighed nervously. Sasuke. Father, what if I told the truth but Menma lied? What would happen? Fugaku. If you were in any way involved in this, then you will also receive punishment. Chapter 7. Conversation. Approaching Izumi and Naruto's house, Sasuke began to get more and more nervous. He knew that his father would punish him seriously. He remembered his first and last punishment for being late for a family dinner, 2 years ago. Sasuke and Menma decided to walk around Konoha. Menma warned what would happen later, but Sasuke decided not to warn. Walking until late at night, Sasuke went home. Entering the house, he was met by the evil Fugaku. Fugaku. Sasuke. Try to explain why you were late for family dinner. Sasuke. Father, what's wrong with this? Menma and I decided to take a walk a little longer. Fugaku. You know that there will be a punishment for skipping dinner without a reason, right? Sasuke. What punishment? I didn't do anything. Fugaku. The rules are the same for everyone. Let's go to the room. There I will tell you about the punishment. Walking into the room, Fugaku took out a chakra-conducting belt, and Sasuke immediately realized that he was in trouble. After 5 hits with fire chakra, Sasuke could not sit for 2 weeks. Our time? Fugaku knocked on the door of the house, and Naruto and Izumi opened the door for him. Izumi immediately changed her mood, from cheerful to serious. Sasuke had a brick face, but in his soul he prayed to all the gods. Naruto was the first to break the silence. Naruto. Good afternoon, Fugaku-san, Naruto said with respect. Sasuke. Naruto continued with coldness. Fugaku. Naruto, we need to talk to you, Izumi. You can come out for a while. Izumi. Okay, Fugaku-san. Having said this, Izumi left, praying to all the gods that nothing would happen to Naruto. Fugaku. Sasuke, tell me what happened today at the academy. Sasuke decided to go all the way through lies. Maybe he would get lucky. Sasuke. Menma, Hinata, and I were sitting when it was our turn to introduce ourselves. Menma said that he loves family and the goal of becoming Hokage. Me and Hinata said that we want to become heads of clans and love our parents. When it was this demon's turn, Fugaku. Sasuke, don't insult people without reason. Sasuke. Okay, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. So, it was his turn, and he said that he hates upstarts like us, and said that what children and parents are like. Fugaku, Naruto, is this true? Naruto, partly Fugaku-sama. Fugaku, in what sense? Naruto. As Sasuke said that he loves his parents and dreams of becoming the head of the clan, it's true, but Sasuke didn't say a lot. Fugaku, and what didn't you say? Sasuke began to panic, which was not hidden from Fugaku. Naruto. That Sasuke, that Hinata and Menma said that they hated me and insulted me. I endured this when this heir, showed quotes with his fingers, said that Izumi belongs to him since he is the future head. I wanted to nail him right in class. But after thinking about it, I decided to take Sasuke and his gang to a sparring match. Fugaku, what kind of sparring? Sasuke, you don't want to say anything. Sasuke was silent, not knowing what to answer. But the red-haired man interrupted the silence. Naruto. Fugaku-san, can we continue? Fugaku, continue. Naruto. When I introduced myself, I said that these three heirs are not worthy to be them because their arrogance spoils their strong qualities. I never said anything bad towards you, Minato-san or Hiyashi-san. Fugaku. Let me check your memories. I can't trust simple words. Naruto. Okay. After these words, Fugaku put Naruto in genjutsu and saw confirmation of Naruto's words. Coming out of the subconscious, Fugaku quickly said goodbye to Naruto, took Sasuke and left towards the Hokage's house. Izumi, entering the room and seeing Naruto smiling, clearly relaxed and began asking about the conversation. Hearing the dialogue, she and Naruto laughed and began cleaning the house. Fugaku called Minato, and Menma began to wait for them to come out. Kushina wondered what happened that Fugaku called her husband and son. She insisted that she would go with them. No one could argue with the evil Kushina. Having told Kushina what Menma and Sasuke told him, Kushina was about to beat Naruto. But Fugaku surprised Minato and Kushina by saying that the children lied. He told what really happened there. Minato and Kushina glanced angrily at the children. They turned pale and forgot about their arrogance and the status of heirs. Having driven them home, Fugaku, knowing whose son Naruto was, raised this topic. Fugaku, Minato, Kushina. When I saw Naruto's memories, I was horrified. Kushina. What? What are you talking about? Kushina doesn't know about Naruto's missing eye. Fugaku. Kushina, do you know about Naruto's eye? Kushina. No, what's wrong with him? Fugaku. Sighing, he began the story. 3 years ago on his birthday, he was attacked by several drunken Junin. As a result, his right eye was pierced with a kunai. According to Izumi, he was not accepted at the hospital, and she brought him to our clan. The operation lasted 7 hours. The eye was removed from the socket to relieve the pain. Minato. But I saw him today in front of the academy. All his eyes were intact. Fugaku. It was an eye transformation technique. Looking through his memories, I realized that he was calmly holding back the power of the Kyuubi. You made a mistake by throwing it away. Kushina began to cry. Minato stared blankly into space. Fugaku silently left the residence and went home. Night of the same day. Naruto went to bed when he heard, "Her boy come to me." Chapter 8. The Deal. After these words, I fell asleep and woke up in that strange sewer. I was here 3 years ago. There is a long river of water on the floor. It's strange why I'm standing on this water because I'm not putting chakra into my feet. Damp pipes with water dripping onto the floor. It looks a lot like a punishment cell in an asylum. I wonder why I didn't see this last time. Walking forward, I came out to that very hall with the golden gate and the fox. Why did the fox need me? Wants to ask to remove the seal and go free? Approaching the gate, the fox called me. Kyuubi. Well, hello, kid. Naruto. Hello, why did you call? I answered coldly. Kyuubi. Last time you left without letting me finish. The fox said with a grin. For 3 years, I called you boy to finish the dialogue. Naruto. 3 years, but why? Kyuubi. I want to offer you a deal. I will help you in extremely dangerous situations for you, but in invention, you will release me in 13 years and change your appearance. I'm tired of the pipes. Naruto. Why, after 13 years, I'll die if I let you out. I also want to live longer. Kyuubi. There is a scroll with the safe extraction of the Biju from the Jinchuriki, but it will be extremely hard to find it. The last time he was at the ruins of the village of Hidden Whirls. In 13 years, your body will be ready to be removed. Naruto. The offer is tempting, but besides this, I want to add a couple of points from myself. You will tell the truth who my parents are. According to what I heard, they were in the detachment that restrained you. Minato forged Naruto's birth documents. You will not attack me and Izumi Uchiha after extraction. Will you say your name? Kyuubi. First point, I will tell you when you become a genin. About the second point, I need to think for I hate teachers. About the name, I will only call him worthy. Naruto. Okay, how can I get to you next time to hear your answer? Kyuubi. I will call you myself. In the meantime, you can now change this place, preferably in the forest. Naruto. How to do this? Naruto agreed to increase the chances by 2 and 3 points. Kyuubi. Just imagine it. As soon as the fox finished his sentence, I closed my eyes and imagined a huge forest with a small waterfall. Instead of water, grass appeared from which a dozen trees grew. Rocks began to rise from the ground, forming a waterfall. Judging by the fox's reaction, he was pleased. I started to disappear again. Waking up in the morning, I did my exercises, had breakfast with my little sister Izumi, and walked to the academy at a leisurely pace. It was boring at the academy itself because I studied this a year ago, but I pretended to listen to everything. Menma and Sasuke were arrogant as always, but I don't care about them. I don't even mind feeding the fox to Menma to appease him, but then I'm unlikely to be able to do anything against the Hokage. In a week, I again found myself in the subconscious. The fox was lying under a tree. Naruto. Hey, have you thought about the offer? Kyubi. Yes, I agree. My name is Kurama. Remember him, little man. I will not name him a second time. I will not touch your girlfriend unless she attacks me herself. Naruto. I see, Kurama-san. I'll go. See you. Kurama. Bye, Uzumaki Naruto. We'll see you in 5 years. Route Anbu headquarters. The gloomy underground base of the dark Anbu of Konoha. Their leader was Shimura Danzo. Danzo is dressed like this. A white shirt is thrown over the top, which is attached to the belt with a thin ribbon tied in front. They have long sleeves and hang from the wrist like a robe. He sat in his office and thought about how to gain more power in Konoha than Minato. He never called him fourth Hokage. He knew about the power of the Uchiha clan's eyes, but Minato and the head of the Uchiha clan were too good friends, so capturing the Uchiha clan's eyes could end badly for him. The plan with the Jinchuriki also failed. After the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, 4 Root Anbu stand in the office and await orders from their leader. Sitting at the table is Shimura Danzo, Darkness of Konoha. He makes a plan on how to get himself the 9-tailed demon fox to seize power. Danzo, your task is to spread information about the Jinchuriki throughout Konoha. The residents must drive the guy to despair. Anbu, there's Danzo-sama, they said in unison. Danzo, execute. He was angry because he had no plan for such an eventuality. Now it will be twice as difficult to kidnap a Jinchuriki. The law prohibits training in ANBU and moving to the Uchiha clan. Hokage residence. In the office, at the table sat Yellow Lightning of Konoha and Bloody Habanera. All week they realized what they had done. They tried to understand why they left him, but found no answers. They wanted to return him to his family. Each of them had their own motives. If Kushina began to realize her mistake, then Minato wanted to improve his weapon and bind it to Konoha. Minato spoke. Minato, I think we should tell him the whole truth as soon as he receives the rank of Chunin. Kushina, yes, I agree. However, Minato's plan had a problem named Chapter 9, The End of the Academy. However, Minato's plan had a problem named Izumi. According to Fugaku, Naruto has become very attached to her and is unlikely to leave her. The solution came quite quickly, namely frequent and long missions outside the village. But this plan also had its own problem. She is a Chunin, which means she cannot carry out missions higher than B rank. In rank missions are missions inside the Fire Country. He put the question off until the Chunin exam. Time skip. 5 years have passed. Naruto has grown a lot. A lot happened during this time. He realized that Izumi was more than a little sister to him. This happened a year ago when Izumi was on a rank A mission. That night Naruto was in the hospital with Izumi all the time. He did not sleep all night worrying about Izumi. The doctors tried to kick Naruto out of the room so that he would not interfere with the victim's rest, but Naruto was more persistent. In the morning when Izumi woke up, Naruto hugged Izumi tightly with joy and did not notice his tears of joy. In this position he fell asleep. Izumi became a family for Naruto, just as Naruto became a family for Izumi. External. There wasn't much change in Naruto, still the same blood-red hair with a hedgehog hairstyle, pumped-up body. Naruto's character did not change. He still despised the arrogant. Over the course of 5 years, Naruto's arsenal of techniques was replenished with 2 fire techniques, Katon Fire Dragon, Katon Geyser of Fire, and 4 Futon techniques, Futon Air Bullets, Futon Breakthrough, Futon Wind Blade. Futon Repulsion creates a sphere of wind around Naruto and repels attacks from uncovered chakra weapons or normal attacks, and developed his techniques to the maximum allowed. Izumi became 16 years old. Izumi's hair reached her hip, beautiful brown eyes. She mostly wears a Junan uniform, but at home she wears a purple dress and dark shorts. At the age of 14, Menma and Sasuke did not change their character at all. They became a little stronger because they were trained by Fugaku and Minato, but none of them were equal to Naruto, who worked like hell. There was still no new news from Itachi. Izumi gave Naruto a 13th birthday present in the form of a black and white katana. Naruto also told about the meeting with the fox and the deal. Academy graduation day. Waking up in the morning, Naruto did exercises, water procedures, and had breakfast with Izumi. After saying goodbye, Naruto noticed Izumi's sly smile. That smile means a lot. Naruto knows that from experience. At the academy, Naruto never made friends with anyone. Everyone considered him a demon. Arriving at the academy, Naruto took his desk and waited for the teacher. When Iruka arrived, he began to say, "Iruka, good morning. Today is your last day at the academy. Today's exam will have 3 stages. Stage 1, test. You must answer at least 75% of the questions out of 100 questions. Stage 2 is throwing shuriken, kunai, and cloning techniques. Stage 3, the most powerful technique in the arsenal. Good luck and don't write it off." The test was relatively easy. I knew the answers, but I didn't want to stand out, so I wrote a little at a time. I was surprisingly the first to finish, although everyone wrote many times faster than me. Having handed in the work, I went to the training ground where the second stage will take place. After 20 minutes, others joined in. While Iruka was checking the papers, the second teacher, Mizuki, was assessing our second stage. Mizuki, so, now everyone I name comes up, takes 10 kunai, 10 shuriken, and throws them at target number 5. Passable score 7 out of 10, 2 clones. First Menma Namikaze, 9 tenths. 8 tenths, 5 clones. Uchiha Kira, 8 tenths. 8 tenths. 2 clones. Uchiha Aya, 7 tenths. 8 tenths. 2 clones. Uchiha Kin, 8/10. 9 tenths. 3 clones. Uchiha Sasuke, 9 tenths. 10 tenths, 3 clones. Hyuga Hinata, 9/10. 9 tenths. 2 clones. Haruno Sakura, 7 tenths. 7 tenths. 2 clones. Yamanako Ino, 7/10. 7 tenths. 2 clones. Hatake Miya, 9/10. 9 tenths. 4 clones. Uchiha Rei, 9/10. 8 tenths. 2 clones. Nara Shikamaru, 8/10. 8 tenths. 2 clones. And Akimichi Choji, 7/10. 7 tenths. 2 clones. Aburame Shino, 7/10. 7 tenths. 4 clones. Hyuga Mirako, 8/10. 7 tenths. 3 clones. Uzumaki Karin, 7/10. 7 tenths. 9 clones. Inuzuka Kiba, 7 tenths. 9 tenths. 3 clones of Inuzuka Saika, 8/10. 8 tenths. 3 clones. Hyuga Latana, 7/10. 8 tenths. 3 clones. Uzumaki Naruto, 10 tenths. 10 tenths. 15 clones. After that, everyone began to show off their strongest technique. The clan children mainly showed their clan's techniques. I didn't really look at the techniques of other students. I concentrated my chakra to make Kaiten Fireball enhanced by Futon Breakthrough. And so they call me, I start making seals, releasing a ball of fire measuring 4x4 meters. I quickly fold the futon, breakthrough seals, and the ball grows up to 10 meters in width and height. Judging by the teacher's reaction, they are clearly in shock. Walking back into the office, we sat down, and they began to announce the test results to us. Menma Namikaze, 97%, Uchiha Kira, 84%, Uchiha Aya, 83%, Uchiha Kin, 80%, Uchiha Sasuke, 98%, Hyuga Hinata, 96%, Haruno Sakura, 96%, Yamanako Ino, 89%, Hatake Miya, 96%, Uchiha Rei, 91%, Nara Shikamaru, 100%, Akimichi Choji, 76%, Aburame Shino, 92%, Hyuga Mirako, 85%, Uzumaki Karin, 81%, Inuzuka Kiba, 75%, Inuzuka Saika, 77%, Hyuga Latana, 90%, Uzumaki Naruto, 100%. Iruka. Everything passed, congratulations, now we will announce the teams. Team No. 1, Uchiha Kira, Uchiha Aya, Uchiha Kin, Sensei, Uchiha Lia. Team No. 2, Menma Namikaze, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Sensei, Kushina Namikaze. Team No. 3, Hatake Miya, Hyuga Mirako, Hyuga Latana, Sensei, Hatake Kakashi. Team No. 4, Inuzuka Kiba, Inuzuka Saika, Aburame Shino, Sensei, Yuhi Kurenai. Team No. 5, Yamanako Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Sensei, Sarutobi Asuma. Team No. 6, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Rei, Uzumaki Karin, Sensei Hyuga Hizashi. Team No. 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Sensei Uchiha Izumi. Everyone was surprised, as was I, however. Now I understood that sly smile. While I was coming to my senses, Sasuke started yelling, "Sasuke, this demon is not worthy of such a teacher." I decided not to answer anything, because I didn't want to spoil my mood. I prayed that Izumi would come faster, and I didn't hear this Uchiha. My prayers were answered. Izumi arrived 2 minutes after that. I quickly left the class with Izumi. We smiled together. Chapter 10, Parents. After the distribution, we went to training, during which we were joined by team number 1, which includes 3 Uchihas, Kira, Aya, Kin, and their sensei Uchiha Leah. If everyone in the class despised me, then these 3 were simply actively ignored. Izumi and Leah decided to spar. Aya versus Kira, Kin versus Izumi, and Leah versus me. Aya and Kira didn't show anything interesting, the usual taijutsu and fireball. According to Izumi, clan-style training occurs after the awakening of the sharingan. Kin also didn't awaken his sharingan and couldn't defeat Izumi. She hardly could have, even I can't defeat her, although he held up well. And now it was my turn to fight. Izumi asked me not to hold back my strength, otherwise I could lose in less than a minute. This alarmed me. We stood opposite each other and began to wait for the command. Izumi, let's start. After these words, I immediately created a clone and ran into taijutsu. An attempt at a right hook was counterattacked with an elbow to the chest. It really is better not to underestimate it. It was unpleasant. The clone folded the seals and fired about 19 fire bullets at Leah, and I folded the seals and shouted, Naruto, Kaiten, geyser of fire. As I expected, she dodged the clone's attack, but the geyser still hit her a little. Without wasting time, I attacked with a clone in close combat. The effect of surprise did not last long as the 3 Tomoya Sharingan burned in her eyes. Quick and accurate blows reached me. I can barely stand on my feet, and then I see Leah running towards me, and before the blow itself I managed to use Naruto, futon, pushback. However, this was not hidden from the Sharingan. Leah jumped back and threw phoenix flowers in my direction. The last thing I felt was a powerful blow to the head and Izumi's scream. Subconscious? And so, here I am again. I haven't been here for 5 years. Without wasting time, I immediately went to Kurama to find out the truth about my parents. Kurama was sleeping peacefully under a tree. I don't want to wake him up, but I have to. Approaching him, I began to call him. To his surprise, he woke up immediately. Kurama, why do you need change? Naruto, the time has come to fulfill the terms of our agreement, or rather, 1 point. Kurama, okay, listen carefully. Your parents are Minato Namikaze and Kushina Namikaze. Naruto sat in prostration. The look was cold, dead. Naruto, why? Naruto asked quietly. Why did he leave me? Why? Naruto asked, switching to scream. But there was no answer to these questions. Naruto was hysterical. However, Naruto became interested in something else. Naruto, Kurama, what happened that night? Naruto whispered quietly, but Kurama heard him. Kurama, that day I was pulled out of your mother by a man with a sharingan. He subdued me and forced me to destroy Konoha. When his control disappeared, I became enraged and began to unknowingly destroy the village further. After the 3rd Hokage sealed me into you, Minato and Kushina were afraid for themselves in Menma. That's why they took you to the shelter. Naruto, I see, Naruto said deadly. Thank you, Kurama, I'll go, I need to be alone. Meanwhile, Izumi. After Naruto fell unconscious, his eye's disguise disappeared. Leah, afraid that she had destroyed her eye, began to shake. I ran up to Naruto and created a clone so that he would take Naruto home. Fortunately, it was not far. I called Leah back to talk about this. Izumi, Leah, let's move away. Leah silently walked with me. Leah, what the hell is it? Leah asked through tears and fear. Izumi, calm down. You didn't destroy his eye. It was destroyed 8 years ago, Izumi said sadly. But you clearly overdid it. Leah, 8 years ago? Oh my god, but he had 2 eyes. Izumi, henge on the eye, I'll go, we need to treat him. Leah, bye. Izumi, bye. Arriving home, she saw Naruto's depressed and dead look. Izumi was seriously scared and ran up to Naruto and began to find out what happened while he was unconscious. Izumi, Naruto, what happened? Naruto, Izumi, we need to talk. Izumi, okay. Naruto, I found out who my parents are. This is Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Izumi, what? Naruto, why? Naruto said, giving vent to his emotions. Why did they leave me? Izumi, I don't know, Naru, I don't know, Izumi said, crying. It was painful for Izumi to look at Naruto. Involuntarily, she also began to cry when suddenly she heard very quietly, Naruto. Izumi, please don't leave me, Naruto said in a whisper through his tears. Izumi, don't be afraid, Naru, I won't leave you. Having finished, she hugged Naruto tightly and felt something warm inside her. Hokage's office? Minato. Cat! An Anbu appeared in front of Minato. Your mission is to find Momochi Zabuza and hand over the scroll. If he attacks, kill him or try to run away. Cat. There is Hokage-sama. Minato's thoughts. It's okay, Naruto. You'll soon become the perfect weapon. Chapter 11, Team Rescue Mission #2. Days and weeks passed. Naruto and Izumi completed D rank and C rank missions. Minato decided to begin executing his plan and called Team Num 2 and gave a mission to escort the architect to the Land of Waves. During the day, a letter arrives from Kushina asking for reinforcements. The reason for calling for reinforcements was an attack by Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Everything went according to Minato's plan. Momochi Zabuza was walking along a forest path when suddenly an ANBU with a cat mask appeared in front of him. Zabuza prepared to fight, but the ANBU said, "Cat, Momochi Zabuza, I came on a mission from the Hokage to give you a scroll." Zabuza, "Hokage, you say? Well, give me the scroll." The cat took out a scroll and handed it to the swordsman. Zabuza began to read the message. Minato, Zabuza Momochi, I order a mission from you to kill Izumi Uchiha. Payment 100,000 ryo. Nuances. I will give the Genin team an escort mission. Your task is to attack them and seriously injure them, but not kill anyone. I will send 2 people as reinforcements. Your task is to kill Uchiha Izumi in a cruel way in front of her student. The student should not be harmed physically. The previous team should not suffer. Start of implementation in 3 months. Having finished reading the scroll, Zabuza was glad to receive such a reward, so he agreed without hesitation and handed it over to the ANBU. Zabuza, I agree. Give this to your Hokage. The moment and the cat evaporated in the shunshin. Minato began to act angry and for effect broke the table in his office, calling the ANBU and ordered Team 7 to be called to his office. During this time, Izumi taught Naruto how to channel the element of fire through weapons in order to have an advantage. This training was very difficult because the fire chakra itself is chaotic. Naruto thought for a long time and decided to first improve his control of the element of fire. And then an ANBU appears in front of Izumi and notifies her of a call to the Hokage. Arriving at the office, they saw the Hokage angry as hell. Izumi took the floor. Izumi, have you called Hokage-sama? Minato, Team number 7, your task is to help Team number 2. They were attacked by one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Throwing the scroll with the mission, the Hokage almost shouted. Naruto Izumi, there is Hokage-sama, they answered coldly. Quickly gathering, Naruto and Izumi moved towards the village of mist. At this time, one man was rejoicing that his plan was about to come true. Minato has become even worse over these 5 years. He no longer loved either Kushina or Menma. Power is important to him now, and for this, he needs an obedient fox. Fugaku noticed this a long time ago and thought about how to help Kushina and Naruto. Menma was a copy of his father. Fugaku wanted to transplant the Jinchuriki with the sharingan in order to accept him into the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha Council did not appreciate the idea. After 4 hours, Team Num 7 caught up with Team Num 2. Everyone except Kushina and Sasuke were unhappy with such help, because in their opinion, they were stronger than the demon, and Sasuke simply could not say anything. The discontent was quickly dispersed by Kushina, who moved away from the victim. Naruto asked, Naruto, what happened on the mission? Naruto asked coldly, as Izumi told him. On missions you need to be focused and turn off unnecessary emotions. They can cost your life. Kushina. After we moved about 5 kilometers away from Konoha, an ambush awaited us in the form of demonic brothers. Hinata spotted them, and we immediately knocked them out. As soon as they woke up, I interrogated them and found out that they were hired by Gato to eliminate the architect. We decided to continue on our way after a not very pleasant conversation. As soon as we crossed the river, we were attacked by the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. We defeated him with difficulty, but Sasuke suffered greatly. The sword left a significant cut in the chest area. Izumi. I see, then Naruto, create clones. They will carry Sasuke. It's dangerous to stay here. We'll leave in 5 minutes. Naruto, there is Izumi-sensei. Kushina, I completely agree. I will assemble a team. Having created 4 clones, they went to Sasuke, although he was against it, but understood that there was no other choice. Team number 2, Team Num 7, and the architect gathered. All the way, Menma and Hinata tried to somehow offend Naruto. After 2 hours, they came to the house of the architect Tazuna. A girl of about 23, 26 years old opened the door for them. Naruto's clones laid the patient down and dispersed. Tsunami, that was the name of the girl who opened the door, said, Tsunami. Unfortunately, we don't have enough free places for everyone, so I apologize, but the 2 of us will have to find another place to stay for the night. Menma and Hinata, with their characters, immediately decided to stay, and at Naruto's insistence, Kushina stayed as a medic. She will monitor Sasuke's condition. Of course, there were 2 more reasons. This is Izumi, and he did not want to stay with Kushina because the wounds of the words that she abandoned him stuck too much in his heart. Due to the fact that it was raining, Kushina handed over the scroll with the sealed tent. Another scroll was damaged. Because of this, only 1 scroll remained. Leaving the house, Naruto and Izumi walked towards the forest. Having reached the place, they found a clearing. Taking out a scroll, Izumi unsealed the tent. It was a double tent. Naruto went into the forest to get a couple of rabbits, while Izumi stayed behind to build a fire. After eating, they went to practice. They started with warming up and ended with sparring in pure taijutsu, without sharingan. Naruto ended up losing again, although he held his own well. After catching a couple of fish for dinner, they went to the mini-camp. After dinner, Naruto said, "Naruto, Izumi, since there is only one tent, I'll go and sleep on a branch," Red-haired said, embarrassed. Izumi, "Well, no, it's a two-seater, so welcome to the tent," Izumi said cheerfully and winked. This made Naruto even more embarrassed, but he didn't refuse, because he knew either he would agree or Izumi would do it for him. Izumi fell asleep quickly, and Naruto lay there thinking, unable to sleep. Suddenly, Izumi hugged him in her sleep. Naruto, without understanding anything, did the same and fell asleep. Chapter 12. Awakening. In the morning, Izumi was the first to wake up. When she tried to get up, she noticed that she was in the arms of Red-haired. To say she was shocked is putting it mildly. Izumi, blushing with embarrassment, got out of Naruto's embrace and began to wake him up. Naruto's awakening was not a pleasant one. As soon as he opened his eyes, Izumi began her interrogation about the night's situation. "Izumi," Naruto began to say with anger and embarrassment, "what happened at night?" "Naruto, what are you talking about?" Naruto asked the question with obvious surprise. "Izumi, why did I wake up in your arms?" Izumi said angrily. Naruto, "I don't know." And I became red with embarrassment. I only remember that I couldn't sleep for a long time and felt you hug me. After that, I immediately fell asleep. Hearing this, Izumi blushed and said, "Izumi, then we'll talk about this. But now get ready. Let's go to training, then to the bridge. We'll help complete it with the help of clones. Time to get ready is 10 minutes. Any questions?" Izumi said more calmly. "Naruto, no questions," Naruto said in a sleepy voice. 10 minutes later, Izumi and Naruto began training with Katon chakra control. Izumi began to tell all the theory she knew. Unlike the academy where Naruto couldn't stand boring theory lectures, he adored Izumi's lessons. There was never a dull moment with them. According to the theory, Naruto realized that Katon is not suitable for enhancing weapons. Futon is ideal, but no one will teach him this. So all that was left was Kato. What if... Naruto. Little sister, what if you condense the fire chakra as much as possible and try to strengthen the kunai? Because in essence it's like phoenix flowers, only for a longer time. Naruto asked with a serious face. "Izumi, you can try Naru," Izumi said with a smile and continued seriously, "but be very careful." Naruto, okay. 2 hours passed. During this time, Naruto was able to conduct a very small layer of Katona chakra, which lasted for about 2 minutes. The reason for this was the too chaotic Kato chakra, which is very difficult to keep in a compacted form. Izumi was still amazed at Red-hair's genius. It's time to go to the bridge to protect the carpenter to replace Team Num 2. Naruto created 20 clones and sent them to help the builders, and the original began to closely monitor everything. So a week passed. Naruto could channel Katona chakra through his katana for 15 minutes. The power properties of the katana have increased greatly. The katana cut cobblestones, trees, and metal without any problems. There were no more nighttime situations with Izumi, as both Naruto and Izumi were very tired. Day of Zabuza's attack. Another morning greeted Naruto and Izumi. When they woke up, they did exercises and Izumi gave a task for Naruto. "Izumi, Naruto, go to Tazuna-san's house and tell Kushina that today we will be on the bridge all day," Izumi said sleepily. Although the exercises cheered her up, she still wanted to sleep. "Naruto, there is Izumi-sensei," Naruto said with a smile. Izumi went toward the bridge, and Naruto rushed toward the architect's house. Arriving at the house, he heard the cry of a wounded Uchiha. Entering the house, he saw Uchiha and Tsunami lying unconscious and a little boy who was being attacked by bandits. The two kidnappers wanted to kill a boy of about 6 years old. He immediately remembered himself and how he was beaten. Naruto pulled out a kunai and plunged it into the neck of one bandit. The second one saw this and was confused, and Naruto took advantage of this and delivered an accurate blow to the neck, causing the second one to lose consciousness. Having created 2 clones so that they would bring Sasuke and Tsunami to consciousness, and the original approached the boy. "Naruto, how are you? They didn't have time to hurt you?" Naruto asked with obvious concern. "Inari, no," the guy answered coldly. "Naruto, what's your name?" Red-haired said friendly. Inari, "It doesn't matter, leave me alone," Inari said with anger. At that moment, Tsunami and Sasuke came to their senses. Inari ran to his mother, and Naruto approached Sasuke. "Naruto, how are you?" Naruto said without emotion. "Sasuke, it could be better," Sasuke said quietly. Naruto. Sasuke, guard the house! I'm on the bridge! Naruto said seriously with steel in his voice and quietly added, before it's too late. Naruto was no fool, and he realized that it was very hot on the bridge right now. POW Izumi. I ran to the bridge to complete the mission and return to Konoha. Running up to the bridge, I saw dense fog. Having activated the sharingan, I was convinced that this was a technique. I could barely see anything in this fog. Running across the bridge, I heard the clanging of metal. The battle was in full swing. Running up to Kushina, I noticed that the swordsman looked at me strangely, but I didn't care much. Kushina spoke sharply. Kushina. Izumi, cover. We need to help Menma and Hinata, she said with a pleading look. Before I had time to answer, she ran towards another battle. Zabuza and I faced each other in battle. At first it was hard to dodge the sword, but over time I was able to counterattack, but not a single attack harmed Zabuza. Jumping back, he made a series of seals and shouted, Zabuza, Sutan, Dance of the Water Dragons. I quickly used Izumi, Katan, Fire Dragon, putting all the chakra into it. The technicians destroyed each other. After that, I could not continue the fight due to chakra depletion. Zabuza appeared behind me and hit me with the blunt side of his sword. Having flown away, I saw that he began to approach me to finish me off. When I tried to stand up, severe pain pierced my body. As he approached, he spoke. Zabuza, and you're not bad. No one could reflect the technique of dancing water dragons. What a pity to kill you, but an order is an order, Zabuza said with a mockery. Izumi. Order? And who ordered me, if it's not a secret? I asked, delaying time. Zabuza. Dead people don't need to know, he said seriously, but continued with the same mockery. But it's okay. You'll take this secret to your grave. The customer's name is Minato Namikaze. To say that I was crazy is to say nothing. Now it's clear why Kushina ran away from the battlefield. And so, he comes right up to you, slowly raises his sword, clearly enjoying it. I closed my eyes. A second, 2, 3. But nothing happens. Then I feel something drop on my face. Opening my eyes, I tremble. Blood dripped onto me, Naruto's blood. He starts to fall, and with strength I catch him. The sword pierced right through his stomach. My eyes, they are burning. What is happening? End POV Izumi. Zabuza laughed and said, Zabuza. Ha 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 ha, minus odd. Without speaking, he was horrified with horror when he looked at Izumi. The Mangekyu Sharingan was burning in her eyes. Chapter 13, Team Bridge #7. Zabuza realized with horror that now it would be very bad. Those eyes scared even him. Everyone who was on the bridge felt this lust for murder from Izumi. She unknowingly used dark red flames. This is the highest stage of Amaterasu. This flame cannot be sealed like Amaterasu. Only the one who used the flame could extinguish it. Zabuza screamed in pain. His body burned to the bones, which also burned. Izumi herself was crying over Naruto's lying body. Then suddenly Naruto began to become covered in orange chakra. Naruto's subconscious. Once in the subconscious, I saw that everything began to get dark. Apparently this is death. Kurama yells wild obscenities at me. It's funny. After he finished, I reminded him of the terms of the contract. Orange chakra flowed from Kurama's cell. Kurama said that she would cure. There was no point in doubting his words, so I accepted it. I felt strong and noticed that my wound was beginning to heal. Real time? Opening my eyes, I saw a senbon flying at Izumi. Without thinking for a long time, I quickly threw her onto the bridge. Izumi was clearly in shock because a second ago, Naruto's body showed no signs of life. Taking out a katana and strengthening it with fire chakra, I attacked the one who threw the senbon. His element of ice didn't help him because Kurama's chakra was very hot and melted all the ice. Quickly approaching, I pierced the shoulder with a katana. Because of the mask, it was not clear who my opponent was. Long hair like a girl's, but the voice was more like that of a boy. After I pierced the shoulder, without stopping the supply of katana chakra, I raised my hand with the sword up, thereby pulling out the sword and cutting right through the right shoulder. I didn't want to torture her, so I ended the fight with a second blow to the heart. Pulling out my sword, I walked towards Izumi. Approaching where Izumi was lying, I fell next to her. Izumi's POV. Naruto. Why did he do this? I can't hold back my tears. Not now. Suddenly, a scary orange chakra began to emerge from his body. A moment and Naruto pulls me into the bridge and a senbon flies over my head. Naruto stood up and ran in the direction from where the senbon was flying. I can't move to help him. A couple of minutes of silence and suddenly a scream is heard not far from me. A minute later, everything became quiet. Turning my head, I saw Naruto walking towards me. Approaching me, he fell next to me. Izumi. Thank you, Naru, I whispered and lost consciousness. N POV Izumi. Pao Kushina. Team 2 was losing to Zabuza's partner when suddenly Hinata yelled, Hinata. Zabuza will kill Izumi-sensei now, Hinata said sadly. She doesn't care about Izumi, but Sasuke will be very upset. They started to worry. The silence dragged on and everyone felt a thirst for death. Hinata. The demon saved Izumi, she said with a smile. This garbage died. His chakra disappeared. Menma. Ha! Weakling! Menma said arrogantly. Kushina stood in a stupor. She couldn't say anything until Hinata said about the dark flame on Zabuza. And then the fog cleared and a picture appeared to everyone. Izumi crying over Naruto's body. Hinata and Menma rejoiced at the death of their ally. Suddenly, our opponent took off and flew towards Izumi. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw orange chakra around Naruto. Naruto saved Izumi from a senbon flying at his head. We are all too wounded to help them. Naruto took out his katana and fired fire chakra at it. We all looked at this with our mouths open. No one had ever added fire chakra as a weapon enhancer. A couple of minutes of battle and he pierces his opponent's shoulder. We weren't able to do any damage and he hit her in the shoulder. He is clearly stronger than us. The Kyuubi's chakra has not yet given rise to a tail, which means he controls this power. Incredible. The second blow struck the heart. Menma and Hinata began to feel sick. He went to Izumi, removing the fox's chakra and falling. En Pao Kushina. The screams of the robbers were heard from the other end of the bridge. Menma, Hinata, and Kushina easily dealt with them, killing Gato. The locals who came took Naruto and Izumi and carried them to the city so that they could rest, and team number 2 remained to guard the bridge. After finishing the construction of the bridge, the local residents decided how. After finishing the construction of the bridge, the local residents decided what to name the bridge. Menma demanded in his honor since he is the son of the Hokage and protected him, but no one agreed. Tazuna suggested naming the bridge after those who killed Zabuza and his partner. Team Bridge number 7 inches. Everyone except Menma and Hinata agree, which infuriated them even more. Sasuke, after being wounded, began to realize that the influence of his parents in a real battle was useless. 2 days later, Team Num 2 went to Konoha, and Izumi and Naruto were still unconscious with chakra exhaustion. It may have been a little boring, but the next part will be special. The development of the plot will be based on it. Chapter 14. Itachi's True Face. Chapter 14. Itachi's True Face. A day after Team Num 2 left, Naruto came to his senses in the evening. Seeing Izumi lying next to him, he was glad that she was alive, because if he were a couple of seconds late, it was scary to imagine what would have happened next. Deciding not to disturb Izumi's rest, he slowly stood up and went outside. Although the wound had healed, his body still ached. Local residents immediately noticed him. The locals began to thank him for saving and getting rid of Zabuza and his partner, causing Naruto's complexion to become the same as his hair. Having quickly gotten rid of the residents and found a store, Naruto went in and bought eggs and tomatoes. Although the country was poor, the store had goods, since Gato's people had to eat something. Walking towards the house where he woke up, he met Tazuna and Tsunami. After talking for a while, Naruto continued on his way. Entering the house, he prepared dinner, ate, and returned to bed and began to care for Izumi. 2 days passed at this pace. Waking up, Izumi tried to get up, but chakra depletion made itself felt, and Izumi fell. Naruto came running to the noise, helped her up, and, oddly enough, began to scold her that she needed to be on bed rest, to which Izumi responded jokingly. Izumi, should I also go to the toilet in bed? And laughed loudly at Naruto's reddened face. After laughing, Izumi hugged Naruto and began to scold him for getting under attack, because he could have died, no matter how strange it may sound, and then added, Izumi. Thank you, Naru, Izumi said with a kind and sincere smile, hugging Naruto. Naruto started to blush again from embarrassment, but asked, Naruto, will you eat? Naruto asked with the same smile. Izumi, I won't refuse, Izumi said with the same smile. 2 more days passed like this. During this time, Izumi became much better physically. She also began to think about what Naruto meant to her. She immediately understood that he was closer than her best friend, but she didn't understand that she had fallen in love, deciding to ask Mikoto about it. Naruto realized that he fell in love with Izumi, but is afraid to admit because, no matter how strange it may sound, he is afraid of rejection. Just before leaving, a crow flew to Izumi with a note. Itachi. Hello, Izumi. I haven't written to you for a long time. 5 years have passed. How are you doing? What's new? How's Sasuke? And how is Naruto? Speaking of Naruto, our organization found out that you are in the Land of Waves. I and 3 others are sent after Naruto. You need to get out of there quickly. Request help from Konoha. The answer will come with this raven when you come to Konoha. Izumi realized that she needed to run away as soon as possible, because Itachi would not just advise leaving quickly. So after waiting for Naruto, who was doing his morning exercises, Izumi told him about the hunt and ordered to quickly move out of here, because she was very worried about his life. Having written a request for help, calling on 2 small pterodactyls, although there is no such thing in the canon, but who cares, sending them to the Hokage, according to the rules of Konoha and to Fugaku, to someone who can be trusted. We set out on our way. It's also Akatsuki time. 4 Akatsuki members were walking along a forest path. One of them was the mad scientist, the snake Sanin of Konoha, Orochimaru. The second was a girl with golden hair, very similar to the 4th Hokage and the sister he abandoned, Namikaze Mina. The third was a man who was considered dead, a taijutsu master, a man who survived the opening of the 8 gates, but tore all the muscles in his left arm. Now he can open a maximum of 5 gates. Might die. The fourth was a genjutsu master, the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, an Akatsuki agent who gave false information to his village, a traitor to Konoha, and the second deputy leader, Itachi Uchiha. He had long ago lost all contact with the village and with Izumi. He was glad that his letter trick worked. Now he was waiting for the meeting. Hokage's office. Angry Minato sat in the office. His plan to destroy Izumi failed. Not only that, but the weapon was also wounded. Suddenly the door opens and a secretary flies into the office. Secretary, Minato-san, we have problems, the girl said with excitement. Minato, what happened? The Hokage asked coldly. Secretary, here, take it, she said while passing the note. As he read, Minato's face became angrier and angrier. Minato, cat! The Hokage shouted to all of Konoha. ANBU with a cat mask appeared in front of the Hokage. Cat, I'm listening to Hokage-sama. Minato, take 4 ANBU squads and run towards the country of waves. The mission is to protect Konoha's weapons. Cat, yes? The cat quickly disappeared into the Shunshin. Fugaku's office. An unknown Uchiha entered the office. He handed over an urgent letter from Izumi. Fugaku began to gather a squad to help Izumi. The squad included Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Yuka, Uchiha Roken. Fire Country Forest. Naruto and Izumi ran without stopping when 4 shinobi in black cloaks with red clouds came out in front of them. Chapter 15. Inevitable Battle or Family Restoration. Standing in front of Naruto and Izumi were Itachi, Orochimaru, Mina, and Dai. Itachi was the first to break the silence. Itachi, long time no see Izumi, Naruto, Itachi said coldly. Mina, Naruto. So this is what my nephew looks like, Mina said angrily. Mina's story. Mina Namikaze, younger sister of Minato Namikaze. When Mina was 3 years old, their parents died. Before her death, her parents broke her child's psyche by saying that she should obey Minato since she was an unwanted child. From that day on, Mina and Minato began to survive. At the age of 6, he and Minato came to Konoha. Due to the rules of the Namikaze clan, Minato became the head of the clan. When Mina became 7 years old, Minato began to humiliate her and make her look like a non-entity. Then on Minato's birthday, he didn't like his sister's gift and kicked her out of Konoha. Until she was 11 years old, she survived as best she could. Her skills were on par with a strong Hunin. She traveled the world in hopes of finding happiness while Minato was enjoying life. One day she came across a trio of children from the rain, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and joined their organization. She hated Minato with all her heart. At the age of 22, she found out that her brother had 2 children, and one of them did not survive as she thought. Although she did not love him, she could not help but sympathize. Although without speaking about it publicly, 6 years later when Itachi told the truth about his dead son, hatred flared up with renewed vigor. She wanted to take him with her, but no one approved of this. Attachment to the Jinchuriki could ruin their plan to extract them, and Mina understands this very well. However, she did not know which of the children was Minato's abandoned son, but as soon as she saw Naruto, she immediately recognized him as Minato. Mina was kind, so she wanted to protect her nephew from her brother. The end of Mina's story. Naruto. Nephew? You're confusing something, Naruto said in surprise. Orochimaru. Naruto-kun, come with us without a fight, Orochimaru said with a snake smile. Izumi. Orochimaru. Traitor of the Hidden Leaf, expelled for experimenting on people, Izumi said while preparing for battle. At this, Orochimaru just laughed hard. While Izumi was distracted by Orochimaru, Mina decided to find out about Naruto, whether he was an abandoned son or not. Mina. Naruto, how's Minato doing? Mina said with a fake smile. Naruto. I don't know. Why are you asking me this? And what does the 4th have to do with it? Red-haired asked without understanding. Mina. Do you know who your parents are? She said with the same smile. Naruto decided not to say that he knew who his parents were. Naruto, no, I'm an orphan. Why did you call me nephew? Naruto answered coldly. Mina. How can I tell you? I am the abandoned sister of the 4th Hokage who is your father, Mina said calmly. She found him. Naruto. It can't be, Naruto said feigningly. Dai, this is of course cute, but we have a mission, Might Dai said seriously and immediately attacked in taijutsu. Itachi, Orochimaru and I will take care of Izumi. Naruto had a blast getting away from Dai. Dai attacked him too quickly. A blow to the head and Naruto falls with the henge falling from his eye, and Mina and Dai are horrified. Although Dai began to hate everyone from Konoha, except those in the organization, even this is too much for him. A guy without an eye stood in front of them. Mina asked, Mina, Naruto, what's wrong with your eye? Did she say sadly? Naruto, this is Auntie's gift from the residents for their 5th anniversary, Naruto said, standing up. Kurama, who was monitoring the situation, realized that the situation was extremely deadly, so he began to give his chakra. Meanwhile, Izumi was losing to the snake and Itachi. Itachi decided to break her completely by telling the whole truth about himself. After that, Izumi froze in place, Mangyoki burning in her eyes. Orochimaru's attacks now seemed very slow, and Izumi quickly and accurately counterattacked him. The snake does not have a body-changing technique like in canon, but has the ability to be reborn a year after death. It can only be sealed, but not killed. The snake died quickly, and Itachi was shocked that he could not catch her in Tsukiyomi. All thanks to Izumi's second Mangyoki ability, complete protection against Genjutsu. Izumi used Black-Red Amaterasu against Itachi's Amaterasu, and Izumi's Amaterasu overpowered Itachi's fire. He realized that he himself would not win now and quickly retreated. Looking towards Naruto, she saw Mina and Naruto sitting under a tree together. A couple of minutes earlier, Naruto became covered in Kurama's chakra with 3 tails and asked Mina not to interfere. Mina realized that Naruto was in control. Dai opened the 5th gate, realizing that he could die without using it. Their speed was equal. Dai gained experience, but Naruto noticed that his left hand was motionless, and Naruto actively took advantage of this. No one could gain the upper hand, but Mina appeared behind Dai with a katana and sharply pierced the taijutsu master's heart. Kurama removed the cover, and Naruto felt severe pain. Mina walked up to Naruto and carefully sat him down under a tree. Chapter 16, Anbu arrives. Naruto passed out after. Mina and Izumi made a mini camp. Several hours passed. Mina went to set special traps of the Namikaze clan. These traps are distinguished by their spatio-temporal ability, namely moving to the place where you were some time ago. At the same time, Izumi sat and silently shed tears. Her best friend turned out to be a traitor who did not consider her a friend. At that moment, Naruto woke up. He slowly walked up to Izumi and silently hugged her, not knowing what to say to her. Naruto broke the awkward silence. Naruto, how are you? Naruto asked with excitement in his voice. In response to this, Izumi began to cry even more. Naruto understood everything without words, hugging Izumi to him and began stroking his long, soft hair. In response to this, Izumi clung to Naruto's shoulder and began to cry into his shoulder. Slowly but surely, Naruto calmed Izumi down. Mina decided not to disturb them, because she knew how painful it was, and just sat and was touched by the picture. The only thing Izumi said before falling asleep was, Izumi, thanks Naru, she said affectionately. As soon as Izumi fell asleep, Naruto carried her into the tent, and he went up to Mina. Naruto, so it's not just me that Minato betrayed? The red-haired man said sadly. Mina, unfortunately, this is so, she said angrily. Naruto, can you tell me about yourself? They seem to be relatives, but I don't know anything about you. Naruto asked with a smile. Mina, okay, listen carefully. Mina told what was written in the last part. While listening to this, Naruto thought about how Kushina fell in love with him, and Mina became interested in the relationship between Naruto and Izumi. Mina, Naruto, is Izumi your girlfriend? Mina asked the question with interest. Naruto, what? Naruto said, choking on air and blushing. Mina just laughed at this. Mina, I see the way you look at her, and it's not just gratitude for your past. Do you like her? Naruto, realizing that he was caught red-handed, decided to tell Naruto, honestly, yes, but I'm afraid to tell her about it. Maybe it's not mutual, but I'm afraid of losing her, he said with a sad smile. Mina, Naruto. Before she could finish speaking, she felt that her traps were activated. The Uchiha detachment that arrived first fell into these traps, and they were moved to Konoha, and about 27 ANBU appeared in front of Mina and Naruto. First Anbu, Naruto Uzumaki, please come with us, the Anbu said coldly. Turning to the other Anbu, he gave the order. Kill the rest. Naruto couldn't allow Izumi and Mina to die. Izumi is unconscious, so the situation is dire. Naruto was about to answer, but Mina beat him to it. Mina, ooh, Konoha mutts. Well, try it, she said with an evil smile, and took out her katana, soaking it with wind chakra. Naruto took out his sword and imbued it with fire chakra while taking Kurama's chakra. Now Naruto had 3 tails. Naruto, Mina, protect Izumi, Naruto growled. Seeing Mina's nod, Naruto created 25 clones and sent them to the other Anbu. The clones had 3 tails too. The original attacked the captain and fought on equal terms. The ANBU, realizing that he could not win in close combat, jumped away from Naruto and shouted, Ket, Suten, Core. A cannonball flew at Naruto at high speed from which he dodged, making seals and shouting, Naruto, clone technique. 6 clones appeared around and shouted, Kaiten, Hex Fire Geyser Trap. 6 geysers of fire shot upward, forcing the Anbu to jump into the center of the formation. The original performed the technique. Naruto, Keiton, Fall of the Dragon. Naruto released the fire dragon upward under the cover of the geyser. The Anbu, who thought that the geysers should dissipate, began to wait. This became a fatal mistake. The dragon began to fall from the sky, and the Anbu was unable to defend against the dragon. The clones killed the Anbu, but dissipated, transferring all the wounds and fatigue to the original. Naruto fell unconscious, and Mina finished off the surviving Anbu. Chapter 17. Incident in Konoha. After dispatching a 29-man Anbu squad, Danzo took action. Danzo wanted to overthrow Minato from the post of Hokage, just as the Hokage wanted to deprive him of power. It is unknown where Danzo dug up information about the order for Izumi Uchiha. He also corrected the documents about the Jinchuriki, and he obtained data about Menma's behavior towards the residents of Konoha. Arriving at the residence, he knocked. Minato, come in, I heard it from the office. Entering the office, Minato looked at the guest and grimaced at how many times this old man had interfered with him. How many nerves did he ruin? However, it is impossible to get rid of him because of his influence on the council. Everyone knows that they are fighting for power among themselves, and if Danzo dies, then all suspicion will fall on Minato. Minato, what do you want, Danzo? Minato said angrily. Danzo, gather urgent advice, boy, Danzo said with a grin. Minato, why? Danzo, breaking news! He said seriously and added to himself, and the change of Hokage. After 2 hours, everyone gathered in a special room where meetings take place. Danzo, since I am the initiator of the meeting, I will begin. Recently, my spies reported that the Hokage herself wants to get the eyes of the Uchiha clan. There have been many attempts, but there is only proof for one order. As proof, I can show an order for a resident of Konoha, the third genius of the Uchiha clan, Izumi Uchiha. Everyone began to be indignant about what, how, why. Only Fugaku sat in prostration. His comrade wanted to kill one of the closest friends of the clan head's family. Shikakunara, Minato-sama, do you have anything to say about this? Minato, this is all false. I value every resident of my village. Danzo, this is not fake. The signature was made with the Hokage's chakra. As far as I know, no one else except you could have delivered it. Fugaku, Danzo-san, please give me the document for inspection, Fugaku said, activating the sharingan. Realizing that everything was bad, Minato began to think about his words in advance. After checking the document, Fugaku was furious. Fugaku, Minato, how dare you attack members of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku said, almost shouting. Danzo, Fugaku-san, please let me finish, Danzo asked, interrupting the Uchiha. Seeing the nod, he continued. Minato-san, answer some questions. The first question is about the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki, say his middle name. Minato realized that he had played out and was completely burned, but he couldn't give up his position. Minato, what are you talking about? The Hokage said without emotion. Danzo, after checking his Kushini file, it said that you were having twins. You said your son died, and the Jinchuriki became a child from an orphanage. This is true? Minato, yeah. Danzo, stop hanging around the ears of the council. The second surname of the Jinchuriki is the surname of Namikaze. The entire room except Fugaku was surprised. Inoichi Yamanaka was the first to leave. Inoichi, Hokage-sama, is this true? Minato, no. Fugaku, he's lying. My Sharingan is able to understand who is telling the truth and who is not. Strong indignation and talk about changing the Hokage began. Minato began to lose his temper. But before he could say anything, Danzo shouted, Danzo, after my evidence, I, as a member of the council, propose to elect a new Hokage and deprive the Namikaze clan of privileges. There is also evidence of breaking the law for the sake of his son. The council, after a long debate about breaking the law for the sake of a child, issued a verdict. 12 people for changing power and punishing the Namikaze clan, Danzo, Inoichi, Choza, Shikaku, Aburame clan, Hyuga, Inuzuka, 2 elders, Fugaku, Kakashi, 1 person versus Minato. The choice of a new Hokage will be in a week. Options. Shimura Danzo. Fugaku Uchiha. Tsunade Senju. Jiraiya. Commentary on Chapter 17. Incident in Konoha. Choose a new Hokage. Chapter 18. Attack. A day has passed since Minato was removed from the title of Hokage of Konoha. He was angry. Angry at Danzo. Angry at Fugaku. Minato decided to take revenge on his friend, believing that it was Fugaku who betrayed him. At this time, Fugaku was waiting for news from Izumi and Naruto. Danzo was angry because Fugaku as Hokage did not suit him. Jiraiya and Tsunade were notified of their candidacies, but quickly refused, each justifying their refusal in different ways. Jiraiya did not like to sit idle. He loved traveling and could not sit in one place for a long time. Tsunade did not want to return to Konoha because of her past. The death of her brother and boyfriend hit her psyche hard. She started drinking heavily to dull the pain, and then left Konoha because it brought too much pain. Fugaku thought for a long time whether he should become Hokage. On the one hand, he wanted only the best for the village and could not allow Danzo to power. But on the other hand, he knew that being Hokage was too hard work. He came up with an idea that was very absurd, but it would be better for Konoha. Quickly getting ready, he went to the root base to talk with Danzo. The spy who was following Fugaku sent word to Danzo about this. Therefore, the imminent appearance of the head of the Uchiha clan did not come as a huge surprise. An Anbu in a dragon mask escorted Fugaku to Danzo's office, knocking on the office they heard. "Danzo, come in," Danzo said calmly. Entering the office, Danzo ordered the dragon to leave the office. When they were left alone, Danzo took the floor. Danzo. "Good evening, Fugaku-san," the Uchiha greeted politely. Outwardly, he was calm, but inside he wanted to kill him now and initiate attacks on himself. Fugaku. "Hello, Danzo, I have a business proposal for you," Fugaku said with tactful seriousness. Danzo. "I'm listening attentively," he said interestedly. "What kind of offer can this Uchiha offer me?" Fugaku. "I offer you dual rule of Konoha, that is, you and I will become 2 Kade. I believe that this will only benefit Konoha." Danzo, not expecting such an offer, was taken aback. He started to think it was a joke and just a way to steal his attention. But still, I decided to listen to the reason for this idea. Danzo. "An unexpected proposal, but you can find out the reason for such an idea." Fugaku. "It's quite simple. I think you know that Tsunade and Jiraiya refused. The choice was between the two of us. People know the methods you use to protect the village and do not approve of them, and most likely, they will choose me." At this point, Danzo began to get angry, but Fugaku's request is not to interrupt him and listen to the end. "But I understand that I do not have enough experience in this matter, and the village may suffer from this. Just like you, I want happiness for the village, but through more peaceful methods." Danzo was not ready for this, and again a shock came for him, but he could not allow such an opportunity to disappear, because the power, although not all but a fairly acceptable part, comes into his hands. "Danzo, your offer is tempting and I agree to it," the leader of Root said seriously, but with a hint of joy. Fugaku. "I propose that after the elections we discuss all the important points so that there are no unpleasant situations in the future. And now it's time for me. The clan's affairs have not been cancelled. See you later, Danzo." Danzo. "Of course I don't dare detain Fugaku-san." This situation was clearly beneficial for Danzo. Fugaku also benefited from this, but not as much as Danzo. Fire Country Forest. 2 days after the ANBU attack. 2 people were sitting in the clearing and one was lying unconscious. Izumi Uchiha and Mina Namikaze quickly found a common language and became friends. Seeing how Izumi took care of Naruto, Mina always made fun of her, and looked at Izumi's red face like Naruto's hair, with a smile. Naruto's condition was unchanged. Overload of chakra channels and inhuman fatigue of the body led Naruto to this state, and only thanks to Kurama did he survive. While Naruto was restoring his strength, Izumi and Mina raised the topic of returning to Konoha. Mina, "After Naruto wakes up, will you go to Konoha?" She asked the question without any emotion. Izumi. "Unfortunately, yes. Naruto missing now would cause a lot of harm to him. So far, we are not very strong to become Nukenin, and given Naruto's status, there will be a big hunt for him." Izumi began to speak with annoyance. After being silent for a minute, she continued, "So I think Naruto and I will go into deep training and leave her in 2-3 years. Mina. "Okay, then come to the Uzushio ruins. I will wait for you there," Mina said, getting up, and continued. "The time will come and Konoha will get what it deserves." Izumi. "See you later," Izumi said in a sad voice, standing up and hugging Mina. Mina quickly headed towards the land of rain, for now she should not reveal her goal and motives to Akatsuki. Filler. Conspiracy and Minato's past. One of the evenings of the village hidden in stone. 3 Tsuchikage Onoki was thinking about how to take revenge for old grievances of Konoha. There was no way he could forgive Konoha's victory. He especially hated Minato, as did everyone else in the village. More than 1,000 shinobi fell against him. Sitting next evening, he decided to enlist the help of the village hidden in the cloud. Summoning the Anbu, he wrote a letter about a trade and military alliance. Village hidden in the cloud. The ambassador of the stone, as soon as he arrived, immediately went to the 4th Raikage to hand over the documents and find out the answer. The Raikage, thinking that the territory of Konoha would not be superfluous, told the Anbu that he would come in a couple of days. And so it happened. The The Reikage and Tsuchikage were sitting in the residence. "Hey, good afternoon," said the Reikage and extended his hand. "Onoki." "Good," said the Tsuchikage, answering the outstretched hand. "Hey, I suggest you don't delay and attack Konoha during the Chunin exam. At stage 3, when most of the shinobi will watch the finalists' fights." "Onoki. This is reasonable. We also need to send Jinchuriki to distract the Uchiha and Hyuga clan from the battle with the shinobi." "Hey, that's also true. The main problem is Minato, but I think you don't have to worry until the start of the first stage. I'll send the best spies." "Onoki. I will also send spies, but under the guise of genin. There should be no suspicion." "Hey, that's it for today. It's time for me to go back and prepare the army." This alliance was secret, so neither Konoha nor other countries found out about it. Konoha. As Fugaku and Danzo agreed, the two of them became rulers. While going through the reports, they noticed a document about the Chunin exam. Having decided to hold it in 3 months and invite all 5 great villages, they began to write to prepare invitations to the village hidden in the mist, the village hidden in the sand, village of the hidden stone, the village hidden in the cloud. Having finished writing, they called the ambassadors and conveyed the invitation and where to take them. The village hidden in the fog refused, arguing that the generation of Genin was weak. The village hidden in the sand sent one team. Minato was developing a plan to regain power. Since childhood, he loved only power and was an excellent actor in public. When he was chosen as the new Hokage, he began his hidden politics. Outwardly, nothing was visible, but the system of laws and fines that he issued was simply a paradise for the village treasury and Minato's pocket. He started dating Kushina not because of feelings, but for the sake of the Kyuubi, but he pretended that Kushina was everything to him. When the children were born, he wanted to seal the Kyuubi into himself and kill Kushina and the children, but the third recognized this and specially sealed the Kyuubi into Naruto. Minato was angry that things didn't go according to plan again. He gave the child to the shelter so that he would not know happiness and break down and let the fox out. He didn't care about the residents. The main thing for him was power. Now he wanted revenge and power. Anger overshadows him. Kushina doesn't notice this, and Menma simply copies his father's behavior. Due to the session today, there is a short filler. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, I will try to release 3 parts today. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 19. Awakening. After Mina left, Izumi barely left Naruto's side. It's rare when she goes to training because she really worried about red hair. That's what she started calling him over the past few days. And so Izumi decided to go to training, but lost track of time. At this time, Naruto woke up. The body hurt very much. Coming out of the tent, he tried to do exercises, and it worked, but with great difficulty. Having caught the fish, Naruto lit a fire and began to cook it. In the evening, Izumi was returning from training, but when she saw the red-haired guy who was sitting and eating fish, she quickly ran up and hugged him. She was very happy to see him, but Naruto himself choked on his fish and sat in shock. Izumi hugged him so tightly that Naruto couldn't breathe. "Naruto, Izu, take it easy, you'll choke me," Naruto whispered breathlessly. Izumi, sorry. Loosening the hug but not letting go, Izumi babbled with joy in her voice and immediately continued seriously. "Once again, you make me worry so much, I'll be offended." Naruto laughed cheerfully at this and also hugged Izumi. They felt good, but Naruto's fatigue made itself felt, and he fell asleep in Izumi's arms. And Izumi was exhausted from the training, so she also soon fell asleep, hugging Naruto. In the morning, Naruto was the first to wake up. The fatigue was almost gone, and Naruto, in order not to wake up Izumi, created a clone and asked to catch a couple of rabbits for breakfast. Izumi, as soon as she woke up, immediately blushed with embarrassment, because she woke up in the arms of a guy who was looking at her. After releasing Izumi, they went to have breakfast, and then began to get ready for Konoha. This went on for a couple of days until they arrived in Konoha. Entering the Hokage's office, they fell into a precipitate. In front of them sat 2 people at the same table, and they were both Hokage. After handing in the mission report, Izumi asked Fugaku to come over after work regarding Itachi's question. Fugaku immediately understood everything and did not ask unnecessary questions. Arriving at the clan, they began to prepare dinner. After having lunch, Naruto decided to call Izumi for a walk. Approaching her, he began to get nervous, which was not hidden from Izumi. Izumi, "Naru, why are you so nervous? Did something happen?" Izumi said with a gentle smile and a soft voice. This smile always made Naruto feel better, so he collected his thoughts and replied, "Naruto, Izumi, maybe we can go out tonight?" Naruto said in one breath, gradually becoming embarrassed. Izumi did not expect such a question, and also began to feel embarrassed, but at the same time she was glad that he called her. Izumi, "Okay, Naru, Let's do it in the evening after talking with Fugaku? Naruto, of course Izu. Fugaku came in the evening. She recounted that Itachi was never loyal to Konoha. Fugaku was in great shock. He lost all mood. Fugaku spoke about Minato, his removal from the title of Hokage. He also talked about the Chunin exam. Half an hour after Fugaku left, Naruto and Izumi went for a walk. Naruto suggested Izumi take a walk in Senju Park. Izumi didn't mind because this park was very beautiful during the day, and in the evening it was even better. They walked for a long time. Naruto kept trying to take away the sadness from Itachi's betrayal, and Izumi began to move away a little from this. They walked until night. They returned happy and satisfied. So 3 months passed, tasks, walks that turned into dates, workout, it's time for the Chunin exam. Time for Danzo and Fugaku called the captains of all teams. Leah. I'm Uchiha Leah. I'm fielding team num 1, which includes Uchiha Kira, Uchiha Aya, Uchiha Kin for the Chunin exam. Kushina. I, Kushina Namikaze, am fielding team num 2, which includes Menma Namikaze, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke for the Chunin exam. Kakashi. I, Hatake Kakashi, field team number 3, which includes Hatake Miya, Hyuga Mirako, Hyuga Latana for the Chunin exam. Kurenai. I, Yuhi Kurenai, am fielding team number 4, which includes Inuzuka Kiba, Inuzuka Saika, Aburame Shino for the Chunin exam. Asuma. I, Sarutobi Asuma, am fielding team number 5, which includes Yamanako Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji for the Chunin exam. Hizashi. I, Hyuga Hizashi, am fielding team number 6, which includes Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Rei, Uzumaki Karen for the Chunin exam. Izumi. I, Uchiha Izumi, am nominating team number 7, which includes Uzumaki Naruto, for the Chunin exam. Kakashi. Will he go it alone? Yes, he has no chance at all, Kakashi said with a hint of mockery. Leah. I don't agree, he's quite strong, Leah said confidently. Kurenai. He may be strong, but he can't do it alone, Kurenai said arrogantly. Izumi. We'll see about that later. Izumi growled with anger in her voice. Fugaku and Danzo. Silence, take the applications and give them to the genin. Free, they said in a stern tone. Chapter 20. First Stage. In the evening of the same day, during their next date for another walk, Izumi handed Naruto permission to pass the exam. Naruto was glad that he could show himself and humiliate Menma for his arrogance. Regarding Menma, he started dating Hinata, and together they began to dislike Sasuke for the fact that his father took Minato's place. Sasuke didn't really care about them, because they never visited him in the hospital after the mission in the Land of Waves. Sasuke became less arrogant, but still used his father's name. Naruto created his fire technique, Katen, Phoenix of Death. It is formed from the chakra of Phoenix Fire, which attacks the target at a fairly fast speed, and can explode over a huge radius when there are a large number of enemies. Rock and Cloud began mobilizing troops to take over Konoha. In total, 5,000 shinobi of the Alliance came out. Naruto walked towards the academy, because the exam would take place in room 301. Seeing the sign for audience 301, he realized it was a genjutsu, and quickly removed it. It turned out there were 201 audiences. Quickly rising to the desired floor, he entered the classroom. All eyes were directed at him. Some looked appraisingly, some with contempt, some with respect. Over the course of 3 months, Kira, Aya, Kin, and Leah became good friends with Naruto. A couple of minutes later, teams number 2, num 4, no 5, and no 6 burst into the audience. Next after them came team no 1 and team no 3. Naruto immediately approached his friends and began talking. Everything was fine until Menma and Hinata started to show off. Sasuke, unable to bear them, approached our company and gradually joined the conversation. Naruto and Sasuke didn't exactly become comrades, but their friendship had already clearly improved. Menma noticed who Sasuke was chatting with and suggested that Hinata make fun of them. Approaching them, they began, Menma, hey Sasuke, have you found your equal? Hinata, such nonentities. And they both burst into laughter, but they were ignored. They didn't like this, and Menma went on a sore subject for Sasuke. Menma, why are you silent? Swallowed your tongue? Weakling, Itachi was right to be disappointed in you. Everyone except the Uchihas neighed like horses. Sasuke was about to punch Menma, since he respected and loved Itachi, but Naruto stopped him. Naruto, Sasuke, don't pay attention to idiots. Their grave will not fix them. Menma, what did you say, demon? Naruto, the 4th Hokage blathers, and I say, shame on the 4th. Everyone laughed and Menma started to freak out. Hinata, how dare you say that? His father is the former Hokage. You will be imprisoned for this. Naruto, Menma-chan, you can't answer yourself and are hiding behind your skirt like the 4th Hokage? Everyone laughed. Menma wanted to kill him and tried to attack, but instantly flew into the wall and Hinata's skin ran towards Menma. Sasuke thanked Naruto for this. Everyone laughed until the first stage examiner, Marino Ibiki, appeared. Ibiki. So, small fry, quickly sit down according to the numbers that the Chunin will give you, Ibiki said, releasing ki. The Chunin handed out numbers. Naruto was lucky the most. He was sitting in front of Ibiki. To his left was Samui from the hidden cloud, and to his right was the whore Hinata. Ibiki, there is a test on the table. Your task is to answer all the questions. Your result will be combined with the team's result. If there are more than 25% errors, then your team is eliminated. The second part of the exam is question 11, but more on that later. If one of the team members is caught cheating, the entire team is kicked out. Test time is 45 minutes. Let's start, Ibiki shouted as he released a huge amount of kai. There were 72 teams in total, 41 from Konoha, 1 from Suna, 15 from Rock, 15 from Cloud. 80% were shaking with fear. The questions were clearly not for Genin, but the lessons with Izumi bore fruit. Having quickly finished, I began to observe the Uchihas and Hyugas were cheating with the help of their peepholes. Aburame released the bugs brar. Shikamaru began copying the answers with the help of a shadow. Fun overall. So 45 minutes passed, during which time 20 teams were expelled from Konoha, 2 teams from Stone, and 5 from Cloud. Ibiki's key is a tough one. Ibiki, time. Set aside the leaves. Now you are given the choice to answer question 11 or not. Anyone who refuses will be able to take this exam in 6 months. But those who decide to answer and answer incorrectly, he began to tense the atmosphere by delaying the continuation. You will never be able to pass the Chunin exam again. Another 4 teams from Konoha and 2 from Stone refused. Ibiki. Question 11. If there was a situation in which you had to choose between saving a brother in arms or a civilian, who would you choose? Ibiki said, releasing ki completely. Some chose civilians, some chose fellow soldiers, but all the others sat still. After 15 minutes, Ibiki. Everyone who chose one side failed. A real shinobi would not allow such a situation to happen. In the end, 14 teams from Konoha passed, 1 team from Suna, 3 Stone teams, 2 teams from the Cloud. Chapter 21. Forest of Death. After finishing the test, a girl, about 24 years old, with purple hair styled in a short, spiky ponytail, flew into the window. She was wearing a fitted mesh suit that extended from her neck to her hips. She also wore a brown coat with purple in the seams and pockets on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray brushes. Anko, 20 out of 72, very good Ibiki, but I'll cut it by at least half, she said with a sadistic smile on her face. Ibiki, as you know, Ibiki said in an indifferent voice. Anko, and so kids, my name is Mitarashi Anko. I am the second stage examiner for Chunin. We'll meet in an hour at training ground number 44. She said with sadistic joy and disappeared. The genin swallowed nervously and quickly began their journey to the training ground. Me and a couple of other teams began to calmly walk towards the training ground because it was a 50-minute walk away. Arriving at the training ground, I noticed a picture of Menma again digging into Sasuke. Seeing me, Sasuke asked me to help him take revenge. Judging by his eyes, it would be fun, so I agreed. The revenge was that Naruto had to push Menma at a certain point. As soon as Rock Lee passed by, we put the plan into action, and as a result, a delicious kiss from Menma and Lee. Everyone started laughing and joking about the orientation of the fourth son. Lee beat Menma up and left angry as hell. As soon as Anko arrived, everyone fell silent and began to listen to the rules. Anko, so this is training ground number 44, or they call it the Forest of Death. Before we begin, please sign an agreement that if you die, Konoha will not be responsible for your life, Anko said while handing out agreements. Everyone signed. Anko, you will be given one of 2 scrolls of heaven and earth. Your task is to get the opposite scroll and get to the tower in 5 days. Those who arrive after the 5th day are automatically disqualified. Then, Anko noticed that Menma was not listening to her. She quickly took out a kunai and threw it, scratching her cheek. Menma started yelling and saying that he would ask his father to kick her out, etc. As soon as Anko began to approach, I threw another kunai and it scratched the other cheek. Anko was surprised but smiled. Menma, trash, how dare you touch me, the heir of the 4th Hokage, Menma yelled at the top of his lungs. Naruto, do me a favor and get the hell out of here, I answered calmly. Hinata, demons were not allowed to speak. The slut, Hinata assented. Anko, people like you die first. Turning to Menma, she said, and turned to me and continued with a grin. But you're a very good kid. Menma and Hinata began to be indignant, but the key released by Anko shut them up instantly. I went to receive the scroll first. Having received the Earth Scroll, I quickly sealed it and headed to the entrance with the accompanying Junin. When I arrived, I began to wait for the entrance to open. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long. The bugle sounded and the gates opened. Quickly entering the forest, I began to move towards the forest. I planned to quickly get to the tower and take the scroll from the team along the way. I moved at an angle from the entrance to find another team. After running about 900 meters, I came across two teams made of stone. They decided to take the exam together. Not to say that they were weak, but their weak Doton did not save them from my Katon enhanced by Futon. I quickly approached one of them, taking out my katana along the way and covering it with fire chakra, and delivered a quick and accurate vertical strike. His partners quickly reacted and began to attack with their kunai. Thanks to training with Izumi, I was able to dodge in time, and by creating a clone, we made seals in parallel. Naruto, Katen, Great Fireball. Naruto clone, Futon, Breakthrough. The combined technique caused heavy damage to 3 of them, and 2 managed to escape the ball's trajectory. Having surrounded me, they began to attack in a coordinated manner, but one mistake on their part cost them their lives. Dodging the attack, I quickly pierced my opponent's heart with a kunai, and moving to the second one, inflicted a mortal wound with the second kunai. There were 6 corpses around me. Taking out the scroll I needed, I began to run to the tower. Arriving at the tower in the evening, I began to open the scroll. Having learned that these were summoning scrolls, I quickly threw them away, and Izumi appeared in front of me. Izumi, congratulations on passing Naru, Izumi said, hugging him. Naruto, thank you, Izuchan, Naruto said, returning the hug. Izumi, very tired? Naruto, yes, on the way I attacked 2 teams from the stone, they worked together. I had to kill them in order not to die, Naruto said with a tired voice. Izumi, okay, Naru, go rest. Take any room on the 2nd floor. Beginning of the form. Chapter 22, First Selection Matches. 4 days passed. Naruto and Izumi were having fun all this time and preparing tactics against possible competitors. The problematic ones were Gaara from Sand, Rock Lee from Konoha, Darui from Cloud. Neji wasn't a problem since his spin wouldn't stop his chakra-coated katana. On the 5th day, Naruto went down to the 1st floor, into a room that looked more like an arena. Danzo went down to the rest of the Genin and began his speech. Danzo, dear participants, everyone who is here has passed the 2nd stage of selection, but too many of you have passed, so a selection will be made from the best. The following were selected: Naruto Uzumaki, Menma Namikaze, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Yamanako Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Rei, Uzumaki Karin, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Tenten, Dog no Gaara, Dog no Temari, Dog no Kankuro. The rest of the genin who came to the tower, and I didn't name them, you didn't make it in time. The selection rules will be announced by the examiner. An unknown Junan emerged from the crowd and began his speech. Hayate. Attention participants, the qualifying stage is a one-on-one fight. You can kill, but it is not recommended. Now participants come up and take out a number from 1 to 8. Whoever has a number like you will fight with, in order of turn on the number. The genins began to approach and pull out numbers. Naruto Uzumaki, 6. Menma Namikaze, 1. Hyuga Hinata, 5. Uchiha Sasuke, 8. Yamanako Ino, 2. Shikamaru Nara, 3. Akimichi Choji, 7. Haruno Sakura, 6. Uchiha Rei, 1. Uzumaki Karin, 8. Rock Lee, 4. Neji Hyuga, 5. Tenten, 3. Dog no Gaara, 4. Dog no Temari, 2. Dog no Kankuro, 7. Hayate, Fighting Order. Menma Namikaze versus Uchiha Rei. Yamanako Ino versus Dog no Temari. Tenten versus Nara Shikamaru. Rock Lee versus Dog no Gaara. Neji Hyuga versus Hyuga Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki versus Haruno Sakura. Akimichi Choji versus Dog no Kankuro. Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Karin. So, first fight, Uchiha Rei versus Menma Namikaze. The rest of the participants go up to the balconies and wait for their fight. As soon as the participants stood up, Hayate gave the go-ahead to start. Although Rei used the sharingan, he was inferior in speed. Menma delivered many blows without much aim, but tiring his opponent. Rei found an opportunity to counterattack, but the Rasengan solved all the issues. Hayate, winner Menma Namikaze, second fight Yamanako Ino versus Dog no Temari. No matter how hard Ino tried, she couldn't do anything against Temari's futon. After receiving her wounds, Ino could not continue the fight. Hayate, winner of Dog no Temari. Third fight, Tenten versus Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru's shadow could not reach Tenten, who jumped into the air and used scrolls to summon weapons. Shikamaru received enough damage. Tenten won. Hayate, winner Tenten. Fourth fight, Rock Lee versus Dog no Gaara. Lee began to attack at high speed, but the sand managed to protect Gaara. Lee jumped back and began removing the weights. Having thrown them off, he accelerated at a very fast speed. The sand could no longer keep up with Lee, but Lee could not penetrate Gaara's sand armor. Jumping back, Lee decided to put everything on one attack and began to open 4 gates of pain, increasing strength and speed while tearing his muscles. Using Primal Lotus, he penetrated Gaara's sand armor, but fell into a sand trap. Gaara squeezed his hand and the sand crushed the bones on his left arm and left leg and wanted to finish off Lee. But Might Guy saved his student by intervening in the battle and thereby preventing Lee from being killed. Hayate. Defeated by Gaara due to Might Guy's interference. There will now be a technical break to repair the arena. Chapter 23. The end of the selection duels. As soon as the arena was repaired, Hayate walked to the center of the arena and said, Hayate, attention participants, the arena has been restored. Please prepare for the battle between Hugo Neji and Hinata Hugo. Neji hated Hinata because she often treated him like trash, and to contradict her would be death, because she would complain to her father, which would cause Neji himself and Neji's father, Hisashi Hugo, to suffer. But now came the chance to take revenge and humiliate the Underheim of the Hugo clan. When they came down, Hinata started talking. Hinata, hey, nonentity from the side branch like your Heim, I order you to surrender, Hinata said in a commanding tone. Neji, I refuse. Try to defeat me and then just give orders. He answered with a hint of hatred in his voice. Hinata, how dare you? We need to teach you some manners, she said arrogantly. Hinata and Neji took the clan's soft fist stance. Both shouted at the same time. Hinata, Neji, Byakugan. The fight was on equal terms, but after that it turned into Neji's weak dominance. Hinata was skilled in attack and defense. Hinata delivers a direct blow to Neji's chest, but here's Neji, 8 trigrams, heavenly rotation. Hinata didn't have time to stop her attack, and Neji's spin caused enough counter damage to Hinata. With the last of her strength, Hinata decided to use the secret of the Hyuga clan. Hinata made a seal of concentration and shouted, Hinata, submission. Neji suddenly grabbed his head and began to scream in pain, but Hinata did not cancel the technique. She canceled it a couple of minutes later, when Neji lost consciousness from painful shock. Hayate. The winner of the 5th fight is Hinata Hyuga. Prepare for the fight between Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. As soon as Naruto and Sakura came down, Sakura decided to humiliate Naruto so that Sasuke would love her. Sakura. PFF, demon, you think you can win. Yes, you are a weakling, not like Sasuke-kun. Surrender well, Sakura said with a hint of mockery. Naruto started to get angry about this, and he decided to answer directly. Naruto, roll down the wide-faced board. Fight and your tongue will work in a brothel, he said with anger in his voice. Sakura blushed with anger when they started laughing at this. Izumi laughed loudest of all. Although she does not approve of Naruto's words, she understands that she herself is to blame. When Sakura Board looked at Sasuke, she became even angrier, because her idol was laughing at Naruto's words. Sakura, get lost, I'll put you in your place, she shouted to the whole arena. Hayate, let's start. Sakura took out a kunai and started running towards him. Naruto stood and did nothing. Flat-chested Sakura decided that this was her chance and raised her hand with a kunai, aiming for her heart, but 2 centimeters before the blow, Naruto disappeared from Sakura's field of vision and appeared behind her. Before Sakura could turn around, she received a powerful blow to the back. Flying into the wall, the pink-haired girl slammed into it. Raising her head with difficulty, she saw Naruto making seals. Naruto, Katon, fire bullet. Naruto fired a small bullet from the fire that passed through Sakura's shoulders, and she lost consciousness from the shock of pain and lost. Naruto. How much pathos was that? Naruto said in disappointment. Hayate. The winner of the 6th fight is Naruto Uzumaki. The next fight will be between Akimichi Choji and Dog no Kankuro. They went down to the arena. Hayate, let's start. Kankuro immediately unraveled his doll and used it to attack Choji, but all but one of the attacks were blocked. This was enough for Kankuro because every weapon that was in the doll contained a paralyzing poison. The victory was given to Kankuro. Kankuro injected Choji with the antidote. Hayate, winner of the 7th selection pair. Dog no Kankuro. Final 8th round, get ready Sasuke, Uchiha, and Uzumaki Karen. They quickly descended and began to wait for the start command. Hayate, let's start. Sasuke activated his sharingan and quickly began attacking in Uchiha-style taijutsu. Quick and accurate strikes brought victory for Sasuke. Hayate, winner Uchiha Sasuke. I ask all participants who won to come down. I, like the others, went down and began to listen to Hayate's speech. Hayate, participants, congratulations on your victory. The next stage will be in a month. Now everyone takes turns coming out and pulling out a sheet of paper with numbers from 1 to 8. Battle scheme. At stage 1 or 4, 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. At the semi-final stage, the winner of the pair 1, 8 against the winner of the pair 4, 5, winner of pair 2, 7 versus winner of pair 3, 6. Final, winner of pair 1, 8 and 4, 5 versus winner of pair 2, 7 and 3, 6. Everyone came up and pulled out a number. Couples for the next round. Chapter 24, Incident. Hayate, next round pairings. 1. Dog no Kenkuro, Menma Namikaze, 8. 2. Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata Hyuga, 7. 3. Dog no Gara, Tenten, 6. 4. Uchiha Sasuke, Dog no Tamari, 5. As I said, you have a month to prepare. Good luck, everyone. After he finished, I walked over to Izumi and we started to leave. The weather was nice outside, so I called Izumi to the park. She didn't mind. When I arrived at the park, I bought ice cream for myself and Izumi. We sat down on a bench and started talking as usual, when suddenly Izumi said, Izumi, Naru, congratulations on your victory in the selection. Even though you said the wrong words, they were deserved. Now close your eyes for a minute. I didn't argue and closed my eyes and waited. Izumi bought him 2 gifts even before the exam. The first gift was for training, and the second was from the heart. Izumi. Dachshund, now open your eyes. Opening my eyes, I saw a red and blue pendant with the Uzumaki sign. Naruto hugged Izumi in joy. Izumi, not expecting this, fell, and Naruto fell on top of her. And how he fell, lips on lips. Naruto quickly parted his lips and blushed together with Izumi, and then they laughed synchronously, although both Naruto and Izumi liked it, but no one voiced it. After walking a little more, they went to Ichiraku, because none of them wanted to cook dinner. Arriving home, they still didn't talk much, and each went to their own room. The next morning, Naruto woke up first, took a bath, and started preparing breakfast. Just as Naruto was finishing preparing breakfast, Izumi joined him. After breakfast, they went to the 31 training ground. After warming up, Izumi began teaching Naruto her strongest fire technique, namely, Katan, Dance of the 6 Dragons. She can use this technique once if she has a full supply of chakra. Izumi. Naru, look, I want to teach you the most powerful technique I know. Dance of the 6 Dragons. This is an S-rank technician, but it is very expensive. Remember the seals and release 2 fire dragons first, then 3, etc. This technique can be improved, but I don't have enough chakra. Train him before I arrive. I'll come check it out. Izumi said and left the training ground. Naruto. Okay, Izu. The red-haired man shouted at his friend's back. As soon as Izumi left, I began to hone my technique, but I can't get more than 3 dragons. But Izumi wasn't joking. She's very chakra-consuming. Izumi went to visit Mikoto to ask for some advice and find out what kind of feeling it was after yesterday's kiss. Arriving at Mikoto's house, she knocked and Mikoto opened the door. Izumi. Hello, Mikoto-san. Mikoto. Hello, Izumi. How many times have I asked you without suffixes? They're not strangers, Mikoto said with some anger. Izumi. Sorry, Mikoto, I need your help, or rather advice, said Izumi, blushing at the same time. Mikoto. Did something happen? Have you really fallen in love? Mikoto asked with a smile. Izumi. That's what I came to talk about. The young Uchiha said even more redly. Mikoto. Hee. And who is this lucky guy? Mikoto began the interrogation with interest. Izumi. Naruto. I don't know if this is love or not, but I feel good with him, especially after yesterday's incident. Izumi, as red as Naruto's hair, said in one breath. Mikoto. And what kind of incident? She said with some kind of malicious smile. Izumi recounted yesterday's incident and told how she felt. Mikoto. I understand, you fell in love with Izumi-chan. Mikoto stated the fact with a cheerful smile. Izumi. Can you give me some advice? Izumi asked with a smile. Mikoto. All I can say is spend more time together. Izumi. Thanks, Mikoto-san. I'll run. Mikoto. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, Naruto managed to increase from 3 dragons to 4. When Izumi arrived, Naruto showed Keitan, Dance of the 4 Dragons. True, after that I began to fall, but Izumi caught me. A month passed at this pace. Izumi and I began to walk more often and longer. I mastered the technique up to 7 dragons, but it consumes 40% of my chakra. Arriving at the arena, Izumi hugged me, wished me good luck and went up to the stands, and I went down to the arena with the others and began to wait for the examiner. Chapter 25. Attack Plan and Start of the First Rounds. There were 5 people sitting in the cage box. Kazekage, 2 Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage. If the Kazekage came in peace, then others did not. During this month, the Reikage and Tsuchikage prepared for war in full. Since Suna was an ally of Konoha, the Kazekage will help the 2 Kage. So that no one would interfere with the battle, they found a scroll with a powerful barrier and gave it to the 4 strongest sensors to study, since they would be of no use in battle. They planned to attack after the final battle in order to strike as unexpectedly as possible. Meanwhile, in the arena, 99% of the people who came to watch were rooting for 3 candidates: Uchiha Sasuke, Namikaze Menma, Hyuga Hinata. Only their names were heard, but there was a 1% of people which included Izumi, Aya, Kin, Kira, Lia, Mikoto, who was cheering for me and Sasuke. No one heard them except Naruto, who heard their cry of support. This gave him additional motivation. A couple of minutes passed and the Hokage began his speech. Fugaku. Good afternoon, residents of Konoha, dear guests. Welcome to the finals of the Chunin exams. The crowd roared approvingly. After the qualifying matches, only the best remained. Before the judge explains the rules of the fights, I would like to personally introduce the 4th Kazekage, Dog no Rasa, 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, 4th Reikage. Hey! The crowd started cheering even louder. And now I give the floor to the judge of the final stage, the legendary ninja, the great hermit from Mount Myoboku, Sanin Jiraiya. Out of nowhere, white smoke appeared in the arena. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a tall, middle-aged man with fair skin. Jiraiya has long white hair that sticks out in creative disarray in different directions, and is tied back with an elastic band into a ponytail. He has red lines under his eyes. Jiraiya wears a light green kimono and pants of the same color, under which he wears a mesh tank top that is visible at the wrists and ankles. He also wore arm guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. Menma immediately shouted, "Menma, Jiraiya-sensei!" The son of the 4th Hokage exclaimed joyfully. Jiraiya ignored the shout as he didn't want to make any misunderstandings with the other participants. Jiraiya, so the rules for the final stage are quite simple. The battles are one-on-one as in the qualifying matches. I have no right to interfere in the fight before it ends. Deaths are not prohibited, but they are not desirable. It is allowed to use any equipment and weapons. It is prohibited to help other participants. Please stay for the first fight. Menma Namikaze and Dogno Kankuro. The rest take the empty seats in the box for the participants and wait until you are called. Everyone except the participants of the first battle took their places, and Jiraiya gave the go-ahead to start. Jiraiya, let's start. Kankuro knew that he couldn't underestimate the guy, so he immediately summoned 2 dolls and created a clone. Menma began to attack the puppeteer at high speed, but he skillfully defended himself with the help of puppets. Menma used the cloning technique and began to attack the dolls with clones, and the original appeared from behind with a Rasengan in his hand and hit Kankuro with it. The fight was over, as Kankuro could not continue the fight. Jiraiya. The winner of the first fight is Namikaze Menma. I asked the next couple to come down, Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata Hyuga. When they called Naruto, everyone started booing and shouting words like demon, non-entity. Everyone screamed except Izumi, Aya, Kin, Kira, Lia, and Mikoto. They shouted that they believed in him, but it's impossible to overpower the crowd. When Hinata was named, everyone started to rejoice except the same people who were for Naruto. They were neutral. Having come down, Hinata began to humiliate Naruto as usual. Hinata, ha ha ha, such weaklings have no place here. Go home to hell, demon. Hinata said arrogantly and with mockery in her voice. The crowd of imbecile spectators began to laugh and support Hinata, but their laughter did not last long, and the Hyuga clan was already about to attack the red-haired man for his next words. Naruto, you know, you and Sakura are similar. Both are insignificant and both work well with your tongue. Only you also work part-time in the clan after a brothel. Naruto answered calmly. Menma covered Naruto with a 3-story mat, and Hinata, out of anger, activated her Byakugan and began her tirade. Hinata, how dare you? Garbage! Saying that Haim of the Hyuga clan, do you even know what will happen to you? Hinata said, hissing with anger. Naruto, I know absolutely nothing is missing from the clan of white-eyed egoists. Before the fight, answer the question. What is greater, your ego or the fact that you serve in a brothel? Judge, I'm ready to fight. Naruto said just as calmly. All the Hyugas except Hizashi and Neji swore at Naruto to the fullest, and Izumi, Aya, Kin, Kira, Lia, Mikoto, Sasuke, and all the cage had a blast. Hinata, get rid of garbage! I'll kill you! Judge, start the fight! Hinata, red with anger, screaming almost across the entire Konoha. Hinata lost control of her emotions and directly attacked Naruto. Naruto created clones to have a little fun. The clones were unable to damage Hinata, and Hinata began to mock this. But she quickly stopped when a fiery bullet pierced her stomach. Menma and Hiyashi wanted to intervene but could not. They were stopped by Hizashi and Jiraiya. Naruto, meanwhile, created 30 clones and left them behind, and he covered the katana with flames and attacked in close combat. Hinata understood that she couldn't easily block the katana, so she used Hinata, 8 trigrams, heavenly rotation, and the clones folded their seals and shouted, Naruto clones, Katon fire bullet. But something happened that no one expected. Heavenly rotation did not deflect the katana. The katana went through like a knife through butter, and the fiery bullets pierced the legs, arms, stomach, and shoulders. Afterwards, all the Hyugas fell into shock. What about Hyuga? Everyone was shocked except Izumi, who knew about this in advance. Naruto quickly moved towards Hinata and ripped out his right eye, and Hinata's dead body fell at Naruto's feet. Chapter 26, Continued Battles. Hiashi quickly stormed towards his daughter. The Hyuga clan and Menma followed Hiashi. Naruto began to leave, but Hiashi could not let the person responsible for her death leave and began to shout, "Hiashi, how dare you, bastard! I will kill you!" Screamed like crazy with hatred in his voice. After these words, Hiashi attacked Naruto. Hiashi, 8 trigrams technique, 128 strokes of heaven. At the last moment, a pink Susan created by Izumi appeared in front of Naruto. Susanoo withstood a series of blows, but was coming apart at the seams. Hiashi was about to repeat the attack, but unfortunately for Hiashi, he was stopped by Jiraiya, who said that after the exam, you will deal with him, but now there is no need to ruin the exam. Hiashi did not want to listen, so Jiraiya quickly knocked him out, tied him up, and gave instructions to take Hinata away. Naruto thanked Izumi and she returned tired to the stands. Menma just cried. Through tears he yelled, "Menma, remember, in the finale I will take revenge on you, the demon," he said through his teeth with a voice that was filled with anger. Naruto. "If you make it to the finals," Naruto answered nonchalantly. Menma wanted to do something, but he was calmed down by Jiraiya and Kushina, who did not understand why her son became like this. A couple of minutes later, Jiraiya took the floor. "Jiraiya, the winner of the previous fight is Uzumaki Naruto. The next fight is between Dog Nogara and Tenten. I asked them to come down to the arena. The fight was boring. Tenten immediately fell into Gaara's sand and gave up. Jiraiya, winner of the third Dog Nogara fight. Last fight before the semi-finals, Sasuke Uchiha and Dog no Tamari. Tamari immediately used Futon, Wind Net, but Sasuke used Katon, thereby strengthening his attack. Tamari was unable to dodge, thereby receiving severe burns and gave up. Jiraiya, winner Sasuke Uchiha. Participants will have a 15-minute break, and the following fights will take place. Uzumaki Naruto versus Dog Nogara, Namikaze Menma versus Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto made a battle plan in 15 minutes, and then he hears, "Jiraiya, the break is over, please go down to the arena. Dog Nogara and Uzumaki Naruto." Having descended, Jiraiya gave the go-ahead and jumped away. The next second, sand was flying at Naruto from 3 sides. Naruto poured fire chakra into the katana and cut the sand, which immediately became glass. Gaara realized that sand had to be used carefully, so he decided to create sand clones to distract attention. But Naruto created a clone which he used. Naruto clone, Kaden, fire bullet. Thus, he killed Gaara's clone and went into close combat with him while the original was preparing chakra for a special technique. The clone did not give Gaara the opportunity to attack the original, so after a few seconds, the entire arena heard. Original Naruto. Katan, Dance of the 6 Dragons, Cubic Hell. Naruto released 6 fire dragons that formed a cube around Gaara. Inside the cube, Gaara saw a dragon's face emerge from each wall. Gaara quickly created a protective dome, but it quickly became glass, so when the technique dissipated, everyone saw a glass ball in which Gaara was stuck. He could not continue the fight, so he had to surrender. Rasa, Gaara's father, noted that Naruto came up with a good plan, and with the help of his sand, he destroyed the glassy sphere. Jiraiya. The winner of the first semi-final of the Chunin exam is Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone was silent except Izumi, who shouted congratulations and started clapping as Aya, Kira, Kin, Lia, Sasuke, Mikoto, Danzo, Fugaku, Rasa, Hei, and Onoki. Jiraiya. Second fight, Menma Namikaze versus Uchiha Sasuke. Having descended, they silently began to fight in taijutsu. The fight was even. Thanks to Sasuke's sharingan, he saw all the attacks and calmly counterattacked. Menma decided to take it in numbers, but as soon as the clones appeared, everyone heard. Sasuke, Kato Fireball. All the clones were destroyed, but the original was not there. Menma disappeared behind a ball of fire and moved behind Sasuke. Sasuke realized this, and the hand with the Rasengan that Menma made was moved to the side, but Menma launched a kick to the head, which Sasuke did not have time to dodge and hit the target exactly. Sasuke staggered, and Menma recreated the Rasengan and hit him squarely in the stomach. Jiraiya. The second finalist for the Chunin exam was determined. Namikaze Menma won. 1 hour break before the final fight to allow the participants to regain their strength. But no one suspects what will happen next. The next chapters will be epic. Chapter 27, Brother Against Brother. Naruto was sitting and restoring his chakra when Izumi approached him. Izumi. Naru, I have a bad feeling. Be careful, and if something happens, run to our place, Izumi said with concern in her voice. Naruto. Izu, thank you for saving me. I also have a bad feeling, okay? I'll come there. You go there right away too. The red-haired man answered in the same voice. Izumi. Okay, by the way, take these chakra-restoring pills, one now, the second as the chakra approaches zero, she said in a more commanding tone. Naruto. Okay, okay. Naruto replied, smiling nervously. He knew there was no point in arguing. At that moment, everyone heard Jiraiya's voice. Jiraiya. Attention, participants are requested to descend to the arena for the final battle. Say hello to Naruto Uzumaki and Menma Namikaze. The crowd reacted very negatively to Naruto's name, but very well to Menma. Still, the crowd didn't like Naruto more than Menma. Naruto and Menma descended into the arena and began a dialogue. Menma. Well, is the demon ready to die? I will avenge Hinata and kill you, Menma shouted with anger in his voice. Naruto, you're not the first to say you'll kill me, but I'm still alive. Naruto parried his opponent's words. Menma, shut up! You will answer for Hinata! With such shouts, he stood up in combat readiness, letting him know that it was time to start the battle. Naruto, less words, more action. Naruto answered, Naruto getting up in combat readiness. Jiraiya, let's start. Menma attacked Naruto in close combat, but Naruto successfully blocked all the blows and was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. And then Menma missed with a high kick to the head, and Naruto made a sweep from which Menma was unable to jump away in time. Moving away from Menma, Naruto created 10 shadow clones and 5 fire clones. Menma quickly rose and created 10 clones. The clones destroyed themselves, and the fire clones attacked Menma, exploding in flames as they died. Menma suffered minor burns on his right arm, but that didn't stop him. Menma created a Rasengan and ran towards Naruto. Naruto used the fire bullet technique, and when the bullets almost reached Menma, he used Hiraishin and appeared in front of Naruto and delivered a series of blows to the body and head from which Naruto did not dodge and flew towards the wall. Having regrouped in the air, Naruto created 3 clones and began to press on Menma, not allowing him to make a counterattack. The original jumped back, creating a technique of air bullets that hit Menma's left palm, while the clones launched chakra-enhanced punches at Menma's torso. Menma coughed up blood, then made seals and shouted, Menma, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 clones appeared around Menma. The original scattered all the teleportation kunai throughout the arena. I couldn't predict what he was planning, so I wanted to make a fire dome. I hope Gaara won't be offended by the plagiarism of the technique, but before I had even completed half the seals, all the clones began to brutally attack me, teleporting towards me from all sides. After 5 minutes, Menma and I could barely stand on our feet. Taking out a tablet to restore chakra, I used a fiery impulse, thereby throwing away all the kunai in an area of 7 meters from me. Suddenly, Menma suggested, Menma, let's solve everything with one attack. Menma was confident that his Rasengan would be stronger than the demon technique. Naruto, okay. Menma created a Rasengan by investing all his chakra, and Naruto made a series of seals and yelled, Naruto, Katon, Dance of the 6 Dragons, Sphere of Death. Naruto summoned 6 dragons and extended his hand in which 6 dragons swirled, forming a sphere, Naruto condensing the fire chakra to the maximum, and the size became the size of a Rasengan. Absolutely everyone understood what would happen if Naruto blew up this sphere. They accelerated and Menma threw a kunai forward, but Naruto deflected the kunai with his own, thereby disrupting the teleportation plan, and now the distance is closing. 25 meters. 15 meters. Menma, Rasengan. Naruto, Fire Sphere. An instant, an explosion of fire occurred in the arena, which completely incinerated Menma's hand, destroyed the earth inside the arena, leaving a crater of 15 meters and destroying the walls of the arena. But Shinobi with the elements of earth quickly repaired the walls. Jiraiya quickly jumped down to them and checked on them. Naruto was on one knee and breathing heavily. Menma lay unconscious. Jiraiya, winner Naruto Uzu. Before I could finish speaking, explosions sounded from all sides. Cage Lodge. Hey, the time has come for Tsuchikage. The attack on Konoha has begun. Chapter 28. Attack. After the explosion sounded in the arena, feathers began to fall out of nowhere. Only the Uchiha clan, Hyuga, and some jonin, such as Kakashi Minato, he was made a jonin after being removed from the title of Hokage. Guy, he was brought out by Kakashi since they were nearby. Asuma, Kurenai, and Kushina were not caught in the genjutsu. Naruto was caught in a genjutsu, but Kurama quickly removed it. After that, a couple of hundred people from the stone and the same number from the cloud appeared in the arena. Naruto quickly ran to Izumi. Naruto and Izumi stood back to back. They were thinking about an escape plan while killing enemies. There were more and more enemies. At this time, a battle began between Fugaku, Danzo, and Rasa against Onoki and I. The shinobi who studied the barrier set it up so that no one would interfere with the battle. Hei covered himself with lightning and wanted to kill the race, but Black Susan saved the Kazekage. Onoki used rock bullets, and Danzo responded with air bullets. The techniques were equal in strength, so they destroyed each other. Rasa's sand quickly caught Onoki, but Minato prevented him from killing him. Minato appeared on Fugaku's mark and cut Rasa's throat. Fugaku, in turn, used his first ability on Minato, depriving him of 90% of his chakra. With the last of his strength, Minato moved behind the Raikage. Ai quickly flew into Danzo, and Onoki destroyed the Susanoo with his genome. Danzo, after being hit by the Raikage, could not continue the fight, so A pierced his chest. Danzo couldn't survive this. Without wasting time, he hit Fugaku in the back. Onoki, using his genome, erased Fugaku from the face of the earth. Before he could rejoice at the victory, Minato pierced the Raikage's heart with a kunai covered in wind chakra. Moving to Tsuchikage, he cut off his head. Thus ended the battle between the five Kage. A two-tailed fiery cat, Matatabi, roamed the city. She destroyed everything. Suddenly, a toad named Gamabunta landed on her. Jiraiya called her. The fight began, with Gamabunta dominating thanks to Jiraiya's additional attacks. Matatabi got angry and began to form a tailed beast bomb, but Jiraiya took the opportunity and quickly flew up to Matatabi and placed the seal of the five elements, thereby sealing her back into the Jinchuriki. We returned to Naruto and Izumi. They saw that Minato had killed his allies and betrayed Konoha, but no one saw it except them because the battle was going on. Fighting off the attacks, Izumi suggested, Izumi, Naru, this is an opportunity to leave Konoha. There may not be another one. I suggest you leave quickly. Naruto, I completely agree. Let's go through the Konoha forest. So the chance that we will be found is lower. Little by little, dealing with the shinobi, they moved towards the Konoha forest. There were no shinobi in the forest itself, but unfortunately for them, Hiashi was following them, who thirsted for revenge for his daughter. When they were far enough away from Konoha, Hiashi made a detour, overtook them, and stood in front of them. Hiashi, it's time for the demon to pay back, Hiashi shouted madly. Naruto, turn to your left, Izu caught up with us, Naruto said in a whisper. Izumi, I see Naru, I'll send the pterodactyl for help. Izumi answered in the same whisper. Hiashi, how dare you ignore me? Hiashi shouted with anger in his voice. Naruto, shut up, can't you see we're talking? Naruto said in a calm voice. Hiashi, shut up, demon, you will die here. He screamed madly and looked at Naruto with hatred. Izumi, I need time, take it. Izumi asked in a whisper. Naruto, okay. He answered Izumi in a whisper, and addressing Hiashi with a mockery in his voice. Old man, he wanted to fight, okay? But if you die, it's not my fault. Hiashi, ha 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 ha, made me laugh. What can you scum do to me? Laughed like crazy leader of the Hyuga clan. Naruto, like father, like daughter, but the daughter is already dead. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 50 clones appeared around Naruto and split up. The original remained with a second row of support consisting of 10 clones. 20 clones went into close combat. The remaining 20 clones began to use fire bullets, depriving Hiashi of space. The clones attacked in close combat with their katanas, which were covered with fire chakra. From experience in battle, Hiashi knew that he couldn't use heavenly rotation, so he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, everyone saw yellow lightning. Izumi managed to send a pterodactyl, which was the fastest creature on Earth. The recipient received a request for help, and without hesitation, went to help. Minato and Hiashi beat Naruto. The three tails didn't help Naruto from the word at all. And now, half an hour of attacks. Naruto and Izumi are standing in her Susanoo. Minato is preparing a huge Rasengan when suddenly someone hits him in the face. Help has arrived. Chapter 29, Namikaze Family Battle. It was Mina. A golden-haired girl Minato's age appeared next to Naruto and Izumi. Mina, long time no see, brother, Mina said with a smile. Minato stood up after the blow and was shocked. The one who stopped him was his exiled sister. Minato, who do we have here? My older sister is a traitor. And what did the traitor forget in the land of fire? Minato said mockingly. Mina, ooh, little Minato, don't be arrogant. You've always been weaker than me. I only bothered with you because it was the last wish of my mother and that fart whom we considered our father. Mina said with the same mockery as Minato. Minato got even angrier. He couldn't answer her. Verbally, she outplayed him. Minato decided to charm her and return Mina to Konoha as an additional combat unit. Minato, so what are you forgetting here? He said with anger in his tone, and he looked at her with hatred. Mina, yes, I came for my nephew and friend, so I ask you once in a good way, go away and take this homeless person from the Hyuga clan. Mina continued to speak with mockery. Izumi and Naruto laughed at this. Minato was even more angry because the traitor of the Namikaze clan was pointing him out. Hiashi first fell into shock as they called him, and then attacked. Hiashi, 8 trigrams, 64 strikes of heaven. But not a single blow reached Mina. Mina, with the help of simple speed, dodged all the blows and knocked out Hiashi with a precise blow to the head. Minato decided to take advantage of the opportunity and moved and hit Mina in the body. The blow was strong. Mina coughed up blood and said, "Mina, not bad for a weakling," she said, laughing. After these words, Minato received a combo of 6 blows to the body from which Minato flew into a tree. As soon as he stood up, the beating of Minato began in the 2 yellow lightning dance. Minato flew to Hiyashi, took him, and said, "Minato, you'll regret this." After these words, they disappeared, and Naruto removed the cover of his 3 tails and lost consciousness from painful shock. Izumi fainted from chakra exhaustion. Having created a clone that took Izumi, and the original Mina took Naruto and began the journey together with the clones in a direction known only to her, Konoha. An emergency council of Junin and elders was convened to choose a new Hokage. There were 3 candidates, Kakashi Hatake, Minato Namikaze, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately abandoned this as he was leaving on a new journey. Kakashi also refused because he knew what kind of work it was and decided that it would be better to teach Genin than to be Hokage. Minato rejoiced in his heart, but outwardly kept a mask of calm. He was accepted as a candidate because he killed the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. No one knew except Naruto and Izumi that he killed the race and thereby helped the enemies. Due to the lack of candidates for the new Hokage, some were proud of his victory over the 2 Kage, some gritted their teeth and recognized his merits as the Kage. After some time, an agreement was signed on the surrender of Cloud and Stone, and as punishment, 5% of the land of Konoha and Suna was taken from them. Baki became the new Kazekage. Darui became the new Raikage. Onoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, became the new Tsuchikage. Akatsuki's lair. "So Mina betrayed us after all. It's a pity, he was a good ally," said the unknown person with hatred in his voice. Nagato. "I don't think she just betrayed her. She achieved her goal and perhaps achieved it." The owner of the Eyes of God said without emotion. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, although saddened by her departure, were glad that her goal had been achieved. Yahiko. "Okay, time to look for new allies. Itachi and Kisame, find a renegade named Deidara on the border with the country of Stone," Yahiko ordered. Itachi and Kisame, yes. Yahiko. "Konan, Nagato, you have Sasori of Red Sand. The exact location is unknown, except for the information that he is in the Land of Wind." Nagato and Konan. Okay. Yahiko. Free. Filler. Kushina's story and Minato's plan. Kushina's childhood was not easy. She was born in Uzushio, and at the age of 5 she was transported to Konoha as a future vessel for the Biju. At the academy, they disliked her for her long red hair and gave her the nickname Tomato. Kushina did not tolerate this and began to respond to the offenders by beating her. For her explosive character and for the fact that she was nicknamed Hot Red Pepper or Bloody Habanera by all her offenders. When she was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi, she was saved by Minato, who found her trail. He overheard that she was a Jinchuriki. Minato decided to get her for himself. No, Minato never loved Kushina. He needed the weapon inside her. Quickly knocking out the attackers and Kushina, he bookmarked her to love him. When the time came for childbirth, the seal holding the Kyuubi began to break along with the bookmarks. But Kushina couldn't say anything. Quickly putting a seal of loyalty and submission to him, he waited for the Kyuubi to appear to seal it into himself. But the plan was disrupted by Hiruzen, who sealed the Kyuubi into one of his sons, whose Uzumaki genes began to take over. Minato feigned fear that the fox had captured Naruto and told Kushina that he needed to be sent to an orphanage. Kushina, with the seals of submission and loyalty, agreed. After the mission in the Land of Waves, the seals fell asleep, and Kushina went to Minato to punch him in the face. Minato felt that the seal had outlived its usefulness and was waiting for Kushina to put new ones, because if she left him and told everyone the truth, it would undermine his authority among Konoha. Arriving at Minato, they began a conversation. Kushina, "Minato, you're crazy, I'm leaving you." Minato, "Shut up, I don't need you anymore, but I can't let you leave." Kushina, "What, are you afraid for your ass?" Minato, "You're just a political pawn in my game. I don't need your love and never did. I needed power, I only needed Kyuubi." Kushina, "I will personally see to it that you are deprived of all power, but you won't get the Kyuubi." Minato, "Shut up, you won't just leave now." Kushina wanted to slap her, but Minato quickly knocked her out and bookmarked loyalty, love, and submission to him, and indifference to Naruto. When Jiraiya found out about this, he removed the bookmarks without Minato noticing, but asked him to play the role of a faithful slave. She didn't know what happened after, but Jiraiya abruptly began teaching Menma. As soon as Minato left the village behind the escaped Naruto and Izumi, Kushina removed the bookmarks and they planned to leave the village the same way. Filler. History of Akatsuki. During the war, 3 orphans were trained by one of the 3 legendary sanins, Jiraiya. The first one was named Yahiko, who has short, spiky orange hair and brown eyes. The second was Konan, who had short, straight blue hair, yellow eyes, and wears a blue origami flower on her head. The third was Nagato. He had pale white skin and straight red hair. His hair covered his eyes, thereby hiding the rinnegan from view of others. Having adopted the idea of peace from their sensei, they created the Akatsuki organization, which wanted to stop all wars through peaceful means. Yahiko was chosen as the head of Akatsuki. As the years passed, more and more people joined Akatsuki, and everything was fine until one moment. One day, Konan was captured by a man named Hanzo. The Akatsuki were not beneficial to him, because they had a big name in the Rain Village, and he was afraid of losing power. When Yahiko and Nagato found out about this, they gathered everyone who was in Akatsuki and were going to attack the Rain Village. Nagato and Yahiko were sitting and discussing the attack plan, when an unknown man in an orange mask appeared from a crater in front of them. Yahiko and Nagato instantly assumed a fighting stance. Calm down, I come in peace, said the unknown person in a serious voice. Yahiko, who are you and what do you need? Yahiko said warily. My name is Uchiha Madara and I can help get your friend back, Madara said calmly. Nagato and Yahiko, you died in the battle with Hashirama Senju, two guys said simultaneously, being in shock. Nagato, but what do you want in return? The owner of the rinnegan asked a question after recovering from shock. Madara, I want to become the leader of your organization. From the shadows, only you and your girlfriend should know about me. Everyone will consider Yahiko the leader. Madara answered. Yahiko and Nagato didn't even think. Konan was a very important person to them, so they agreed at the same time. Madara explained the plan of action. Yahiko and Nagato agreed. The plan was that they would stall for time until he arrived, and he would save Konan using space-time technology. The next day there was a meeting of the two leaders. On one side stood Hanzo, and behind him stood 20 Root ANBU fighters. Opposite him stood Yahiko and Nagato, and behind them were about 50 Akatsuki members. Hanzo, so that means you've come, Hanzo said without emotion. Yahiko, as you can see, Yahiko answered just as coldly. Hanzo, I give you two options for the development of events. The first option is you disband your group and I will give your friend. The second option is refusal and your death. Yahiko, let me think about it for a few minutes. Yahiko had already chosen the option, because the shadow clone at the base had dissipated, and Madara had fulfilled his share of the deal. Yahiko, I'd like to see that Konan is safe. Hanzo, okay, bring the prisoner. One of the Root Anbu disappeared, and appeared a minute later and said something to Hanzo. This made Hanzo angry. Hanzo, the plan failed. Kill them. He shouted with anger in his intonation and disappeared into the Shunshin. There was a long battle, from which Akatsuki emerged victorious, but suffered heavy losses. Only Yahiko, Nagato, Mina and Konan and Madara, who came to help, survived. From that moment on, Madara became the leader of Akatsuki. Akatsuki's goal has not changed, but the methods for achieving the goal have changed significantly. Instead of diplomatic assistance as before, the goal was to collect tailed demons to use their power in the name of peace. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan thought so, but the gathering of the tailed creatures was for a completely different purpose, but the result would be world peace. Chapter 30. Ruins of Uzushio, end of Season 1. A group of 3 people was moving at high speed towards the destroyed village of Whirlpool. 2 days have passed since Naruto and Izumi escaped. On the way, Mina told the story of Uzushio, about the Uzumaki clan, about the betrayal of Konoha during the attack on Uzushio. Also on the way, they stopped by the city under the henge to transplant the eye that he took from Hinata. The doctor was taken into Genjutsu because they were recognized as a rank renegades. The operation lasted 4 hours, after which the doctor said not to remove the bandage for 4 days, and the company quickly left that village. Arriving at Uzushio, everyone saw the ruins of the once great village. Walking to the outskirts of the ruins, Mina pointed to the barrier and said, Mina, only a prince or the head of the Uzumaki clan is able to pass through this barrier. If someone else tries to pass, he will die immediately, Mina warned. Izumi was seriously scared, because if she lost this red-haired man, she would not be able to live in peace any longer. Naruto understood that the chance of passing through the barrier was small, but it was worth the risk. Mina simply believed in him. Konoha, after Minato's return as the 4th Hokage, he began his new policy. First of all, he dissolved the council so that they would not interfere with him. Now all power was in his hands. All clans that voted to remove him from the post of Hokage were punished. Their influence decreased by 2 times. And the once great Uchiha clan has lost all influence. Their rights were equal to those of civilians, but at the same time they had to go into battle first, followed by other clans. Only the Hyuga clan was spared. Konoha was turning into a large prison. Uzushio. Naruto stood up and wanted to go to the barrier, but Izumi took his hand and said, Izumi, please be careful, Izumi asked quietly with excitement on her face. Naruto. Izu, don't worry, everything will be fine, Naruto said, encouraging Izumi. After Naruto's words, Izumi did something that neither Naruto nor Mina expected. Izumi hugged Naruto tightly but tenderly and kissed him on the lips. Naruto was taken aback, but responded to the kiss. After a minute, they ran out of air, and Izumi pulled away from him. Izumi. Promise you'll come back, Izumi said sadly. Naruto, I promise. Naruto promised and kissed Izumi again. After the second kiss, Naruto entered the barrier. Izumi had a stone lifted from her soul. There was a cave inside. Naruto went deeper into the cave and saw an old man. The old man had long gray hair, a bushy mustache, and a small beard. He wore standard ninja armor similar to Hashirama's and Madara's, only gray in color, underneath which was a black outfit with wide, long sleeves that featured the symbols of hidden Maelstrom Village. Chigi. Hello, successor. My name is Ashina Uzumaki. I am the first and unfortunately the last head of the Uzumaki clan, Ashina said. Naruto. Hello, Ashina-san. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What are you doing here? I know from history that you died defending Uzushio. Naruto said in surprise, he definitely did not expect to see the head of the Uzumaki clan. Ashina. Naruto, I will give you all the knowledge about the clan, about Fuinjutsu. I want to ask you to restore the Uzumaki clan. You're right, I died protecting Uzushio. I'm just residual chakra that is programmed to transfer knowledge to its successor, Ashina informed his successor. Naruto. All right, Uzukage-sama, Naruto said with respect in his voice and bowed. Ashina laughed at this. Walking over to Naruto, he touched Naruto's forehead, and Naruto passed out. Ashina passed on the knowledge and disappeared. 4 hours passed, and Naruto woke up. From Ashina's memories, Naruto realized that the ruins of Uzushio is just a barrier that can be removed, or a seal can be placed that shows Uzushio's true appearance. Izumi couldn't find a place for herself for the whole 4 hours. Mina asked her to calm down and entrust everything to Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto appeared from the barrier. Izumi immediately flew up to Naruto and gently hugged and kissed him, and then slapped him on the head for making her worry. Naruto briefly spoke about the barrier over Uzushio and put a seal so that they could see Uzushio's true face. When everyone entered the territory of Uzushio, everyone was shocked by the beauty of this place. Entering the residence, they went up to the Uzukage's office and noticed the Uzukage's hat. Without thinking twice, Izumi took it and placed it on Naruto's head. Izumi and Mina, congratulations to you, second Uzukage, Uzumaki Naruto. The two girls shouted and hugged him, and Izumi also kissed him. Thus began the restoration of the great Uzumaki clan. 3 years later, Chapter 31, Finding New Uzumaki. It's been 3 years since Naruto became the second Uzukage of the Hidden Whirlpool Village. During this time, Naruto, Izumi, and Mina learned of the location of the 496 Uzumaki. 239 were in the Hidden Cloud, 160 in the Hidden Mist, 94 in the Hidden Stone, 2 in Konoha, 1 in Akatsuki. For 3 years, Izumi and I have been training to raid hidden villages other than Konoha. The one in Akatsuki, Mina decided that she would bring it herself. In the middle of the 3rd year of training, Mina went after Nagato Uzumaki, and Yahiko and Konan, Naruto was not against them. Naruto and Izumi went to the village of the Hidden Cloud. Naruto's appearance has changed greatly. Naruto was a tall, blue-eyed guy with long red hair and a hairstyle like Hashirama's. Izumi tried her best. Strong, pumped-up body. For clothing, he wears an orange t-shirt over which is an orange trowel with black sleeves and the Uzumaki clan crest on the back, dark pants, standard shinobi shoes, and a cage hat on his back. Izumi became even more beautiful, her raven-colored hair braided into 2 pigtails. Izumi's figure was the envy of everyone who saw her, and her breasts also grew to size 4. For clothing, she prefers a black t-shirt with the Uchiha clan crest on one side and the Uzumaki clan crest on the other, orange short shorts, and standard shinobi shoes. Naruto and Izumi began to fully date. In terms of strength, both have moved forward a lot. I'll start with Izumi. Her chakra reserves became 10 times larger thanks to the Fuin seals that Naruto made. Fuin seal of chakra expansion. Fire release increased to the level of Captain Anbu of Konoha, Konoha Anbu level Taijutsu, Genjutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, Anbu level Kenjutsu. She mastered the Mangyoke Sharingan to perfection. Naruto increased his chakra 4 times, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu at the Kage level, doesn't know Genjutsu. Shuriken Jutsu at the Konoha Anbu level, completely trained as a Fuin. Byakugan at a weak level due to ignorance of eye techniques. signed a personal appeal, kurama, by voluntary transaction, opening a cage in exchange for a summons. At the edge of the cloud, Naruto quickly sensed the locations of all the Uzumakis and quickly went towards them. Those who stood in his way fell dead or in serious condition. Naruto directed all the Uzumaki to the gathering place. Having created a clone, he sent it to the residence to delay time. The clone successfully delayed 10 minutes, which was enough to completely free Uzumaki. Arriving at Izumi and the rest of the Uzumaki, he moved them to Uzushio, where he explained everything. The same scheme was with Stone and Fog. Almost all the Uzumaki who arrived recognized him as the second Uzukage, but there were those who considered themselves more worthy. These were mostly men 45, 50 years old who considered Naruto a strong but not smart Kage. There were only a few such people. There were also people against Izumi when they found out what clan she was from. After all, it was Madara Uchiha who exterminated the Uzumaki inside the barrier. But Naruto convinced him to give her a chance. Residents began to occupy houses, open shops, and children went to the academy where Izumi taught. Naruto divided into Genin Chunin Junin Ganbu. As a result, out of 493 Uzumaki, there were 132 civil, 51 academy students, 120 Genin, 86 Chuninov, 40 Junan mentors, 35 Junan, 30 ANBU, 2 ANBU captains. There was no message from Mina. A rumor began to spread around the world about the disappearance of Uzumaki at Stone, Cloud, and Fog. When the rumor reached Kushina and Karen, and they realized that someone was collecting Uzumaki, they wanted to go to them, but of course no one let them go. The situation in Konoha was tense to the maximum. Minato was a tyrant. He abandoned Kushina for some girl. That's why the Hyuga did not suffer from the oppression of Minato from the Hyuga clan. Menma started dating Karen, whom they met on a joint mission, and from there it went from there. Menma was still arrogant. Naruto secretly made a proposal to move to Uzushio to the Uchiha clan, the new head. Mikoto gathered a clan council, and at the council they decided that Mikoto should meet with the Uzukage and discuss this, but later, when the Hokage is not in Konoha. And Uzushio's life began to return. It's time to make yourself known. Naruto sent a letter to the Land of Iron for the 5th Cage meeting to announce the revival of Uzushio. Chapter 32, Cage Meeting. A few days later, the cages began to gather in the country of Iron. There were 5 people sitting in the hall: Darui, 5th Raikage; Baki, 5th Kazekage; Kurotsuchi, 4th Tsuchikage; Mei, 5th Mizukage; Mifune, chief of the samurai. They were all waiting for Minato. There is a flash of light and Minato, Kakashi, and Menma appear. Minato: I'm sorry I'm late. Minato apologized to the other cage. Taking his seat and sending security to the balcony, Bucky spoke. Bucky: Since everyone is assembled, we can start, Bucky said with a serious face. Mifune: Wait, one more is missing, Mifune said, surprising everyone. Darui: Well, who? Darui asked with interest. At this moment, Naruto enters the hall and apologizes for being late. No one recognized Naruto because the cage hat covered his face and his hair was different. Mei: Who else are you? Mei asked. Mifune: Since everyone is assembled, I declare the meeting of the 6 cage open, said Mifune, which again shocked everyone. My Baki Darui Minato, Kurotsuchi, 6? Everyone shouted except Naruto. Naruto: Let me introduce myself. I am the second Uzukage, Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said calmly while taking off his hat. Hearing this, Minato was shocked and angry, because his weapon had become the cage of another village. Menma, as soon as he heard the stranger's name, quickly jumped out of the balcony, and with the created Rasengan, flew at Naruto, but quickly flew into the wall, breaking through it. Naruto: Hokage-sama, why is your security so stupid? Do you want war against Uzushio? This is the easiest thing to do, Naruto asked mockingly. Darui and Baki: As if one Uzumaki could do anything, Darui and Baki said laughing. Naruto: Who said I was alone? Raikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, Kurotsuchi-sama, by chance no one disappeared from you, Naruto said with a mockery. My Darui Kurotsuchi: So it was you! They screamed as if they were being cut into pieces. Naruto: Yes, it was me, and what? I took my clan, and is there something that doesn't suit you? Naruto said, releasing his ki. Everyone was afraid of this ki and could not say anything. Minato overcame himself and answered the previously asked question. Minato: There is no need for war, Minato said in fear. Naruto: Then I expect a public change from your son as soon as he wakes up, Naruto said with a straight face. Minato: Okay, Minato said through his teeth. Minato understands that war will bring a decrease in reputation. At this time, Menma came to his senses. Menma: How dare you attack me? I am the son of the Hokage. Kiss my feet and pray that I forgive you. Menma started screaming and everyone covered their ears. At that moment, everyone mentally began to bury Menma. Naruto: Hokage-sama, apparently you still want war, Naruto said with a mysterious smile. Minato. Uzukage-sama, I apologize for this incident. He spoke through his teeth and looked angrily at Menma. Menma! Apologize quickly! Menma. Okay, father, I apologize. I'll kill you later, demon. Having said this, he retired to the balcony. Naruto. And so I called this meeting to announce the return of Uzushio as one of the great countries. Also, Mizukage, Raikage, and Tsuchikage. I demand the return of the lands that you took for yourself after the destruction of Uzushio. Naruto gave his terms. Darui. Kid, isn't that asking a lot? Darui said displeasedly, looking angrily at Naruto. Naruto. Raikage-sama, you kidnapped the Uzumaki as prisoners, even though there was no war. As Uzukage, I cannot leave this issue unresolved, because it is an insult to Uzushio as a whole. This could even lead to a war being declared. I hope there is no need to talk about the difference in strength, or buy the land for an amount that we will personally discuss. Put all the dots in place, Naruto. Darui. I'll think about this option, Darui said with a straight face. He understood that going against him was useless. Naruto, anyone who wishes to sign trade agreements, everyone except Konoha, Naruto suggested, and looked at Minato angrily. Minato, may I know the reason why Konoha is prohibited? Naruto. When Uzushio was attacked, Konoha sent one Junin, the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who removed the barrier from Uzushio, which served to destroy him. Naruto said with a hint of hatred. Minato. That's quite a bold statement. Provide proof. Responded to Minato's statement. Minato grinned, but the smile disappeared when Naruto took out a document and handed it to all the Kages and Mifune. Naruto. With the above facts, I've decided that not concluding trade alliances is a minor punishment. Konoha must pay compensation in the form of 65% of Konoha's entire treasury. Or give 2 Uzumaki who live in Konoha, namely Kushina Uzumaki and Karin Uzumaki. Naruto said calmly. Minato. We need to think about our options. We will send an ambassador. Minato said calmly, and began to think, 65% is a lot, but Karin is an excellent medic and a future Jinchuriki. Naruto. Kazakage-san, I will send you an envoy with an interesting proposal. And now I must go. Bowed to everyone except the Hokage and left. Chapter 33. Meeting. After Naruto left, the Kage decided to continue their council the next day. Naruto went to Mikoto to negotiate relocation. Of course, Naruto could stupidly steal the Uchiha clan, but Uzushio's fresh zero reputation would become terrible. Having arrived in Konoha unnoticed, he moved to the entrance to the Uchiha clan. It was night, so he calmly made his way into the Uchiha clan and approached the door, knocking. Mikoto did not sleep because she knew that Minato was not in Konoha, so this was the only opportunity to meet with the second Uzukage. Hearing a knock on the door, she opened the door and saw Naruto with the cage hat of the hidden maelstrom. She didn't expect to see him, but quickly let him in and invited him into the kitchen. Walking into the kitchen, he saw Sasuke having dinner after training. When Sasuke saw Naruto at first, he simply fell into shock, and when he saw the cage hat, he was dumbfounded. Naruto. Well, hello, Sasuke. Long time no see, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke. Naruto, is that really you? But you betrayed Konoha and became Nukinin, a rank, Uchiha asked after recovering from shock. Naruto. It's me and you're wrong. It was Konoha who betrayed the Uchiha clan, Naruto said with anger in his voice. At that moment, Mikoto arrived, and we began to discuss the relocation of the Uchiha clan. The negotiations were long, but we agreed on moving as a sub-clan until their autonomy was recognized by the Uzumaki clan. After talking a little more with Sasuke, I quietly made my way out of the Uchiha clan. But it was not possible to leave Konoha quietly. Kushina noticed me. I quickly approached and asked not to tell anyone that she had seen me. She agreed, and I quickly left Konoha this time too. Mina met with Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, and offered them a place in the new Uzushio. The 3 from the rain were in favor, but they could not leave Akatsuki. The 4 thought for a long time about their options, and agreed that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan should gather those who do not like Madara's plan and go to Uzushio. His technique will not help to get into Uzushio. The barrier will not let him through. She asked Itachi not to take him under any circumstances. He is a traitor to Konoha Akatsuki, and what can stop him from betraying Uzushio? Izumi gathered all the residents and shinobi of Uzushio in the main square. Izumi tells of Naruto's plan to move the Uchiha clan to Uzushio as a sub-clan before they become trustworthy. The residents were against it, but they understood that the Uchihas were good fighting power. Having heard about the sub-clan, they calmed down and stopped being indignant. Izumi learned this from the letter that Mikoto sent. Nothing happened on the way to Uzushio. Arriving in Uzushio, he began to prepare to create policies, so a council of 7 people was created. It included Naruto, Izumi, Mina, Riven, 60-year-old man with short red hair, was the head of the Uzumaki clan in Cloud. Dea, 24-year-old girl with long soft hair, was the leader of the Uzumaki clan in Stone. Sanai, 36-year-old man with Madara's red hairstyle, was the leader of the Uzumaki clan in the Mist. And the seventh Kushina, who is still in Konoha. Naruto created and convened a council for the Uchiha clan issue and Suna's upcoming proposal. Now there were two people missing from the council, Mina and Kushina. Sanae took the floor first. Sanai, Uzukage-sama, I offer 2 more seats on the council for the Uchiha clan to increase their loyalty to Uzushio. Riven, it's a good idea, but they can have a bad influence on decisions. Izumi, Riven-san, no one from the Uchiha clan would wish harm upon Uzushio. The Uchiha clan will never betray their saviors. Dea, I support Sanaya. His idea is useful. The benefits are many times greater than the disadvantages. Riven, Izumi Dea, the main development of Uzushio. If everything goes as Izumi says, then I also agree. Naruto, I completely agree with you. Riven, Dea, Sanai, when you were prisoners in the villages, you saw disgruntled clans. Dea, in the stone there was one clan with whom we were equal in status, but we were slaves, and they were a clan. Kamizuru clan. Sanai, Yuki clan is considered a traitor clan, and its rights are almost zero. Riven, there are no such clans in the Cloud. Naruto, Dea, Sanai, can you contact them? Dea and Sanae, yes. Naruto, then after the meeting, contact them, but be careful. Izumi, now I propose to discuss the second issue, the proposal for Suna. Naruto, what's your idea? Naruto, as you know, only the sand did not take over Uzushio's territory. Everyone nodded. Naruto, I want to offer them a deal. After the death of the 4th Kazekage, the Jinchuriki's seal was severely damaged due to falling into a state of shock, which turned into panic and rage. I wanted to invite them to restore the seal. Trade and military alliance. In return, I want to ask for part of the desert for a military training ground, for training new and dangerous seals, and for relocating clans that have a bad life in the desert. Riven, the idea is good, but why land for a landfill? Naruto, so that Uzushio doesn't get hurt during the tests. After all, it is dangerous to train behind the barrier due to powerful Fuinjutsu techniques, but it's not safe inside. Daya, Izumi, Riven, Sanai, okay, we're for it. Naruto, that's all, everyone is free. Naruto approached Izumi and they went for a walk. Chapter 34, Minato's Choice. The next day at 9 o'clock, a red-haired guy was sitting at the cage's table inside the residence. Naruto was writing a proposal for a village hidden in the sand. He thought a lot about the expansion of Uzushio Gakure and how the residents would perceive it. Therefore, before sending, he created a clone, and he went to warn the residents about the meeting at 12 noon. For 3 hours, Naruto pondered the general situation in the world. It was clear that Naruto entered the world stage too aggressively, but it paid off. There have been no downsides so far, but there may be a second attempt to destroy Uzushio Gakure. It's time to go to the meeting. Arriving at the main square, everyone began to bow, which made Naruto very awkward, and he bowed back. Entering the stage, he began to speak, strengthening his voice with chakra. Naruto, good afternoon, people of Uzushio Gakure. I called you today to get your opinion on the topic of expanding Uzushio Gakure and an alliance with the village hidden in the sand. I'm getting ahead of your questions. The expansion of Uzushio Gakure will be additional clans that are despised in their villages. So far, there are 2 clans in the plan. These are the Kamizuru clan and the Yuki clan. Regarding the union, we need it to increase our goods on the world market. Residents, we are not against Uzukage-sama. Konoha. After the cage meeting, Minato is in a bad mood. Not only did the weapon of the village become an Uzukage, but Konoha's reputation was undermined by the fact of its allies' betrayal. Minato betrayed Uzushio Gakure. And now it was necessary to decide what to do, because Uzushio Gakure could declare war, and other countries would not help Konoha. It is impossible to pay 65% of all income, because a crisis will begin, which will entail negative consequences. But I didn't want to give Karen away because she was an ideal vessel for the tailed one. Minato couldn't decide for a long time, but Menma burst into his room and said, Menma, just try to give Karen to that demon. She's my girlfriend. Minato didn't care at all. Minato, Menma, go away, I'm busy. Menma said something else, but Minato was no longer listening to him. As soon as Menma noticed this, he approached his father and said, Menma, she will leave and you will lose me as a son. Minato realized that this would lead to the destruction of his reputation. Quickly knocking Menma out, he summoned Inoichi and Karen. Karen came first, and Minato knocked her out just like Menma. When Inoichi arrived, Minato gave the order to bookmark Menma's love for Hanabi Hyuga, and Karen blocks the memory of Karen's love for Menma. Inoichi did this and took payment for it and retired to his clan. Menma was the first to come to his senses and ran away to the Hyuga clan. Hanabi dislikes Menma as he is arrogant and too proud. When Karen came to her senses, she received an order to bring Kushina Uzumaki. When they arrived, Minato said that they were expelled from Konoha. In 3 days, Uzukage will come for them. At that moment, Naruto, sitting in his office, sneezed. Having sent a letter to Uzushio with the transfer of 2 Uzumaki to Uzushio, after 3 days they must be picked up at the gate to Konoha. Naruto, meanwhile, sent an ambassador to Suna with a letter of proposal. Suddenly, Izumi enters the office, hugs him, and gives him a letter. After reading it, Naruto kissed Izumi and said that he was in Konoha for Undomama and Karin. On the way to Konoha, they wanted to rob him 3 times, but when they saw the cage hat, they immediately ran away, which made Naruto laugh a lot. Arriving in Konoha, he ordered 2 Uzumaki to follow him. After walking 2 kilometers, Naruto summoned a 3-meter size kurama. Kushina and Karin were scared when they saw the fox, but Naruto ordered them to climb on top of him, and they obeyed the order. Along the way, they changed their minds about Kurama, and Naruto and Karin became friends. But Naruto kept his communication with Kushina as businesslike as possible. Arriving in Uzushio, they were met by the ambassador, who said that the Kazekage was waiting for him to visit within a week to sign an agreement and repair the seal. Having sent Kushina and Karin to move into vacant houses, he went to Izumi, whom he missed very much. Having bought flowers along the way, he went to the house where they live. Opening the door, he immediately found himself in the arms of a dark-haired beauty. Having given her flowers and kissed her, they went for a walk in the evening Uzushio Park. Arriving home, they kissed and fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 35. The Road to Suna. Waking up in the morning, Naruto carefully crawled out of Izumi's tender embrace. Having gone down to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for 2, which included 4 eggs, bacon, tomato, marshmallows, and aromatic coffee, he went to wake up the sleeping Uchiha. Leaning down, he gently kissed Izumi, causing the latter to wake up and return the kiss. After breakfast, Naruto went to the village hidden in the sand. Approaching the border of Suna, about 200 B-rank and A-rank renegade shinobi appeared in front of him. Naruto immediately became more serious when he saw them. The leader of the robbers, as Naruto understood, came out and began to speak. Chief Bandit. Hey, Petty Ulukaj, or whatever you're called. Spend all the money, otherwise we will kill you. The others began to echo the fat pig, as Naruto nicknamed him. Naruto looked at everyone skeptically and replied, Naruto, Fatas, do you really think you have a chance against the cage, or are you just suicidal? Naruto replied indifferently, which made Fatty Bass angry and attacked. Naruto easily cut his neck and jumped away, using Naruto, Katan, Phoenix of Death, releasing a small phoenix which made all the renegades laugh, but they did not laugh for long. The phoenix flew up to one of the bandits and exploded, killing all the bandits. Naruto walked on as if nothing had happened. Having crossed the border and walked 3 kilometers, 2 people in black cloaks with red clouds appeared in front of him. The first was a guy with medium-length silver hair combed back, bright crimson eyes. He wears a 3-blade scythe on his back and spools of cable from it on his belt. The second was a rather tall man with dark skin and dark brown hair. The color of his eyes is quite unusual. A green iris with no signs of a pupil and a red sclera. It was Hidan and Kakuzu. Haiden, baby fuck, stop. We're tired of following you, Haiden shouted with a smile on his face. Naruto, who are you and what do you want? Preparing for the battle, Naruto said warily and called for a katana. Kakuzu, no matter who we are, we need the 9 tails. Kakuzu answered calmly. Hidan, so hide your fucking wand and silently follow us. Naruto, I refuse. Naruto answered, passing the element of fire through his katana. Hidan quickly rushed towards Naruto, attacking with his scythe. Naruto dodged and cut off Hidan's arm before summoning a kunai and piercing his heart. Throwing away the dead body, Naruto thought, he jumped back. Hidan, dude, it hurts. Let me fucking pierce your heart and cut off your fucking hand too. Hidan was yelling like a crazy person. Naruto, try it. Hidan stood up and ran at Naruto, swinging his scythe. Naruto dodged and cut off the head. The body fell onto the sand and the head rolled towards Kakuzu. Hidan swore at the red-haired man with a 5-story obscenity. Naruto made the seals and shouted, Naruto, Katan, geysers of fire. Geysers appeared from the sand under Kakuzu and Hidan's body, from which Kakuzu dodged, and Hidan's body burned. Kakuzu instantly released 4 of his hearts and began combining attacks. Naruto created a clone and began to make seals. Kakuzu, Futon Heart, Futon Rush. Kakuzu, Heart of Katan, Katan Flow. Naruto clone, Futon Tornado. Naruto, Katan, fire destruction. The combined techniques collided in a dance of fire. After 10 seconds, Naruto's flames absorbed Kakuzu's flames and flew towards the latter. But even the suit and protection did not save him from mortal wounds. Naruto decided not to torture him and used Naruto, Kaden, Orb of Death. Naruto hit Kakuzu right on the head, causing an explosion with a radius of 50 meters. Chapter 36, Alliance with Suna, Part 1, Akasuna Clan. A day later, Naruto arrived at a village hidden in the sand. The guards met the Uzukage and led him into the residence. Along the way, Naruto looked at the architecture of Suna. Residents cast surprised glances. Suddenly, a tear-stained 15-year-old girl with cuts all over her body ran up to them. She was from the Akasuna clan. The girl began to ask the guard for help, but he refused because he was on a mission. But Naruto took the floor. Naruto, girl, what happened to you? Asked Naruto, who remembered his childhood. The girl looked at him in surprise and wanted to say something, but the guard said first, Guard, Uzukage-sama, please do not stop. Kazekage-sama is waiting for you. The girl understood and wanted to leave, but Naruto could not tolerate this attitude towards people. Naruto, don't worry. I'll help the girl and go to the Kazekage. I think he will understand the reason for the delay. Girl, what is your name and what happened to you? Suddenly, men aged 25, 30 years old ran out from around the bend behind her and shouted that she was a non-entity and the scum of Suna, like her clan. The thing is that Akasuna, but Sasori betrayed the village hidden in the sands by killing the third Kazekage. After this, the Akasuna clan began to belittled, and the clan lost 90% of its power. It was a matter of expulsion, but due to the fact that Akasuna Chiyo was one of the Kazekage's main advisors, the expulsion was abandoned. Those men began to throw stones at her, but not one of them hit the girl, who closed her eyes in fear. Naruto caught all the rocks and threw them aside. The men began to get angry. Next, Naruto asked the guard a question. Naruto, are you not punished for attacking residents? Guard, they are punishing, but no one is helping the Akasuna clan. Naruto, then you can give permission to detain these subhumans. Men, you're crazy, you little bastard. We'll kill you, the Sanjunan shouted in unison. Guard, you are under arrest for insulting the Uzukage. Uzukage-sama apologizes and allows me to detain them. The Junans began to laugh and smelled of wild fumes. But the laughter quickly stopped when they smelled Naruto's ki. He quickly moved behind him and knocked them out. Naruto sealed them and walked up to the girl and began to calm her down. When the girl calmed down, she said, Girl, thank you, Uzukage-sama. Naruto, I'm Naruto. What's your name? Girl, I'm Arya Akasuna. Guard, I apologize for interrupting, but the Kazekage is waiting for you. Naruto, that's right, Arya. Let's go, you're coming with us. Arya, okay. Arriving at the residence, Naruto knocked on Baki's office. Baki, come in. The guard did not enter and went back to his post. Naruto and Arya entered the office. Baki was surprised and asked, Baki, girl, you can wait in the measles. But Naruto interrupted Baki. Naruto, Kazekage-sama, I apologize for interrupting, but in addition to the agreement, a new reason has appeared. This is an attack on this girl. He pointed to the girl and unsealed the Junan. These Junan. Baki. Scorpio. And an Anbu with a scorpion mask appeared in front of Baki. To the prison of these Junans, when they come to their senses, call me. Scorpio. Yes, and disappeared into Shunshin along with the criminals. Naruto. Arya, can you bring the head of the Akasuna clan while the Kazekage and I talk about political affairs? Arya. Okay, may Kazekage-sama go. Baki. Yes. As soon as Arya left, Baki and Naruto began boring political affairs. All this stopped when the leader of the Akasuna clan came. Entering the office, he bowed to the two Kage. Hisho, did you call Baki-sama? Baki. Yes, Hisho, the Uzukage has a couple of questions for you and an opportunity to improve life for the clan. Hisho's eyes widened at this, and he was ready to answer anything to improve the life of the clan. Naruto. Good afternoon, Hisho-san. My name is Naruto. May I ask how you and your clan are living in Suna? Hisho. Very bad, Uzukage-sama. Everyone except the Kazekage hates us. Naruto. You know that your clan is one of the 3 closest relatives for the Uzumaki, so I suggest that you and your clan move to Uzushio. Everyone has equal rights in Uzushio, and will find a place in the counselors. Hisho, I agree. Then I'll go warn the clan. May I go? Baki. Yes, I'm happy for you, Hisho-san. Chapter 37, Alliance with Suna, Part 2, Shukaku vs. Naruto. After Hisho left the office, Naruto and Baki went to Gaara. According to Baki, the seal cracked and the One-Tails began to destroy Gaara's psyche, thereby breaking the seal even more. Naruto thought about how to solve this problem until he saw a huge sandy one-tailed tanuki form at the other end. Baki's face showed horror, and he began to panic. Naruto, Baki, come on, can you hear me? But Baki didn't hear him. He looked blankly at Tanuki, who was laughing like crazy. A resounding slap brought Baki back to normal. Naruto. Save the survivors. One tail is on me. Bucky. Okay. Bucky went to the main street. Summoning the Anbu, he gave orders to rescue all the wounded and evacuate civilians and wounded shinobi. He was thinking about what could have pissed off Gaara when suddenly he noticed Kankuro and Temari. Approaching them, he began questioning. Baku, what happened? Why did Gaara break down? Kankuro, it's my fault. I couldn't do the technique, and in a rage I decided to take it out on Gaara, calling him a disgrace to the family and a monster. And he began to run away in tears. When I came to my senses, he had already run away. I ran to find him and met Temari. Having told her what happened, she joined the search while scolding me. Kankuro said, almost crying with shame. Bucky was beside himself with anger, but he understood that it was more important now to save the residents. Bucky, then we'll talk. Now we need to help civilians. Move toward the shelter and help them. Kankuro and Temari quickly ran to help the civilians, as did Baki. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly ran toward Shukaku, creating clones so that they would help people. Shukaku sensed the chakra of his least favorite brother. He sensed Kurama's chakra. He never liked the fox because he always mocked him because of his one tail. Once Kurama tried to tear off his single tail as a joke, but Shukaku, taking this seriously, began to wildly hate Kurama. Kurama apologized once, but Shukaku didn't even listen to him and wanted revenge. And so Naruto landed in front of Shukaku and immediately activated his Byakugan. Shukaku, hi, fox cub, I will kill you! Shukaku shouted hysterically in a squeaky voice. Naruto decided to immediately seal it back, but first he needed to weaken it. But according to Kurama's words, Shukaku has the best defense. Naruto knew it wouldn't be easy. Summoning a katana and soaking it with fire chakra, it flew straight at him. But Shukaku simply threw it away with his tail. Upon landing, Naruto made a cross seal and shouted, Naruto, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 150 clones and they all made seals at the same time. Naruto, Keiton Fireball. Fireballs flew towards Shukaku from all sides, but Shukaku did not receive much damage. Shukaku started laughing like crazy and yelling, Shukaku, hee, Kurama you're so weak, sandstorm. All the clones after the sand technique flew away and dissipated, and Naruto himself flew into the wall and fell. Quickly standing up, he headed towards Shukaku while folding the seals. Naruto, Katan, Dance of the 17 Dragons, Massive Dragon Combo. The technique took 70% of Naruto's chakra. 17 dragons flew out of his mouth and delivered one powerful blow at a time, leaving severe burns. Shukaku made an additional layer of sand around himself, which the dragons broke, but Shukaku was already concentrating the chakra of the air in his stomach, which is why he began to increase in size. Naruto saw the density of chakra inside Shukaku and was horrified. Quickly summoning 3 clones, they began to form the barrier seals of the 4 crimson lights. Shukaku began to hit the barrier with his tail, and if he held on for the first 15 blows, then after the 20th blow the clones scattered, and Naruto fell to his knee. Suddenly the sand engulfed Naruto's legs, and Naruto couldn't get out. Shukaku laughed and shouted in a squeaky voice. Shukaku, this is your end, Ninetails. Futon, special-tailed beast bomb. Naruto knew that if she hit him, he would die, and so the ball flew towards Naruto, who was making seals. Chapter 38, Union with Suna, Part 3, Sealing. A second before the bomb hit Naruto, an absorption seal appeared in front of him. Another second, and Naruto would die. The seal absorbed the bomb and turned it into chakra, which Naruto took for himself. Shukaku, on the contrary, began to feel very tired. Still, such a bomb exhausts well. Naruto created 4 clones. They immediately scattered and took the shape of a square. Naruto clones, barrier of the 4 crimson lights. Unlike that barrier, 5 times more chakra was invested into this one. Naruto himself stood inside the barrier and made seals. Naruto, Uzumaki clan special chains, Biju absorption. Uzumaki chains come in 3 forms. First form, defense form. Form 2, attack form. Third form, chakra absorption form. 12 chains of chakra flew out from Naruto's back, which enveloped the Biju and began to pump chakra out of Shukaku, transferring it to Naruto. Shukaku fell exhausted. Naruto ran up and made a series of 79 seals. Naruto, reverse sealing seal. Shukaku, don't you dare! Without finishing, he began to disintegrate into sand. Naruto quickly ran up to Gaara, who was unconscious, and began to form other seals. After he formed a new series of seals that included over 100 seals, Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's seal and said, Naruto, Fuinjutsu, Uzumaki special seal. This seal fetters the Biju within the seal, preventing it from influencing the psyche of the Jinchuriki. After the seal was placed, Naruto lost consciousness. Baki arrived and saw Gaara lying down who was unconscious, and Naruto, who was unconscious due to fatigue. The Kazakage immediately ordered a place for them to be allocated in the hospital for rest. Kankuro, who received heavy blows from Temari, and Temari were sitting in the room that had been allocated for Gaara and Naruto. Konoha. Minato sat and thought about how to return the nine-tailed demon fox and the surviving Uzumaki to himself. He thought about attacking Uzushio again, but he understood that he would not get through the protective barrier. After thinking about this problem for a long time, he decided to convene a council of 4 Kage, which includes Minato, 4th Hokage, Darui, 5th Raikage, Mei, 5th Mitsukage, and Kurotsuchi, 4th Tsuchikage. After sending letters suggesting a meeting in Konoha, he sent them. Suna. The first to wake up was Gaara, who immediately found himself in the arms of Temari and Kankuro, who immediately began to apologize to Gaara, which woke up Naruto. Naruto, I understand everything, but you can be quieter. Gaara saw everything through Shukaku, and understood that the guy was very tired, but Kankuro began to be indignant, saying, why the hell was he interrupting them? Suddenly the door opened and Baki walked into the room, listening to Kankuro being indignant at Naruto. Gaara and Baki quickly said that it was Naruto who defeated Shukaku and strengthened the seal, but as the doctor said, he spent 99% of his chakra, and Naruto had the same chakra as Shukaku. But the last blow for Kankuro and a strong blow to Gaara and Temari were the following words from the Kazakage. Baki, Uzukage-sama, the agreement has been signed. We will provide the land for the training ground later. Naruto, thank you, Kazakage-san, Naruto said, yawning. Now can I sleep or not? Baki, okay, Uzukage-sama. Chapter 39. Escape and Sweet Night. While Naruto was in Tsunamina, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan planned their escape. During these 3 years, the Akatsuki received 4 tails, the 3 tails, the 4 tails, the 5 tails, and the 6 tails. A pair of immortals were sent to Suna. Madara sat and waited for them to get in touch, but in 4 days, there was not a single message. Madara called Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan for a mission. As soon as the Rain Trio arrived, Madara began. Madara, your task is to find Hidan and Kakuzu. They were heading to the Sand Village, but on the way they noticed Uzukage and followed him. Move forward now. Yahiko, yes! The trio was pleased as this was an ideal chance to leave. Having told everything to Mina, she was pleased and moved to the road to Suna. Her friends caught up with her and went towards Uzushio through Suna. On the way, they found Hidan's scythe, which they took with them. Uchiha clan. Under the cover of darkness, the great Uchiha clan began to gather at one of the walls of the Uchiha clan's territory. Before leaving, Naruto handed over a seal that destroys the signal barrier for 5 minutes. When everyone had gathered, Mikoto attached the seal, and all 96 members of the Uchiha clan left Konoha towards Uzushio. But they were noticed by 2 members of the Hyuga clan. They hated Konoha and followed them out. Thus, 98 new residents went to Uzushio. Suna. When Naruto woke up, there was no one in the room. Slowly getting up, he got dressed and went to the residence because he understood that he had already been in Suna long enough, and Izumi would already kill him 3 times. After knocking on the office door and receiving permission to enter, Naruto carefully entered. Baki and Hisho were in the office. When they saw me, they were surprised, and Baki said, Baki, Naruto, are you awake? Naruto, Kazakage-sama, it's time for me to go back. Thank you for your hospitality, Naruto said and bowed. Then he turned to Hisho-san and said, Hisho-san, are people ready? Hisho, yes, Uzukage-san, 600 people are ready to go. Only Counselor Chiyo decided to stay. Naruto, okay then, in an hour at the gate. Baki, and if someone tries to attack, then I give you permission to fight back. Hisho, okay, see you later. Hisho left the office, and Naruto and Baki signed an agreement, and Baki handed over a document confirming the transfer of the Akasuna clan to Uzushio. Arriving at the gates, Naruto met the guards and handed over a document about the clan's transfer to Uzushio. After meeting with Hisho and the clan, they traveled to Uzushio. Arriving at night, Naruto wanted to quietly come in, but a savory slap on the head and a kiss from Izumi ruined this plan. After a kiss from Izumi, Naruto put up a sound-suppressing barrier, and they kissed and moved onto the bed, breaking something along the way. They had more important things to do. They fought with their tongues. Izumi, unable to hold back Naruto's pressure, lost the battle in half a minute, and Naruto's tongue began to explore Izumi's mouth. 2 minutes later, both ran out of air and involuntarily had to tear themselves away from each other. Without wasting any time, Naruto began to move down to her neck, kissing her neck. Izumi let out a quiet moan, which provoked Naruto even more. Going down to the chest, he took the left nipple in his hand and grabbed the right one with his teeth and began to play with them, causing moans from the girl, who grabbed Naruto and enjoyed the guy's actions. As soon as the red-haired man had played enough with Izumi's breasts and nipples, he lowered his hands lower and began to take off her panties, which were wet. Having lowered his head between Izumi's legs, Naruto approached Izumi's pussy and began to kiss, which caused a strong portion of moans. But Naruto did not stop, but started working with the tongue. Izumi felt so good that she didn't last long and came on Naruto's face. Naruto drank all of Izumi's juices, then kissed Izumi on the lips, letting her taste herself. After the kiss, Izumi took off all unnecessary clothes from Naruto, dropped to her knees. Izumi wrapped her hands around Naruto's 23-centimeter penis and began to jerk it a little at a time. Approaching Naruto's penis, she began to kiss his head, which pleased Naruto. After kissing, Izumi took the guy's penis into her mouth and began to gradually pick up the pace while licking the inside of her mouth with her tongue. Unable to hold back, Naruto came in Izumi's mouth. Izumi began to swallow Naruto's hot cum. As soon as she took her last breath, she and Naruto smiled blissfully. Naruto picked up Izumi and placed the latter on the bed. Naruto approached Izumi's pussy with his genitals, which made Izumi impatient. Slowly sticking her head in, Izumi let out a scream because she was a virgin. As soon as the pain dulled, she told Naruto to continue, in a languid, gentle voice. Naruto began to slowly penetrate the girl's tight pussy. At first, Izumi screamed in pain. Then, when the pain passed, she began to scream in pleasure. Naruto began to increase the pace and move further and further, giving unforgettable pleasure to Izumi. Because of this, Izumi came in 3 minutes. Having changed her position, Izumi climbed on top of Naruto's penis and began to jump on Naruto's penis herself, and Naruto began to suck Izumi's nipples, which made Izumi come at the same time as Naruto. Naruto came inside Izumi, and so they had fun for 2 hours and then fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 40, Arrival, Part 1, Trinity of Rain. The next morning, after a fun night, Naruto and Izumi woke up with smiles on their faces. After kissing, they got up, took a bath, had breakfast, and went to the residence. For 2 hours, Naruto worked on papers that appeared on their own when he suddenly felt 4 people pass through the barrier. After telling this to Izumi, who was helping him with the papers, having created a clone, the originals went to meet the guests. Arriving at the entrance to the village, Naruto and Izumi saw Mina and 3 unknown people. One of them was Uzumaki, but the rest were unknown to him. Approaching them, Naruto began a dialogue. Naruto. Hello, Mina, Naruto said, looking at Mina with a smile, and with the same smile he continued. Hello to you too. What is your name? Welcome to Uzushio. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Yahiko. I'm Yahiko. Nice to meet you. Konan. My name is Konan. Nice to meet you. Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato. Like my friends. Glad to meet you. Izumi. My name is Uchiha Izumi. Nice to meet you too. Mina. Naruto, let's go to the residence and tell us about what I missed. A company of 6 people was moving towards the residence. On the way, they all joked and had fun, but on the way to the residence, everyone bowed to Naruto and Izumi, which made the 3 of Rain confused. Nagato decided to find out why everyone bows to them. Nagato, why is everyone bowing to us? Izumi, there's just one red-haired Uzukage coming here, Izumi said in an ordinary voice. Yahiko, Nagato, you just came and became Uzukage, how so? Having said this, the whole company laughed at Yahiko's joke, although Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were shocked that the 16-year-old guy was Uzukage. On such a positive wave, they reached the residence. Entering the office, Naruto and Izumi dispelled the clones. Naruto told everything about the Council of 6 Kage, the alliance with Suna, the transfer of the Akasuna and Uchiha clan under the wing of Uzushio. Also about the potential transfer of the Yuki and Kamizuru clans, which 2 of the already 11 council members are involved in. Naruto, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, decide which of you will go to the council. Since you were the leaders of Akatsuki and the leaders of the village hidden in the rain, I think your advice will be very useful. Nagato, let me go, since I was mostly busy with the village while Yahiko and Konan were sorting out the organization. Naruto, okay, by the way, Mina, you are also a member of the council. End of form. Mina, Naruto, you killed Hidan and Kakuzu, but you didn't take the trophy. In general, here's a gift from us for being late for the Uzukage coronation. Trinity from the rain, and like a tin of goodwill. Mina unsealed Hidan's scythe and handed it to Naruto. Mina, this is not an easy scythe. It is the 4th most powerful weapon in the world. The abilities of this scythe are mobility, the ability to cause serious damage with a light cut, and the best chakra-conducting metal. Naruto, thank you. Konoha. 4 Kage arrived in Konoha and began planning the destruction of Uzushio, but understood that they needed a lot of time for training and mobilization. After Minato's advice, reading the next report, he saw that the Uchiha clan had not appeared in Konoha for 2 days, and 2 members of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga and his son Neji Hyuga, had also disappeared. Teleporting to the Uchiha clan, he did not find a single living soul. Madara's lair. Zetsu appeared from underground and reported the escape of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Madara smiled at this, but no one saw it behind the mask. On the day of her rescue, Konan Madara stuffed her with seals to listen to everything she heard, but it didn't work out because the seals didn't work because of Uzushio's barrier. Chapter 41, Arrival, Part 2, Uchiha Clan. Later that evening, when Mina and the Three of the Rain went to see the city, Naruto felt that 98 people had passed through the barrier. Naruto and Izumi wanted to go meet, but urgent messages came from the village hidden in the stone, the village hidden in the mist, and the village hidden in the cloud, so Izumi went alone. The letter from Stone contained an agreement for the return of 50% of the territory, as well as payment in the choice of any stone or in money for a 20-year lease. The letter from Fog said the same thing, but the cloud responded by completely transferring the land that they annexed. This was the perfect chance to take over the Yuki and Kamizuru clans. Having created a clone, Naruto wrote a response to Fog, Stone, and Cloud in 2 hands. Meanwhile, Izumi came to the gates of Konoha, where the entire Uchiha clan was waiting for her. Everyone who saw her except Mikoto and Sasuke activated their sharingan and prepared for battle. Mikoto noticed this and ordered, "Mikoto, enough! Don't disgrace the clan!" Mikoto ordered in a stern voice and everyone reluctantly followed the order. Izumi, welcome to Uzushio. Uzukage-san will join soon. Urgent letters have arrived from Stone, Fog, and Cloud. Mikoto, I understand everything. Izumi, how many of you have arrived? 98 people passed through the barrier and I counted 96 people. Mikoto, there were 96 of us. Izumi, I see, let's wait for Naruto. He will immediately find the guests. And at that moment, everyone saw Naruto with the Uzukage hat, who was slowly approaching them. Everyone who saw him bowed to him, which infuriated the proud Uchiha. Approaching the Uchihas, Izumi said that there are 96 Uchihas and about 2 strangers. Naruto activated his Byakugan and began to inspect the area, noticing 2 lights and heading towards them at fast speed. The Hyuga were unable to do anything as they were stamped with paralysis. Naruto, Konoha spies, what are you doing here? Hizashi, we're not spies. We noticed the escape of the Uchiha clan and decided to leave too. Naruto, who are you? Hizashi, I am Hizashi Hyuga. This is my son Neji Hyuga. We are from a side branch of the Hyuga clan. We hate Konoha for their bullying. Let us stay in Uzushio. Naruto, we will consider this issue at the council, but for now you will be under the supervision of the ANBU, Falcon, Buffalo, Minotaur. 3 ANBU appeared in front of Naruto. Your job is to keep an eye on them, said Naruto, removing the seals of paralysis. ANBU, there is Uzukage-sama. That same evening, a council of 11 people was assembled. 4 new council members, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Shikume, First Counselor Fugaku, Uzumaki Nagato, Akasuna Hisho. Naruto, good evening. I have gathered you on the issue of 2 members of the Hyuga clan who have come. They want to live in Uzushio. They are ready to renounce their citizenship in Konoha. Kushina, they hate Konoha. Their clan mocked them. Mikoto, I agree with what Kushina said. I saw everything myself. Sane and Daya, we can give it a chance. Riven, I'm all for giving them the opportunity. Nagato, Hisho, Shikume, Izumi, and Mina trusted the common choice. The next day, Naruto removed the submission seals from the foreheads of Hizashi and Neji. Hizashi became a Junin, and Neji became a Chunin. So Uzushio was joined by the Uchiha clan, Akasuna clan, and the Rain Trio. There were now 1,201 people in Uzushio. 2 days later, confirmation of the transfer of the Yuki clan and Kamizuru came to Uzushio. A week later, they arrived in Uzushio. There were now 1,399 people in Uzushio, of whom 564 civilians, 210 academy students, 183 Janina, 158 Chunina, 61 Junin mentors, 150 Junin, 50 Anbu, 10 Anbu captains, 12 council members, 1 Uzukage. Uzushio himself developed at a rapid pace, and the meeting of the 4 Kage was held again to prepare a plan for attacking Uzushio. Chapter 42. Unexpected Help. 4 Kage sat at the table in the council chamber. For 2 hours they could not find any weak spots in the barrier. Minato began to say another idea. Minato, I propose to resurrect the first Hokage god of shinobi with the help of Edo Tensei and use it to destroy the barrier. After these words, everyone looked at Minato strangely. Darui, no one can control such a person, and he will clearly be against the destruction of Uzushio. Mei, the power of the Biju also disappears. Their power will be needed in the main battle. Kuratsuchi, damn, what if we let one of us get caught so we can destroy the barrier inside Uzushio? Minato, not an option. I think he will keep one of us under impenetrable guard. If one of us escapes, the Uzukage will kill him. There was deathly silence in the hall. which lasted for 10 minutes. Everyone was thinking about a plan. Suddenly, a funnel appeared in the middle of the hall from which appeared Madara, Zetsu, Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Daidara, and Orochimaru. Everyone tensed up and prepared for battle, but Madara said, "Madara, calm down, we come in peace." Minato, "What do you want?" Madara, "Minato, long time no see, 16 years, and you have become even older and more insidious. I hope you haven't lost your speed. I want to offer you a deal, like I once made with Minato." Darui, "Do you know each other, and what kind of deal?" Madara, "I know that you are planning an attack on Uzushio. This is beneficial for my organization. I have information for you that will help you, and I will remove the barrier from Uzushio. In exchange, I need 90% of the chakra of the 1 tails, 2 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. They will regain their strength over time. May, we need to think about it. Kuratsuchi, I think this is an acceptable proposal. Darui, I think the price is too high, but we have no choice. Minato, we agree, give me your information. Madara, Minato, that's why I like you. In general, a week ago, Suna and Uzushio entered into a military trade alliance. If we attack Suna, we can surround the Konoha army. But there's a minus. Tailed demons cannot be used. The army may suffer, just like my people. Minato, but then our chances of winning are 1.5 times less. Madara, that's also true, but don't forget about the Uchiha clan. Their sharingan is capable of subduing the tailed beasts, and then we will lose without starting a war. Darui Minato Mage Kuratsuchi, damn. Minato, so what should we do? They will clearly be stronger than us. Madara, listen to Minato to the end, and then speak. We will be divided into 5 squads, a medic squad, and a communications squad. Groups 1 and 2 will distract the bulk of Uzushio's army. Group 3, which will include the Cage and Akatsuki members, will take care of Naruto and his guard. Squads 4 and 5 will take care of delaying Suna. Minato, this way we will create a massive attack and no one will be able to help Uzukage. Darui, the plan is good, but we need to mobilize. Kuratsuchi, I suggest we end the council here. Minato, I agree. Madara, meet me in the Land of Iron in 3 weeks. Prepare your army. Having said this, all Akatsuki members disappeared into the vortex, and the Cage began intensive training of their shinobi. Uzushio borders. At the entrance to the barrier, there were 3 people holding a dialogue. 1 unknown. This is what happened in Konoha at the meeting of Uzukage-sama. 2. Madara and the 4 Cage plan an attack on Suna to leave the barrier. Naruto, that's it. Great job. Keep watching them. 1 and 2 unknown. There is Uzukage-sama. Having said this, the unknown people disappeared, and Naruto went back home, where Izumi was waiting for him. Chapter 43. World War IV, Part 1. Mobilization. 3 weeks have passed since the last gathering of Cage and Akatsuki. During this time, Uzushio warned Suna about the upcoming war and erected a powerful protective barrier. A full mobilization took place in Suna. 2750 people from the Suna side, 1750 Chunin, 900 Junin, 75 ANBU, 25 ANBU captains, and 624 people from Uzushio, 341 Chunin, 223 Junin, 50 ANBU, 10 ANBU captains. The genin and students did not participate in the war from Suna and Uzushio. Power difference: 1 Chunin Uzushio as 8, 9 Chunin from other villages. At the last meeting in Suna, it was decided to create 4 detachments. First detachment is the tanks that pull together the main army of the alliance. Second squad is a squad of Fuina masters and people with protection of the Susanoo level and higher. Squad number 3 is a squad of medics and masters of silent killing. The 4th squad is a Cage squad that includes Cage and people at the Cage level like Mina and Izumi. It's trivial, but nothing else comes to mind. On the first day of mobilization, Naruto caught Zetsu, and Izumi put him under genjutsu with the order to report that nothing interesting was happening in Suna. There were 12,000 shinobi on the alliance side. The least were from the Mist, 2,000 people of which 800 genin, 670 chunin, 470 junan, 50 ANBU, 10 ANBU captains, since the village did not recover from the civil war. From Cloud and Stone there were 3,200 people each, 1760 genin, 860 chunin, 500 junin, 65 ANBU, 15 ANBU captains. There were more people from Konoha, 3,600 people, but most of them were genin, 2130 genin, 760 chunin, 660 chunin, 40 ANBU, 10 Anbu captains. The first and second squads had a total of 8,000 people. The third squad consisted of Cage, Akatsuki, and 50 ANBU captains. The fourth and fifth squads included 3,050 people. 900 people are doctors. Country of Iron. Sitting at the table were the 4 Cages, Madara and Mifune, who had been called for the proposal. Madara. Glad everyone is here. Before we start the council, I want to ask Mifune who he will be for in this war. Mifune. I need to think. I said it and will continue to say it until I make a decision. But I accepted and implemented your advice to mobilize. Minato, Mifune-san, you have no more than a day to decide. May. There's no time left to think. Mifune left the office and called one of the samurai. Mifune. Is everything ready for us to leave? Have you sent a letter to Uzushio? Samurai. That's right. The letter to Uzushio was sent this morning. Mifune. Then tell everyone that we'll be moving out in 30 minutes. Samurai. Yes. Mifune didn't want war, but he understood that it was inevitable. Meanwhile, in the council chamber, everyone listened to Zetsu's latest report. Madara. Zetsu, report. Zetsu. According to my surveillance of Suna, nothing was noticed. Residents live a peaceful life. No one is ready for battle. Suna's weak point is the underground passage. Having studied it in detail, I calculated that 1,000 people would go there. Minato. This is useful information. Let's send people from the first squad together with Sasori there, since he knows these tunnels. Madara. I support! The samurai led by Mifune went to Uzushio. Less than a day left before the war starts. Chapter 44. The Fourth World War, Part 2. The beginning of hostilities. The night after the meeting, the samurai arrived in Uzushio, where preparations for war were taking place. Naruto, along with Izumi, appeared in front of the samurai led by Mifune. Izumi and Naruto prepared for battle as war was very close. However, Mifune immediately began to calm the atmosphere. Mifune. Uzukage-sama. We came for an alliance, not for battle. Allow us to enter the battle under the banner of the Uzushio clan. Naruto. Mifune-san. Extra people won't bother us, but first you have to pass the test. Everyone look into Izumi's eyes. At that moment, Izumi activated her sharingan. The sharingan will test your intentions. Mifune. Okay, Uzukage-sama, Mifune said, looking into the eyes of Uzukage, turning his gaze to Izumi's sharingan, and shouted to the others. An order for everyone to look into the eyes of this Uchiha? Samurai. Yes, and looked into Izumi's eyes. The girl quickly looked through the memories and said, Izumi, they're not lying. Welcome to Uzushio. Naruto. Sorry, Mifune-san, because of this war we are conducting such a test. You can't trust without checking. Mifune. I understand everything, Uzukage-sama. We are ready to enter this war for the side of the world. Naruto. Then the samurai will be the fifth squad protecting the fourth squad, which consists of the cage, and those close to them in strength. Suddenly, Naruto felt 3 weak knocks with an infusion of chakra against the barrier. This was a special signal that his Akatsuki spies used. Naruto. Izumi, take the samurai to the free houses. My spies from Akatsuki have arrived. Izumi. Okay, Naruto, everyone is behind me. And Naruto went to a meeting with his agents. Arriving at the clearing, he noticed 2 people sitting in the clearing. Approaching them, he sat down and looked at the moon. The silence was interrupted by the first unknown person 2 minutes later. 1. Unknown. Naruto. Tomorrow there will be an attack on the underground catacombs of Suna. 1,000 shinobi will be in those passages. I will be their leader on the mission. 2. Unknown. By order of, as it turned out, Pseudo Madara, my task is to resurrect the real Madara, Hashirama and Ashina Uzumaki. Naruto. Heh, so that means it's not Madara after all. So what will you do? 1. Unknown. I know these mines like the back of my hand. I will send a clone with soldiers, and I will destroy these mines myself, using explosive puppets to destroy the supports. 2. Unknown. I will resurrect Ashina and Hashirama. Madara is too dangerous. I'm sure Ashina and Hashirama will join us. Konoha is rotten. Naruto. I hope your plan works, and I'm sorry for sending your clan to the battlefield. But don't worry, your sister won't get hurt, Sasori. I promise to protect her. Sasori. Thanks, Naruto. I'm glad my sister is okay. Naruto. Yes, Arya misses you too, and I think she even found herself a boyfriend. 2. Unknown. Naruto, you remember our agreement. Naruto. Of course I remember him. Orochimaru. Those were difficult negotiations. You will have a laboratory and permission to experiment with people, but remember, peaceful and innocent people will become victims of your experiment. Then I will seal your soul. Orochimaru. I remember, it's all for the good of science. Naruto. I think it's time for us to leave. I believe in you, Sasori, Orochimaru. Sasori, everything will be successful. Morning Suna Mines. A squad of 1,000 shinobi advanced through the mine. Among them were about 500 chunin, 250 genin, 250 junen. Sasori was jubilant. Suddenly there was an explosion and the mine began to collapse. Poof! Everyone heard and looked where their commander was standing, but he was not there. There were no survivors, and Sasori had already arrived at the place where Naruto, Baki, Izumi, Mina, Mifune, Sasuke, Ashina, Hashirama, and Orochimaru, and 50 of the strongest samurai stood. Having jumped down to them, he stood up and began to wait. Pseudo Madara, Minato, Darui, Mei, Kurotsuchi, Hiyashi, Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Zetsu, Menma, he asked for it, and 50 ANBU captains appeared in front of them. Chapter 45, World War IV, Part 3. Battle between leaders. While the leaders of the two sides stood opposite each other, there was a bloody battle between the two sides. Uzushio's wars slaughter opponents one by one. The Uzushio Anbu are held back by the Jinchuriki, which gives complete superiority. The Biju simply don't have the chakra to get out of the absorption barrier. Suna lost many troops. The alliance of four nations lost 97% of all troops and surrendered. During the battle, people such as Jiraiya and Tsunade died, who changed sides by killing more than 500 genin, 200 chunin, and 100 junin, Yahiko, Kakashi, Kushina, Asuma, Kurenai, etc. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the strongest, Menma, seeing Naruto, rushed at him, but Sasuke stopped Menma with a kick, making it clear that he was his opponent. Darui flew with a sword on Mifune because he thought he was a weak samurai. Minato approached Naruto at full speed, but his attack was intercepted by Mina and thrown back by Minato, marking herself as an opponent. Deidara, seeing Sasori, attacked him, shouting something about betrayal. Orochimaru and Zetsu immediately disappeared underground and began a fight there. I think Zetsu is capable of this. Izumi ran into close combat at Itachi, activating Mangekyu. Having moved far enough away, Izumi stopped restraining herself. Mei and Kurotsuchi used a blind attack combination, but Baki dispersed the mist and attacked Mei, and Ashina launched a sneak attack on Kurotsuchi. Kisame wanted to test his powers against the god of shinobi and attacked him in close combat. Hiyashi, screaming for revenge, tried to attack from behind, but Naruto threw Hiyashi away with a precise blow to the head, who flew towards Madara. Madara himself simply sat there, not really wanting to engage in battle and waste energy against fresh opponents. The fight between Sasuke and Menma went very quickly. Sasuke activated his 3-volume sharingan and put Menma under genjutsu. While Menma was trying to get out of the genjutsu, Sasuke pierced the guy's chest with a chidori. Menma could not bear the pain and died. Deidara threw bombs at Sasori. There was an explosion behind Sasori that kicked up dust around Sasori. Deidara thought that he had killed Sasori, but something happened that Deidara did not expect. A dense stream of water flew out from the curtain of dust, cutting off Deidara's hand. Deidara became more serious and created a bird out of clay, and took off and from the air began to throw clay spiders into the center of the curtain. Deidara, art is an explosion. But there was no explosion. The dust cleared, and Sasori stood inside with a puppet from which electricity was radiating. Sasuke Chidori. The last thing Deidara heard. He was too carried away by the battle with Sasori that he did not notice Sasuke, who appeared behind Deidara. After the fight, Sasuke and Sasori began to monitor Madara, as they understood that they could not defeat him. Hiyashi still attacked Naruto, who was closely watching Madara. Hiyashi became more and more thirsty for revenge. Naruto decided to kill Hiyashi so that he would not interfere with him. Naruto, Kajibunshin no Jutsu. Having created a clone to keep an eye on Madara, Naruto took out his scythe and activated the Byakugan, which infuriated Hiyashi even more. Hiyashi rushed towards Naruto, delivering 256 heavenly strikes, which Naruto barely dodged and tried to counterattack with his scythe. Hiyashi tried to defend himself with a spin, but the scythe went through the spin and caused serious damage. Pouring fire chakra into his braid, Naruto delivered a second vertical strike and cut Hiyashi in two. The fight between Darui and Mifune took place exclusively with katanas. Darui caught Mifune making a mistake and pierced his heart. Mifune fell dead, but Darui didn't live long. Naruto appeared behind Darui and pierced Darui's heart. Meanwhile, 2 yellow flashes were moving across the field, causing damage to each other. Suddenly Mina spoke. Mina, a little weak for the great yellow lightning of the leaf, look for the real yellow lightning. After these words, the mind doubled its speed, and unlike Minato, it did not use Hiraishin. Minato was now receiving strong and accurate blows. Minato decided to play trump cards, and began to concentrate natural energy. Entering hermit mode, he was equal in strength to Mina, but Mina entered a special namikaze mode. This mode releases chakras into the body and increases speed by 6 times, but in return, it tears the leg muscles and cannot be restored. After a 7-hit combo, Minato died as all his internal organs were destroyed. Mina lost consciousness. Chapter 46, World War IV, Part 4, Reinforcements. After Mina lost consciousness, Madara suddenly moved towards her and was about to pierce her head with his katana, but Naruto blocked the blow with his scythe and threw Madara away from Mina. Upon landing, he summoned the Gedomazo statue and transported Yugito, Bi, Gaara, and Fu. Having removed the seals from all the Jinchuriki, he jumped to the side. And not in vain, after 10 seconds in the clearing stood the one-tailed tanuki, the two-tailed cat, the seven-tailed kamitobushi, and the eight-tailed octopus bull. Madara made a couple of seals, and chains of chakra flew out of the Gedomazo, which enveloped the neck of the tailed beasts. No matter how they resisted, they flew into the Gedomazo statue. At this time, Baki tried to hit Mei with his wind elemental attacks, but the lava genome created big problems for him. Mei was simply trying to lure Bucky into a trap to kill him. Mei, lava release lava dragon. Bucky dodged the dragon and was just about to strike when a lava dragon flew into his side. Bucky pierced Mei's stomach before his death, and Mei herself lost consciousness. Ashina, due to the fact that he was resurrected, could use 50% of his power, but this was enough to seal the chakra of Kurotsuchi, who fell for the trick and fell directly into the barrier, which in turn absorbs the chakra. Ashina did not kill Kurotsuchi, placing only a stamp of paralysis. Hashirama, on the contrary, was many times weaker than Kasami, but because of this, either his chakra was infinite, or Kasami began to receive an excess of chakra. At first, this gave an advantage, but when the natural energy from the hermit mode came into play, Kisame began to turn into a tree. It was only thanks to this that Hashirama won. Orochimaru and Zetsu fought in defensive mode for a long time, sizing each other up. They were equal in strength. The quality could not surpass the quantity that Zetsu used. Zetsu used special clones of himself that did not waste chakra. And so, Orochimaru opened up and Zetsu took control of his body, freeing himself from White Zetsu. Itachi and Izumi fought in Susanoo, thanks to the artifacts he held up. The Yata mirror successfully absorbed Itachi's chakra, and the Totsuka sword did not give Izumi freedom of action. Itachi, Amaterasu. Izumi, fire release Amaterasu ball. Two Mangekyu techniques collided and Izumi, just like 3 years ago, Amaterasu Izumi won. Yata's shield was unable to contain the power of the flame, and Itachi's Susanoo was destroyed, and Izumi dispelled her Susanoo in order to save chakra. Itachi sat on one knee and breathed heavily, holding his eye with one hand and leaning on the floor with the other. Itachi thought that it was not his destiny to lose, but fate had its own plans for him. Izumi quickly approached Itachi and stabbed her in the heart with her katana, and Itachi pierced Izumi's stomach parallel to her strike. Itachi fell into an eternal sleep, and Izumi was on the verge, but her wound was cured by Hashirama. He immediately realized that Izumi was pregnant, but did not say that the child died due to a wound in the stomach. Suddenly, Ashina and Hashirama began to disappear. Everyone was surprised because the battle was not over yet, but all questions disappeared when Zetsu appeared next to the false Madara and captured Orochimaru's body for himself. Zetsu, I'm ready to resurrect him. False Madara, begin. Zetsu closed the seals and a coffin emerged from the ground. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin flew off, and the legendary Uchiha Madara came out of the coffin. Obito, welcome back, Madara-sensei. Madara, this is Edo Tensei, which means Nagato betrayed us. Zetsu, bring me Nagato's eyes. Zetsu, there is Madara-sama. Naruto stood in shock. In front of him stood the god of shinobi, the living legend. Deciding not to risk it, Naruto decided to call off everyone else. It will be a battle for life and death. Madara summoned his gunbai and created his completed Susanoo. To counterbalance, Naruto poured fire chakra into his scythe and summoned Kurama. The battle for the peace begins. Chapter 47, The Final Battle, Part 1, Ten Tails. After Naruto called Kurama, to which Obito laughed loudly and shouted, Obito, and here you are, the Nine Tails. Having folded the seals, a chain flew out of the Gedomazo, but it fell into a spatial hole and appeared behind Madara's Susanoo, piercing it from the back, but not hitting Madara. And Naruto moved Izumi away from the battlefield and put up a powerful barrier. Meanwhile, Zetsu created a clone and sent it underground, under Nagato's feet, and the original appeared in front of Nagato and attacked him, forcing him to use Shinra Tensei. After Nagato used it, a clone of Zetsu appeared from underground and tried to tear out Nagato's eyes, but Konan pushed him away, thereby exposing herself to the blow. The Zetsu clone tore out Konan's eye, and she lost consciousness from the shock of pain. Nagato, thinking that she had died, began to fiercely attack Zetsu, who had no choice but to run away towards Madara and Obito, which he successfully succeeded in doing. Nagato came running and used Bansho Tenin on Zetsu, but they replaced Obito and the subsequent Shinra. Tensei did not help Nagato, since Obito became intangible, and then tore out his right eye and pierced Nagato's chest. Before he could jump away, he received a powerful blow from Naruto to the head, causing him to fly about 50 meters away. Looking at Nagato, Naruto remembered himself as a child. Nagato, like Naruto, did not have a right eye. With the last of his strength, Nagato said, Nagato, this is my end. Cough. Naruto, transplant my eye into yourself. Cough. Cough. I want to see the world. Cough. Without wars through it. Nagato said nothing more, and his heart stopped beating. Naruto caught Nagato's falling body, carefully laid it down, clenched his fists, and said quietly, Naruto, Nagato, I promise. This eye will see a world without wars. Taking out Nagato's rinnegan and removing his eye, Naruto inserted Nagato's rinnegan into himself. Suddenly, Naruto heard Kurama shout, Kurama, Naruto. Turning around, he saw an explosion and Kurama flying away. A moment earlier, Madara tried to put Kurama under Genjutsu, but it didn't work because he had Naruto's chakra in him. Kurama began to dominate Madara, and throwing the latter aside, began to form a tailed beast bomb. When the bomb was formed, the fox launched it straight at Madara, who removed the Susanoo and smiled mysteriously, which the fox did not like, and for good reason. As soon as the bomb approached, Madara put out his gunbai and said, Madara, Uchiha Reflection. Thanks to his infinite chakra, Madara managed to deflect the bomb straight at the fox. The fox realized that the matter was rubbish and shouted, Kurama, Naruto. There was an explosion and Kurama flew away unconscious. A chain of Gedomazo rushed after Kurama. Naruto flew at full speed along the way, forming the seals of the spatial hole, but Madara was tired of Naruto's interference, and he appeared in front of him, raising his gunbai to strike. Naruto had to summon his scythe and fend off Madara's attacks while Kurama was sealed into the statue. As soon as Kurama was sealed, Madara jumped away, and Obito, who had been getting used to the rinnegan all this time, used Obito, Gedu, Rinne no Jutsu. After this, Madara came to life, but his eyes disappeared, and Obito fell dead. After tearing out Obito's eye, Madara inserted it into himself. Looking at Naruto, he grinned and said, Madara, let's begin Uzumaki Naruto's last dance. The Ten Tails transformation began to happen quite quickly. Naruto understood that he needed to interrupt the process, but he did not have such an opportunity. Zetsu appeared from underground in Orochimaru's body and tried to snatch Naruto's rinnegan, but the latter knew about the attack and sealed the body with Orochimaru's soul in a powerful seal. Since Zetsu did not have time to detach himself from Orochimaru, he was also sealed. Suddenly, everyone who survived on the battlefield heard the roar of the Ten Tails. Chapter 48, Final Battle, Part 2, Jinchuriki or New God. Fear permeated the battlefield. Everyone felt the horror that came from the Ten Tails. Only two stood, not succumbing to horror. The first was the god of shinobi Uchiha Madara, whose right eye burned with a rinnegan, his left eye was missing. He stood in front of a red-haired guy of 17 years old, with a hairstyle a la Hashirama. The exact same rinnegan was burning in his left eye, and the Byakugan was activated in his right eye. Naruto understood that it would be difficult for him against Madara alone, and he also had to restrain the Ten Tails. But Madara didn't let him think for long. He made a series of seals and shouted, Madara, Kaiten, fiery destruction. And a flame measuring 50 x 80 meters flew towards Naruto. The fire consumed everything in its path, but Naruto made a couple of seals in response. Naruto, Fuin, absorption. A seal appeared in front of Naruto and Madara's flames flew into it. The Ten Tails or Jubi has entered the second stage, starting to create their tailed bombs and aim at Naruto and Madara. Naruto created 8 clones and sent them to create a protective barrier. The original and Madara fought in taijutsu. Madara had an advantage due to his ability to control the rinnegan, but Naruto countered this advantage with his Byakugan and Fuin. Naruto delivered precise strikes while quietly blocking the Tenketsu. When Madara realized this, he immediately jumped back and called on his gunbai, Naruto, in turn, called on his scythe, and the battle began in Kenjutsu, in which Madara had a slight advantage due to experience. The clones put up 2 barriers. The first, Uzushio 4 Fires Barrier. This is a triple strengthened version of the 4 Crimson Lights Barrier, with the additional ability to partially reflect damage. The second is a barrier to the absorption of natural energy. The clones put up this barrier because they could not see chakra using the Byakugan in the Jubi. Little by little, Jubi was losing strength. Madara at this time jumped away from Naruto and created Susanoo, but Naruto responded with fiery destruction, which he had sealed earlier. With the help of the rinnegan, Madara absorbed the fire, thereby opening up a new ability for Naruto. The bomb inside the barrier exploded, destroying it, but the Jubi itself was also damaged. The blast wave threw back Madara, who did not have time to activate Susanoo, and Naruto, who was unable to defend himself. Naruto was the first to come to his senses, and it dawned on him. Naruto's thoughts. According to Kurama's stories, the Sage of the Six Paths sealed him into himself to defeat the Chubi, and before his death he divided him into 9 beasts. There is no choice. You need to seal it into yourself using the artificial seal of the god of death. But Madara won't give me time to prepare unless… Naruto. Fuin. Supreme seal of paralysis. Internal flames, Naruto said as he approached Madara. Madara, who clearly did not expect this, could not dodge. Madara fell and gritted his teeth in pain, and Naruto quickly moved towards the Jubi, concentrating his chakra at the same time. Madara freed himself from the seal, but it was too late. Naruto, Fuin, artificial seal of the god of death. The battlefield was covered in smoke. As soon as he disappeared, Madara saw a black dome from Gudodam. The dome began to crack and black fragments scattered to the side, and a white-skinned guy with red hair appeared in front of Madara. The Byakugan disappeared, and the rinnegan appeared in its place. Behind him flew 8 black spheres called Gudodama. Madara was in prostration. His goal, to which he has been striving for his second life, has been destroyed. He began to accumulate the natural energy of Hashirama's hermit mode, which he achieved by implanting himself with the cells of his friend and enemy, Hashirama. Madara knew about the Jubi's weak point. Madara decided to end everything with one blow. Having created Susanoo and imbued it with natural chakra, he struck with a sword, which lost to Naruto's scythe, strengthened by Gudodam's. Madara's Susanoo fell apart, and he himself fell to one knee, as the scythe touched Madara's leg, piercing through it, but Hashirama's hermit mode healed the wound in 4 seconds. Now Naruto humiliated Madara with particular cruelty. Madara died when his body was torn into 10 pieces, and Naruto heard a sound from his subconscious enter him. What he saw there amazed him. Filler: Madara's plan and past and an important announcement. Madara was born during the Warring States era and was the eldest of Tajima Uchiha's 5 sons. He and his brothers grew up on the battlefield, caught up in the Uchiha's endless war against their eternal rivals, the Senju clan. 3 of Madara's brothers died as children, leaving him with only one brother, Izuna. Madara and Izuna grew very close to each other due to their shared losses and constantly competed with each other to become stronger. Thanks to this, young Madara, who also possessed extremely powerful chakra from birth, was already able to kill adult Senju in battle, and therefore earned himself a reputation as a genius. During his rare leisure time, Madara one day met a boy named Hashirama, his own age. They quickly became friends and had friendly rivalries with each other, not only in terms of playing pancakes, but also in terms of training. Hashirama was a shinobi who lost his brothers due to the war, just like Madara. Together, they shared dreams of peace. Madara was born during the Age of Warring States and was the eldest of Tajima Uchiha's 5 sons. He and his brothers grew up on the battlefield, caught up in the Uchiha's endless war against their eternal rivals, the Senju clan. 3 of Madara's brothers died as children, leaving him with only one brother, Izuna. Madara and Izuna grew very close to each other due to their shared losses and constantly competed with each other to become stronger. Thanks to this, young Madara, who also possessed extremely powerful chakra from birth, was already able to kill adult Senju in battle, and therefore earned himself a reputation as a genius. During his rare leisure time, Madara one day met a boy named Hashirama, his own age. They quickly became friends and had friendly rivalries with each other, not only in terms of playing pancakes, but also in terms of training. Hashirama was a shinobi who lost his brothers due to the war, just like Madara. Together, they shared dreams of a world where children like them would not have to fight. As a precaution, neither Madara nor Hashirama told each other their last names, but nevertheless soon learned the truth about their origins. Madara was an Uchiha, and Hashirama was a Senju. The duty of one of them was to kill the other, even if they were friends. Faced with a choice between his family and his dreams of peace, Madara decided to end his friendship with Hashirama rather than hesitate to kill him in the future. Madara's determination in this choice was strong enough to awaken his sharingan. In subsequent years, they continued to face each other in battle. Madara still could not defeat Hashirama, even after acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hashirama himself could not bring himself to kill the one he considered his friend, which is why their battles constantly came to a stalemate and lasted for entire decades. Over time, they both became leaders of their own clans, and Hashirama tried to use his position to broker peace between them. Although his offer seemed more and more tempting to many Uchihas, Madara responded with a decisive refusal due to the death of Izuna at the hands of Hashirama's brother, Tobirama. Despite this, some Uchiha voluntarily surrendered to the Senju clan in order to save their lives. Soon, Madara transplanted Izuna's eyes into himself to gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and restore his deteriorating vision. With newfound strength, he launched one final attack on the Senju and was eventually defeated. Instead of killing Madara to end the era of wars, Hashirama offered to kill himself if it would stop the bloodshed. Madara was touched by Hashirama's gesture and finally agreed to make peace. Over the years, Madara perfected his plans to bring peace to the earth through what he called the Eye of the Moon plan. But with his own life fading, Madara realized that he would not be able to realize all his plans in the time that he still had left to live. Therefore, he transplanted his rinnegan into the boy Nagato without his knowledge, 45, with the intention that he would one day use these eyes to bring Madara himself back to life. However, for Nagato to do this, Madara would need an agent to act on his behalf and guide Nagato towards this ultimate goal. Madara bided his time by tapping into the demonic statue to keep himself alive until a suitable person could be found. 46. He began to closely monitor Konoha in search of a suitable pawn to take his place. During the Third Shinobi World War, Madara found a seriously wounded Obito Uchiha. He used Hashirama's cells to replace parts of Obito's body that could not be repaired, and placed a forbidden individual cursed mark on Obito's heart as a precaution in case Obito suddenly turned against him. After this, Madara began working on the task of seducing Obito. He orchestrated the kidnapping of Rinohara, the girl Obito loved, a Kirigakura shinobi, and sealing the Three Tails into her body. He manipulated events and turned them around in such a way that Rin died at the hands of Obito's friend, Kakashi Hatake, in front of Obito himself. 47. Driven to despair, Obito voluntarily offered his services to Madara. Madara introduced Obito to the history of the Sage of the Six Paths and the Ten Tails, the details of the Eye of the Moon plan, and taught him the various techniques he would need to advance. As his final act, he left behind Black Zetsu, whom he considered the embodiment of his will, to provide Obito with additional support in pursuit of their goal. Then Madara broke his connection with the demonic statue and with his last breath entrusted Obito with his own name, the name of Madara Uchiha. Chapter 49, Finale. In Naruto's subconscious, an old man was levitating with the rinnegan in his eyes, and the Gyododams were levitating behind him. Protruding from his head was a pair of horn-like protrusions, a red circular symbol with two wavy patterns in the center of his forehead. He wore a full-length white kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatama around the high collar, under which he wore a necklace that was also composed of 6 black magatama. On the back of his kimono was a large black rinnegan symbol with a pattern of 9 magatamas arranged in 3 rows. Hagoromo, hello Naruto, savior of this world. Naruto, good afternoon, who are you? And what are you doing in my subconscious? Naruto asked with interest. Hagoromo, my name is Hagoromo Utsutsuki, but on Earth I am known as the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto, Sage of the Six Paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu, but what are you doing here? Hagoromo, you're wrong. I created and preach Ninshu. Ninshu is a religion that was supposed to give people a deeper understanding of themselves, as well as other people, and lead humanity to an era of peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, Ninshu eventually became known as ninjutsu, more intended for battles and wars. Why am I here? Because you sealed the Jubi? You activated the chakra that I sealed back when I was the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. I'm here to split it back, but I can't do it myself. Your task is to pull out the chakra of any of my creations. Naruto, I have a chakra connection with Kurama, but Jubi needs to be distracted. Hagoromo, I'll delay him. While Hagoromo distracted the Ten Tails, Naruto approached and began to drain Kurama's chakra. Jubi began to resist, but Hagoromo created the Sword of 7 Stars, which forced Jubi to evade it. 20 seconds later, Kurama was pulled out of the Jubi. Jubi turned into Gedomazo with one eye closed. Having unsealed all the Biju, they talked with Hagoromo, who, before disappearing, named Naruto his successor, which all the Biju agreed with, except Shukaku, because he was offended by the loss. Waking up in the real world, he summoned all the tailed beasts and lost consciousness due to chakra depletion. Thus ended the Fourth Shinobi World War. Coming to his senses, Naruto opened his eyes and saw a white ceiling. When he smelled medicine, he realized he was in a hospital. Raising his head, he saw Izumi sleeping next to him. Not wanting to wake Izumi, he went back to bed. 2 hours later, Izumi woke up and saw that Naruto was looking at her. She embraced him and gave him a passionate kiss. A minute later, they were blatantly interrupted by the doctor, who hastily apologized, but then began to reprimand them for their shameful behavior in the hospital. After checking Naruto's condition, he discharged Naruto as Naruto's condition was completely fine. A day later, Naruto came to the residence where he was given a scroll about the surrender of the village hidden in the foliage, the village hidden in the stone, the village hidden in the fog, the village hidden in the cloud. Having signed them, Naruto began to take stock of the losses. 9,000 shinobi of the Four Nations Alliance were killed, 530 in serious condition. 1,200 people died from Suna, and 350 were seriously injured. There were almost no losses with Uzushio, 45 people, including Nagato, Yahiko, Kushina. 55 people were seriously wounded, including Konan, Mina, Sasori, Riven, Sanai, Daya, Mikoto. Naruto, leaving the clone, went to the cemetery to the dead to pay tribute, and then to the hospital to check on the seriously wounded soldiers. A month later, Izumi and Naruto learned of the child's death and recommended surgery to ensure the next child was completely healthy. That night, Naruto and Izumi couldn't hold back their tears. A week later, they decided to undergo surgery, which was successful. After another 2 months, Naruto and Izumi got married, and 9 months later, a son named Ashina was born. After 2 years, a daughter was born, who was named Minaki,